Ada Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome. I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome.
Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti puas.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Kau klik Blibli sekarang.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Dandia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya, ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome. I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome.
Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Klik Blibli
kita punya mindset ya kita bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Vidio. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha, dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
I need long-lasting battery life. Why? Yes, that is awesome. I need long-lasting battery life. Why? Yes, that is awesome.
Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi bestie dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome. I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome.
Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Kobarkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena, MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head and Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
A rebellion has started, ladies and gentlemen, against the Indonesian Dragons. Aura Fire take on Rebellion Zion in the first match of the day. Welcome to day number 2, week number 3 of MPL Indonesia Season 10. With your casters accompanying you throughout the entirety of day number 2. It's me, Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi on the left. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want all the awesome goodness, Arashi has a few things to tell you.
Well, the Samsung Galaxy A series is just such a great series, and of course, the specs, man. 8GB of RAM, so no lag, no frame drops. 256GB of memory, so you never run out of storage space. Super AMOLED plus screen. 120 refresh rate as well, so you can have those fast hand plays. You can see everything happening in full HD, and it's 5G ready. So you can't it doesn't get any better than this, guys, honestly.
And guess what? The cashback as well, Eterna.
Oh, what cashback?
Well, with the cashback, you guys can get 1.3 million IDR back and Mobile Legends skins and other awesome gifts worth up to 689,000 IDR.
Wow.
You get a phone, you get Mobile Legends skins, you get the cashback, and you get goods, gifts. It's value. It's a steal deal.
Okay, so how can I check this out?
Well, if you want to check it out, go ahead and use your Samsung phone right now to open up the standings, to open up the stream right now, because we're going to take a look at the standings presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series as well. Eterna.
I gotta say, this is a breath of fresh air right now, what we're seeing in the standings. This is so different to what we're usually accustomed with. Sure, RRQ Hoshi still #1 in that leaderboard, but look at this. In second place, it's Aura Fire and Onyx Esports. They're nowhere to be found. So we're gonna see if Aura Fire can actually solidify their place, understanding that they are tied with EVOS Legends. So if Aura Fire, with the lineup that we see on screen right now, wait, what? Chayat is going to be playing?
Wow, Arashi, Chayat making his debut here. Getting promoted from the MDL from last season. Now in the MPL, finally, we get to see Chayat come on stage. So, Kabuki is not going to be playing.
That is crazy. This is the week for debuts, right? We saw Kids, we saw Pendragon as well, and now it's gonna be Cade or Chayed from Aura Fire. And Kabuki has been very critical in ensuring that Aura Fire has been having a very solid player in that gold lane. So Kite has huge shoes to fill here.
Yeah, huge shoes to fill right now. And it's interesting, right? Because since yesterday, we've been seeing so many different changes in rosters. But I guess this is the week to experiment, and we'll see what Giant can bring to the table, understanding that Kabuki has been a huge driving force in the lineup composition that Aura Fire keeps bringing to us week by week.
As you can see in the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders, the team looks confident walking up with their new member. But when we're talking about Aura Fire, there is one man in the center of it all. The key of their success so far has been Facehugger, with his immaculate macro decision making coming in to save the day with this micro heavy composition. In terms of the hero pools, in terms of the mechanics, Aura Fire have got it all. What they were lacking is the shot calling, and Facehugger brings exactly that, knowing exactly when to go in, knowing exactly when to look for those split pushes or just disengage in general. With his average participation, kill participation being 60%, he's a very well-rounded team player. And also, when it comes to the damage per minute, he doesn't do as much as the other mages in the role. But the thing is, he with the KDA ratio, with that kill participation, he plays to enable his team. As you can see from the 53 total assists, he is very active on the map. Good luck, have fun. That's the message from Facehugger over to Rebellion as the Indonesian Dragons make their way onto the stage. Aura Fire!
Aura Fire, season after season, they have been able to really progress up into the standings, and now they are sitting at that comfortable second place. With this change and shift in roster, we'll see how that pans for them, especially knowing that they are going against Rebellion, who up until today have not stopped fighting.
The difficult part about going up against Aura is the fact that they are now so flexible. We have seen that they can still go, very aggressively and just take control of the game all the way since the beginning, and they have shown that when the going gets tough, when they are in deep waters, they are very much still effective, still calculated, and they can take you into that late game situations where they will come out on top with the macro play, the decision making that we've been highlighting from Facehugger.
Anti-Mage called this team, Aura Fire, the evolved version of Alter Ego.
Ooh, now that's interesting. But now on screen, we are going to be looking at Rebellion Zion as they are going to be making their way into the tunnel cam here by
Val.
Head and Shoulders. And yeah, you're right. This time around, doesn't seem like Val is going to be playing now. How is this going to fare? Because as we all know, Val is the captain, the team captain, and the main shot caller among their decision making.
Well, this is the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders. As we can see, they are ready to take on Aura Fire.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, Rebellion, Sway Low, the man that was just such a shining player when it comes to Season 9. In Season 10, he hasn't found that much success, but in the season, we have still seen those glimpses of brilliance from this man in the mid lane. Whenever he gets his comfort heroes, the Yves, the Sicilian, he does perform. Again, a very, very positioning-centered mage in that mid lane. He goes for the damage in comparison towards Facehugger, who is more of the big brain on the team. You can see better kill participation, better damage per minute, as he is more active when it comes to these team fights for Rebellion. But he does put himself in risky situations here. 2.9 KDA in contrast towards Facehugger, and only 38 total assists. This is what it's gonna come down to for Sway Low. He goes in for the fights, getting the kills. For Facehugger, he goes and enables his team, but the Blue Bulls welcomed him to the stage. Rebellion Zion.
Rebellion Zion here making their way onto the stage without Val. So you're right. We're going to see who is going to be the main shot caller perhaps later when it comes down to the mic checks. But man, so far, according to history, according to their current situation, it's not in their favor.
Well, for the side of Rebellion, I think it's very interesting because they've always used Val as their main playmaking tool, as their main decision maker in a sense. He is the tip of the spear, and he is the one enabling the aggressive playstyles where the roamer can even go toe-to-toe 1v1 against the opponent's jungle. So, with him not being in the roster right now, are we going to see a different Rebellion, a more passive Rebellion, or is this man gonna turn it up even more and try and impress every single one of us, including the audience at home, with his performance?
I mean, yesterday we got an upset victory, Onyx as well as Evo, so there definitely is a chance for Rebellion Zion to step up this week. But for the past few times Rebellion Zion and Aura Fire have met with each other, it was always Aura Fire being able to come out on top. Have these past few weeks been enough for the coaches that we see on screen right now to be able to win this dub?
Well, you know, in terms of preparation, they've come in here with enough, definitely, because they are wearing the JBL Quantum Series headphones. They're going to be able to communicate really well, giving the information without that gap, without that barrier, the technological barrier, because they got the best world-class headphones. But speaking of headphones, it's time to take a look at the team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders. Arasi, Rebellion Zion, and Aura Fire.
The stats are just so one-sidedly towards Aura Fire, man. Especially the first Lord rate, 81%. This is insane. And the previous match history right here, this tells the story about everyone's expectation for this matchup. 2-0 all the way through. Aura Fire has been absolutely dominant every time they've performed against Rebellion. But we have seen that this season, Rebellion Zion looks different. Day by day, week by week, we have seen their improvements, and today, in week number 3, they're going to look to mimic yesterday's upsets and try and surprise us all.
Now that's the thing, right? What can we expect here in this next upcoming matchup? Rebellion Zion as well as Aura Fire, they're known to play very aggressive in that early stage of the game. Now, are they going to try and headbutt each other in that tone of aggression, or are they going to find a way to maneuver around it? As now we're going to take a look at the keys to victory here by Axe.
Well, first of all, we respect Godiva's Kadira. This is a very classic win condition for any team going up against Aura. We've seen how the Kadira can have such an impact in the previous games, in the previous days. Beware with with Aura's pick-off strategies, and of course shut down Godiva's movement, because without him being active, Aura just loses a lot of momentum. They don't have that main playmaker, and they don't have those surprise plays coming in from Aura. So obviously, it's a lot more predictable, and they can try and counter and shut down Aura. But for the side of Aura here, the keys to victory by Axe against Rebellion Zion is to maximize Godiva's playmaking potential and contest Hyze's Claude or Beatrix. These two heroes have been very prior in the MPL ID so far in Season 10, and they do a lot of work in the mid to late game. And with that, optimize Aura's cheese strategies and win the early objectives in the first 5 minutes, because later on we have seen that when it comes to the First Lord, to those mid-game to late-game situations, Aura has been a lot more solid. The early game is where they need to be very aware of Rebellion Zion turning the tides on them.
Well, you know, for both of these teams, they're actually very early game oriented teams, and that's exactly why I think for the talent prediction by Axe, all three of us on the English desk, we opted to go with Aura Fire. They have looked a little bit more aggressive and better in that early stage of the game compared to Rebellion Zion, who kind of lost their identity in the past few weeks.
You know, it's okay to be aggressive, that's great and all, but to say that Aura Fire is more aggressive and that's why we hitched our bets onto Aura Fire, I think it's better to say that Aura Fire knows what to do with their aggression. They're able to translate it onto the objectives, whereas Rebellion Zion, for time and time again, we see it's just blind aggression. They don't know what to do with it. They are able to get a lot of pickoffs on the board, but then what? It becomes a huge question mark towards their gameplay.
The foresight, the planning, I think is what Rebellion needs to work on. We have mentioned that last week as well, where it's just a classic pattern. They get control in the early game, and then later on, they seem to be confused. They seem to be surprised and caught off guard in that late game situation. We'll have to see if that has been addressed right now as we go into the banning phase by the Samsung Galaxy A-Series. Kadita instantly respect banned, followed by a Valentina from the side of Aura.
While we're in the draft here, perfect timing to talk about what these teams have been opting for in the past 3 weeks of play. Rebellion, they've actually gone for a lot of those, blacklisty compositions, with the ultimate bonding experience being the main kind of gameplay they're trying to replicate with the Mathildas and even the Barats in the jungle, bringing in the Bauman. Up against Ultra Ego, it did work out in the early stage, getting that control. But, like you said, they didn't know what to do with the kills. They didn't know what to do with that early game lead that they got in the mid game. and that's where Aura Fire can really punish Rebellion, because a lot of their compositions actually find their power spikes in the mid stages where Aura are able to just fully punish and end the game. But here you can see Rebellion, they're going for a full respect ban towards Aura Fire, not banning the Faramis, not banning the Valentina, leaving it for Aura Fire.
I think this is justified though, Mirko, because Kadita has been such a driving force for the side of Aura Fire that it's getting a little too much, right? And we've seen the fact that if Godiva wants to play aggressive with the Kadita, she's able to escape rather easily, but force Godiva on different sets of heroes that doesn't have the greatest escape mechanism, and it's easy to punish that aggression, that way of playstyle that Godiva usually is accustomed to. And when we see Aura Fire fail, that's usually when Godiva is not on his signature heroes like that Kadita. I mean, back-to-back MVP yesterday, both on the Kadita, that's gotta be saying something. But now we can see here Aura Fire has opted to ban the Julian, and now we'll see how Rebellion will respond to this.
Dreams was able to perform really well with the Kadita as well yesterday, and the fact that the Kadita has a bit of security in the kit, right, the regen, it just makes it very difficult for any team who wants to match an aggression to try and trade back the kills that Kadita is able to set up for, against you, essentially. So for Aura, they ban the Julian right now, but for Rebellion and Aura, right, I think Rebellion is banning more towards the early game powers, the crowd control, the playmaking, and Aura, they seem to be hitching their bets more on those heroes that can just screw them over in the team fights.
Yeah, Rebellion again. Faramis is open 1-1-2. This is very, very scary.
Fanny as well.
Remember, yeah, Fanny too. So again, guys, Chayat, his main hero in the gold lane when it was in the MDL, when he was playing in the MDL, was the 1-1. So this might be the bait for the Faramis to come out for the 1-1 and maybe possibly the Fanny to be picked up by Aura. Even though they don't have Kabuki. Hi, I've been watching his streams and that's exactly what they go for. Fanny on the hands of Hai. This is, oh dude, I've seen his streams, alright? Obviously, his streams, when he plays ranked games, not the MPL, not MPL level, but his Fanny is solid.
This is looking very scary, but we're looking on screen here onto Facehugger, and he is a man of achievements. MPL ID Season 7, he was actually the analyst of Aura Fire. To Season 8, he was able to place 6th place, and MPL ID Season 9, he was actually able to bring Aura Fire to that 2nd place runner-up position. So you can feel the progress that Aura Fire has had with Facehugger as well. But now, coming back into the draft, we see Rebellion finally pick up the Claude as well as the Matilda once again. So they really are sticking to this, but this is the thing. So Faramis is going to be placed in the mid lane.
Right, that is most likely the case. And honestly, this is a very much more, as we mentioned already, Blacklist-esque approach to the game for Rebellion. It is not typical, but they've been able to make it work. And securing the Claude is great because 1-1 is already in the hands of Aura Fire. We'll have to see the showdown between the gold laners here from both these teams. But for Aura, with that Fanny already there, they take the Lilia as well. So that mid lane presence is going to be very, very difficult unless the Faramis can say something about it.
Very safe pick here in that Lilia for the side of Aura Fire. And note that Rebellion Zion, because they have the Matilda in their roster, they are going to have a chance to be grouped up a lot, especially with the Guiding Wind to go in and go out of those team fights, and that's exactly what Aura Fire can capitalize on. So coming into the 2nd phase of the draft now, the Bauman is going to be banned out, but we have some accomplishments from Chai.
Yeah, 4th place winner in MDL Season 4, 3rd place winner in MDL Season 5, and 2nd place winner in the 515 All-Stars 2022 Indonesia. So it's always been a steady progression up to the top. The improvement from Chayat has definitely been visible through his achievements as he has locked in a comfort hero for himself, that 1-1 being the most banned hero in the MDL when any team were up against Chayat. Now though, we are going to take a look at the junglers, Hai and Fearless. We're going to compare both of these junglers, Arashi.
They seem to be very much assassin-centric in their playstyles, and accomplishments and stat-wise, you can't really argue with Hai, who was the first team jungler last season, and he's on the Fanny. And yes, it's not Kabuki, but he is absolutely a solid assassin player as well, and some people seem to forget that. So against Aura Fire right now, letting them get 1-1 and Fanny, two of the very much respected bans from the team so far. Will that be a mistake though, or will Rebellion have a specific plan? They ban away the Esmeralda here because Aura banned out Phoveus. I think Rebellion has an inkling on what they're trying to get. Obviously, they want Fluffy to be on a very strong laner. They can actually roam around and help with that pressure. And they will ban the Paquito as well. This is a very mobile, very dynamic playmaking hero, and they do not want to deal with it.
Aura Fire needs to be able to secure very strong side laners, right? They need to be able to win those lanes. They already have the 1-1, and now the hero for Fluffy. Esme has been banned away. He does have the option to pick up the Dairoth or the Benedetta like he has before, but it is going to be the Cho pick this time around. Who is going to be playing this?
Should be the Roamer, should be Godiva here on the Cho, but I'm not going to be surprised if it's actually going to be played by Fluffy in that XP lane. Rebellion though, they have a chance to just... that was actually a really good pick for Aura. They know that, you know, if you have a Fanny, if you have a 1-1, something that can counter these two heroes are those lockdown style of heroes. But the thing is, right now, remember, one of the biggest counters towards 1-1 isn't the Phoveus anymore, isn't the Cho or just the Franco.
Diggy.
It's the Diggy, Arashi. We've seen the Diggy being a prio pick in the second phase for a lot of these games as Fearless picks up a Hayabusa. Speaking of Fearless though, he has a few comments. Maybe they're still hiding their strats for Hai's tank jungle, but now Hai's gameplay has become more effective. So with that, he wants to be even more effective than Hai, picking up the Hayabusa and the Ruby, but this does leave Aura Fire open to pick up a Lolita here with her shield. She's going to be able to nullify a whole lot of the Blazing Duet damage.
Ooh. In addition to that, that means that the Cho is going to be in the hands of Fluffy. So that is a very scary hero in the hands of a man who likes making solo plays, who likes winning the duels, and then roaming as well, right? He usually goes from the lane all the way to the mid lane, from his own EXP lane to the mid lane, all the way since minute number 1 or 2. So with the Cho, he can do a lot of impact, and the audience prediction by TikToks really show that Aura Fire has the favor, has the belief of the audience.
Man, that's 91% versus 9%. That's not great. That's not great. I feel a little sad now.
Yeah, but that is your audience prediction by TikTok. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get ready for game number 1 of the first match of the day, the opening match of the day. As we are going to get ready, I want to see everyone spam in the comment section, Aura Fire or Dream Rebellion, as we jump into the Land of Dawn. Through the portal we go. Fearless on the Killing Spree emblem. On the Hayabusa. Yesterday we saw the High and Dry Arashi picked up by kids.
Right, so a different approach, and I think it makes sense depending on how you want to play it, right? The emblems really depend on how you want to play out the game and what exactly you're aiming for. So I guess for Fearless, that is the choice he goes with. We have to see if it is more effective. He will have, in a sense, a bit less strong of a 1v1, but if he is planning on playing with the team and relying on everyone else to just set up and you know, enable him, I think it's okay of a choice, as Fluffy already cuts the wave. He's attempting to go for that early roam.
Yeah, and on that note, on Fearless, he also will have the sustainability to, when it gets dragging, and if he's able to get those kills or even those assists, he will be able to sustain a bit longer than perhaps Aura Fire here, as Hai is on that High and Dry and the Fanny, so they're going to be looking for a lot of pickoffs on the board, and this is already hinting towards the kind of gameplay that both teams are going for. But here, Kai,
oh, 1 HP, still able to pop that regeneration, getting out of harm's way, but Hai's, oh my goodness, the pure aggression with the BMI under the turret, securing first blood and freezing the wave. In the middle lane as well, though, we do see that Suelo is able to flicker in, Facehugger taken down, Fearless on this Hayabusa, picking up a kill, and even in the bottom side, man, it's just trades across the board, and this is what we expected, that early game domination or the early game fights to secure the domination.
now Rebellion Zion is leading in that regard, but once again, I'd like to highlight the fact that, sure, it's great to get those pickoffs on the board, but what can you translate this onto? But now Fluffy here might be caught.
Oh, he does have the flicker here. Shadow kill pop, and there you go. He was saving the flicker just as he sees the shadow kill. He used it to get out, and here we do see a setup onto the turtle, as that's gonna be Suelo jumping into the back lines. Facehugger has the black shoes, will pop it instantly. Godiva with the shield, able to get out. Dyron doesn't have the I'm offended. Aura Fire disengages, and Rebellion take the victory in the early stage of the game.
Well, early on, Rebellion already playing it very, very well. They are able to control the game so far, and for the most part, even when Aura gets a trade on the bottom side, they're able to take out Heist once, but he's able to get a kill as well. So overall, Rebellion Zion is just doing really well in all aspects of the game right now.
Even on the bottom side, right? Like, well, Chai did actually get the steal on that gold buff, but Heist, with that kill lead, it's going to be pretty tough for Chai to actually look for those weakness points. Remember, if Claude brings sprint and he has full stacks, he moves faster than the one who's jumping around.
Yeah, that might actually make a huge difference later on, especially when everyone starts grouping together. But now already more contest is high. Looks for something around the board. The thing is, with the fact that he has the high and dry, he isn't able to particularly get any pickoffs on the board just yet.
High is very good at playing the early game as well, but with the Fanny, he hasn't been able to actually secure as many insane highlight moments as Kabuki. We've come to expect this, but we have to see if that is okay, because Aura Fire, they want to get rolling early on as well. Late game, they do have 1-1 and Lilia, but the Fanny pick will drop in efficiency, so I think they are going to try their best to try and make that work, maybe in the mid game.
They might be looking for a dive here. Luminant Blast on towards Wijanarko, who is able to dash away, but look at the weakness points. Almost everything popped in. High gonna get caught in the circling eagle though, as High gets taken down by Wijanarko. A very good knockout, and that's gonna be Fearless jumping in on the facehugger, forcing the black shoots to come out, and Rebellion winning out of the trades, even winning out of the setup as they push in the mid lane.
I just don't feel that Fanny is one identity with High, but look at this. Fearless forced to use that shadow kill and actually gets taken down by Facehugger there.
Wow, both teams going really, really aggressive here. And so far, the lead is still on Rebellion Zion, but this game is shifting more towards a late game situation. And both teams in the late game, it becomes a matter of setup here. I think overall, though, Rebellion Zion has a bit more of an edge, so I think Aura Fire, they need to play the game with a bit more urgency.
High with a high and dry. We need to see more from his Fanny right now, because as of right now, it is Rebellion controlling the game as Godiva goes in for the stun. Fluffy trying to look for the opportunity, go for the Jikundo. That's going to be the Retribution battle. High winning it out. Dyron, though, doesn't want to stop at that. Goes in for the I'm Offended onto Godiva, the Circling Eagle as well. That's going to be the Cold Ulcer placed, and it will be dropped as Suelo loses all of that Cold Ulcer HP, but they win out in the team fight. And a neutral objective traded in for a kill.
Both teams need to try and get more pressure as far as the turrets are concerned, because with that aggressive playstyle, with them all just ganking and skirmishing like this, the team with less turrets will have less control and less ground to try and make plays with. So if they can actually make a play towards one of the lanes, maybe orchestrate a dive and take out one of these turrets, that's going to be very, very useful in setting up the momentum towards that mid-game 8-minute, 10-minute mark.
Yeah, so far we're gonna see that both teams are battling out, but once again, that bottom side, like you mentioned, Arashi, I think Aura Fire, they're looking for something here. They're looking for an objective, but so far, Rebellion Zion has denied it on all fronts.
Right now, High is just finding it very difficult to try and find reliable targets here. The only real member he has threat against is maybe Highs with some setup, with a stun perhaps from Godiva. Everyone else, they're just a bit too tanky, or they have some outplay available, a CC, a dash, and that is making it very difficult for him to play. And we already mentioned, it doesn't seem like this hero really suits his playstyle, and with a killing spree, I think he needs to go a bit more proactively, but Rebellion Zion, they're playing it really well, and they're making it very difficult by how they're maneuvering and by their draft in the first place.
And even here, it does feel like, Aura Fire, they're making the proactive movements on the map, but they're not really able to push on the pace. Even Fluffy in that XP lane hasn't really been able to do anything, as in the mid lane, he does go for the clear. He is going to be chunked low. Both teams already rotating to the bottom side. High, he's got to be careful, using the BMI to get out of the weakness point range, as Godiva comes in to the stun for Wijanarko. But both teams, again, disengaging, and Aura Fire look for the turtle. This is very uncharacteristic of Aura. They usually go for the fight just all around, but here, they're playing it a little bit more objectively. Let's see, with no Chayat, it's going to be tough for the side of Aura Fire. Rebellion 4v4 right now. Top side getting pushed in. High going to go in for the Retribution. His Fearless comes in, but the way the Dragon brings him out, and the Luminant Blast connects as well, but perfectly timed Cold Ulcer by Suelo, getting him out of harm's way. High jumping in on Suelo with the cables, almost taking him down. Suelo taken low, but High, unable to finish him off, will just back back off with that retribution on the turtle. Basically gonna take it low on by the shadow kill as the MLBB comes in, bringing Godiva back, but the shield is buying, soaking in so much damage. In the end though, it's Swaylo picking up the kill, and they convert on the mid lane objective.
They also have the top lane tower as well, so Rebellion Zion, they're winning in terms of those towers, but Aura Fire was able to take 2 versus 1 turtle so far. But look at this, once again, Aura Fire, they're trying to deny something here, but Rebellion Zion, once again, still being able to be as aggressive as they want to be.
They have a lot more tools, a lot more dashes. They have Fearless, who is able to be a lot more efficient, a lot more dynamic than High on the Fanny. And they also have the Matilda, which allows them to play a lot more aggressively because there is a plan B. There is a backup escape plan as Kite here gets chunked very, very low, and he's not backing away.
Oh, that's too much damage to handle. The flicker by Swaylo to finish the kill off with Vijanarko. Jumping with the circling eagle. Swaylo popping the cold ultra, but blazing duet popped here, zoning High away. Numenon Blast was used, but Rebellion, man, the way they disengage, this is a clean game by Rebellion.
Yeah, they're repairing what they missed yesterday and in their previous matches as well. But now for the side of Aura Fire, the one thing that I wanted to talk about was High. He won Best Jungler last season, and the only thing that I felt was lacking towards him was the fact that he's not as good on the Assassins. But this time around, this season, he's proved to us that he's able to take these Assassins into the jungle position, but not in the way that we expect, let's say, Albert to use the Assassin. He doesn't go in for those kills. He's still the utility. He still is true to his identity. So this time around, on the Fanny, it's not working as well, especially with the emblem that he's opted to use. And it feels like it's backfiring on Aura Fire because they're relying heavily on the pickup potential that the Fanny can have. But so far, because of the CC that Rebellion Zion is also able to have in their arsenal. But wait a minute.
Oh, Fluffy gonna get caught in the I'm Offended, goes in for the backlines, but High jumps in with the blazing duet onto Tide. He's gonna get the kill there, and the cold ultra was placed onto him, so he's safe. High trying to go for the re-engage, but that is the cable management onto Swaylo with the call. Oh my god! Ooh. With the cutthroat, wasn't really able to get the damage done. Vijanarko jumping with the circling eagles. The shadow kill comes through as well. Fearless still getting out, and High's on the Claude. Stand-up performance right now.
It's not working for them. It's not working for them. The fact that they were forcing Godiva on a hero that he's not comfortable with, and now High was also experimenting. It's very difficult to see Aura Fire actually find something. Rebellion Zion now have the upper hand in this next neutral objective, and we'll see what Aura Fire has to say about it.
Oh, High jumping in, getting caught by the Lord knockup. They go for the Lord here. Retribution battle is actually going to be Aura Fire who steals it out, but look at the damage coming through. 2 people taken down already. Tide has a crossbow tank. Will pop it onto Vijanarko, and it's translated over to Dryren, but Dryren's still able to survive for now. High's backing off 2 for 2 in the team fight, but Rebellion come out on top. No, Aura come out on top with the Lord.
Good feed for Kite as well. He's able to get a few more kills on the board and additional to those items. But look at this, Highs is dealing a lot of damage. Godiva might be taken down, but luckily for them, not just yet, as the Lord is on the way and they need all the men advantage they can have.
Wow, that was very, very close there. The retribution from Fearless was just slightly a bit off, and High was able to secure the Lord in that very chaotic fight. So they come out on top on that because of that. And now how they use the Lord will determine how much value they can get. The issue so far is because they usually have a very solid engage tool with Godiva, but when he's on this Lolita, we've seen this again and again. It's just not as proactive or as aggressive as Godiva usually wants to go. So Numenon Blast as well as the other stuns, Rebellion Zion has found it very easy to just dodge away from it and kite back away because they have Matilda. They have a lot more utility when it comes to that mobility. And of course, the Cult Altar is just throwing a wrench in any kind of team fight combo play as actually High gets taken out by Swaylo.
That's a very good take. It's very tough here for the side of Aura Fire to really go for any more turrets because they focused all their resources up top and they left that bottom side to be split pushed in by Fearless. And now this actually creates a space for Rebellion to get that goal lead back, already building back up to a 2.4 thousand goal lead, Eterna.
I love this. I love what's going on right now. We thought that Aura Fire had it with all the history and the statistics that we had, but as you can see here, Rebellion Zion are the ones controlling with a 3,000 gold lead. Now, in terms of item, any disparity between the two?
There's quite a few disparities, and I think you have to highlight, of course, that Highs has the power spike already with the Demon Hunter Sword and the Golden Staff, and any kind of pickoff attempt coming in will be denied by the Wind of Nature, unless Facehugger is the one that makes that play. And on the Lilia, you can't really be picky with who you throw your spells onto, so he is pretty much set in these big team fights, and Fearless, he's just so much far ahead. He has an endless battle as well, so a lot more burst damage, and he's been putting it to great use if you compare it to High, who has the Haptoses, but he's been unable to actually get any pickoffs. He has the anti-Q rush for that mid-game to late game, so he won't be as squishy, but overall, the Aura Fire, they seem to be lacking a bit of damage here. They're unable to secure the kills, and it's not just the damage, it's because of the Blazing Duet from Highs.
Oh, Blazing Duet there. Tide still having the Wind of Nature, getting Highs there, punishing him, but that's gonna be the Cold Ultra pop. Fluffy looking for Jikundo onto Dyron. Will time it properly here onto Dyron, but it's not connects and it actually cancels away. They do not blast. High jumps in onto Fearless, but a Shadow Kill is still there. He goes in onto 4 members, able to dash out with the helm of the Quad Shadow, but he actually is back there, and he is gonna get taken down. Godiva with the stun, and the damage coming through from Giant as he jumps into that back line. Swalo taken low. Fluffy gonna be able to help him to get the shutdown. Achilles be picked up. Giant with a crossbow tang, picking up a double kill, and she's looking for more onto Dyron. Dyron's very, very low, still able to dash away. Giant looking for the chase. High coming in to save the day as well, and Dyron falls. It's a 3-for-1.
Wow, 3-4-1 trade as of right now. Swalo trying to do what he can, but unfortunately with the disadvantage, he's not going to be able to amount to much. And this is interesting because now Aura Fire have actually been able to equalize on that gold economy and even take it a little bit further than Rebellion Zion. 2 moments was all it took, but look at this, Swalo also gets taken down right before this Lord.
Rebellion Zion, they cannot play alone like that. They do their best work when they're as a team. When they're 1-by-1, that allows Aura Fire to get the picks that they desperately wanted since the early game. And early in that fight, I think the issue was the Cult Altar was popped quite late, and Highs got taken out. Here's a replay by the Samsung Galaxy A-Series. This is later on in that fight already, as the fight continues here, and Swalo, despite the best attempts to actually do enough damage, a lot of the members from Aura are able to survive, and of course Kite is full HP and just hitting away at their members. Highs, again, was taken out early on in that fight, and that cannot happen for Rebellion Zion.
I mean, so far, we see a 1v1 situation here on the bottom side. Let's see how this actually pans out, Mirko.
Oh, I don't know about this. Fearless doesn't have the Shadow Kill. Jumps in with the Quad Shadow, almost getting it. High gets a solo kill. There was no help from Facehugger. Even though he put the Angry Blooms, no damage was placed just yet. So 1v1 High, scraping that victory.
Fearless here goes for the BOD as well. It's an absolutely solid burst damage build. And going up against a 1-1, right? You do want to get the damage out as fast as possible. So he has a lot of threat right now, but Aura are playing with the Lord, and Fearless won't be up for another 16 seconds.
No, they don't have the mid lane push. They are going to go for the 5-man up top with Fluffy clearing out the mid lane. Now, top side base turret taken down. Rebellion do not have Fearless. 3 seconds, they will have him for a big team fight. Will Aura Fire still be in the vicinity to look for a fight, though? It doesn't seem like they do want to go for this, but Godiva gets pulled twice by the I'm Offended and by the Shadow Stampede. Aura Fire finally disengaging, knowing that they got what the Lord was worth with that topside base turret.
Aura Fire now, interestingly enough, 3,000 gold lead. So they've taken the momentum back into their hands and actually now denying these buffs away from Rebellion. But it does seem like there was and wanted to be a contest by the side of Rebellion Zion, and Aura High here playing a very risky game there in that jungle.
Wait, Arashi, is he building tank? Why is the Spanish so tanky?
He has an anti-Cuirass at this point. I didn't see if he's built any additional tanking items right now, but it makes sense, right? He has the core damage items that allows him to burst down the, the core members like Highs or Fearless, and then he just transitions into this fighter build where he can be tanky enough that he won't be bursted down instantly, and he can be just a complete nuisance with his mobility. It makes a lot of sense, and it's working out so far.
Oh, it seems like Aura Fire, they might be setting up for something right now. And when you were talking about damage, I felt like Rebellion Zion was lacking damage. It does seem like they were opting for a double support meta, but look at the sandwich come to play.
Fluffy with the predictions, with the Jikundo flicker onto the last Quad Shadow. But I'm Offended, connecting all the 3 members. The Blazing Duet dealing so much damage onto the front liners, and Giant taking low. Now it's going to be Highs who gets silenced in. Wind of Nature pop, but Swalo picks up the kill. Now it's going to be High jumping into the Highs, has the immortality there, but will be popped in that fight. Godiva trying to disengage. It's 2-for-1 for Aura Fire, but Diamond goes again for I'm Offended, getting the immortality of Godiva, and Facehugger falls as well. Godiva's gonna fall, and even the high, his recall was cancelled away by Regen Narco. They're gonna go for a few more kills. Fluffy getting out, but the immortality there was popped in by Swalo's first ability. They're looking for the kill. Godiva with the shield coming in as the way the dragon comes through. Fluffy trying to run, gets slain. They might even go for one more, but they disengage. A 3-for-2 in the fight.
Man, just when you thought that Aura Fire had the upper hand, it's Rebellion Zion being able to put up a fight, and even with the favorable trade, now they are able to convert this onto an objective in that mid side. But look at this, Hai gets caught with that I'm Offended by Tyrant.
His cable management isn't nearly as good as Kabuki, but he is making it work somehow. He is a complete nuisance, but Rebellion Zion, if they ignore him long enough, since he's not building full tank, they can afford to just let him spin around for a bit as long as they get the pickoffs onto Kaid or Facehugger. That will allow them to out-DPS the rest of Aura Fire, and that is the problem right now. Aura Fire, they can't be picky with who they choose, and Rebellion Zion in this late game can group up together, and they have no issues with the Cult Altar.
Oh, this is the Evolved Lord. I'm Offended again, and that's gonna be the damage. Blazing Duet combo, but a 2-man, 3-man, 4-man Numenon Blast actually by Godiva. It seals the deal. Again, resetting the Lord, that was the play they need. Buffy goes in for the way the dragon, but it's suddenly cancelled out by Dyron. Both teams still playing around the Lord as Godiva jumps in with a stun. High still able to get out with a BMI, but I'm Offended connecting again. Fearless jumping with the quad shadow. High wants to go for the Retribution. 9,000 HP on the Lord, but High does not want to give him a chance. He goes for Fearless. He takes the Retribution, and they go on to Dyron. This is Aura Fire coming in and looking for that comeback play. Dyron losing a crossbow tag, giving it over to Chide to translate it over to Regen Narco. Highs with a Blazing Duet, trying to save the game, but look at High in the back line. He has the immortality. He goes for it right here as actually the Godiva stunning Highs up. They look for the base, and it's going to be game 1 secured by Aura Fire.
What initially felt like a very equal game between Rebellion as well as Aura Fire ended up Aura Fire winning it out. And I gotta say, that last team fight was a huge mistake by Rebellion Zion. Why did they extend? Why did they overextend in that Lord Pit? They wasted so many resources. So many ultimates were wasted, and Aura Fire still had all those ultimates up for them to use. And knowing that, they were able to come out on top on an extended team fight, which Rebellion Zion overextended in.
That was down to the wire, man. High though, we said so much about his Fanny being lackluster, not being okay, but as you mentioned, Mirko, he's just so tanky unexpectedly, and he's soaking a lot of attention. And in that last fight, he was out of the fight initially. Rebellion thought he was already a no factor, but he comes back in, he takes out the jungler from Rebellion, and he secures the Lord. That was such well-played moments from Aura. And once they fight, it's no longer in those combo areas, right? When it becomes multiple skirmishes, as always, Aura just excel, and with the increase, with the better mobility from the 1-1, from the Cho as well, they're just able to run down Rebellion Zion and use that momentum to completely end the game. That is just clean, dude.
Super clean by Aura Fire. They were very patient up until that last fight, and Rebellion Zion, they made a mistake, man. I feel like Rebellion Zion could have taken that game.
It was very close. I think it was just down to the smaller moments. Rebellion, they just needed to make sure that everything, the execution was on point, because otherwise, again, when the fights just keep starting and stopping, Aura Fire has a lot more flexibility because they are not ultimately reliant on a Blazing Duet or Cult Altar the same way that Rebellion is.
Exactly.
That's so tough though, Eterna and Arashi.
Frustrated.
It's the same problem that Rebellion have had since Season 8. So this has been going on for 3 seasons now. Getting that early lead, winning it out. But Aura, without Kabuki, they're still going to be able to get Fanny that first win. Usually, with Kabuki, they get those wins. It's still sitting at 100% win Season 9. But here, in the Season 10, he's actually sitting at a 0% win rate on Fanny, and High picks up that 100% here.
And I was like, bro.
That was interesting.
I was like, bro, Fanny on High, not the best combo that we'd expect.
Good in the early stage.
But that's exactly what he went for. Exactly the same. But because he was going for the utility, he was able to bait out the resources. But why did he pick up that High and Dry emblem?
I think when it comes down to it,
because his name is High.
Okay.
Lamau.
Fair enough.
Right, that makes sense. But I think when it comes down to it, he is going to be in a lot of duels. He's going to be trying like split push and go for the 1v1s. It did play a part when he was 1v1 up against Fearless in the bottom lane earlier, right? So I think it makes sense. An assassin with high and dry allows him to be a lot more aggressive. Overall, though, as you can see, Athena as well as the Antikyras and the Rose Gold.
So still high.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
Still
high. So that's why he wants the extra damage from the high and dry, because he's gonna go for kind of a semi-tank, right?
Yeah.
Because he has the Blade of Heptases, but he's literally playing as an assassin, Arashi. He doesn't go for the standard. He goes for the Heptases and Malefic Roar. So penetration.
Exactly, and for squishier members like Swalo, like Highs, it is enough, right? We saw that Fearless got taken out, he wasn't ready at all. And after that, it's just clean playmaking. Weird is mentioned that when the game goes longer and longer, there is a 1-1 and a Lilia on the side of Aura Fire. So trading back and forth, we saw this being a pattern, right? When teams just keep trading kills, it seems even, but the team with the better late game, the team with more flexibility, that's not combo reliant, they have more options to play around with, and Aura Fire just demonstrated that again today against Rebellion Zion. And looking at the cards right now, Kite in his debut is the rich guy, so no complaints there, but Swalo on a Faramis that is usually more well known for utility is actually the carry. That's a lot of damage, and he was playing it extremely aggressive all the way since the beginning of the game.
That was my big question. With that double support meta, did they have enough damage? And it turns out the answer is yes. But this is your MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series. It's gonna be Facehugger this time around. Godiva, sit down for this time around, because Lilia was just a low-key source of support for that team.
Yeah.
Be able to dish out the damage, nothing too flashy, but always reliable and always consistent.
He was the highlighted player in the pre-match video. And this is exactly why. He's not flashy, but he gets the job done. 630 GPM, KP, KDA. Nothing too impressive, Arashi, but it just works because he is able to play the Lilia so efficiently.
Right, so here's the highlights here. And honestly, considering the fact that Facehugger has the black shoes, he is, if you notice, he's not the main target. They've always been jumping onto Kaid as well as the rest. And Facehugger, he has a lot more space to actually throw out all the spells. And knowing that Lilia in the late game does a lot of damage, maybe that is something that Rebellion needs to actually take into consideration. Because when the fights are messy and clumped up, the way Rebellion Zion wants to play it, they are susceptible to just getting bursted down at the same time. Of course, Kite here goes for the chase, but they'll be able, members from Rebellion Zion will be able to escape. And then again, that's just the story here. Aura Fire. Godiva hasn't been able to do the pick-off play, but in these team fights, we've seen several high-value Numenon blasts, despite the fact that Rebellion Zion has a lot of crowd control as well. This is also that last final fight where High gets the Lord, and with the increased mobility, you can see the Kite as well as Fluffy. They just make plays here, and the crowd control usage from the side of Aura Fire is just so good, man. They have limited amounts, a lot less than the side of Rebellion Zion, but they use it at the right time, at the right people. I think that is what makes Aura Fire stand out really well when the skirmishes get messy, because that is where you would usually get confused. Okay, there's so many targets here, who do I go for? But they find the right ones and they make it work.
Yeah, their main winning condition for the side of Aura Fire was to bait out those valuable resources. And when they did, you saw them win those team fights. So
yeah.
I'm just still so baffled by that last team fight that I feel like Rebellion Zion, they need to repair that. They need to know their strength. They need to know their weakness. They need to know when to commit and when not to. Because if they went back in that team fight, I feel like they could have prolonged it even more and maybe win it and find their own momentum later on in the game.
They had pressure on that lore. They had a better setup too, but they were the ones that were desperate. You know, usually when we see a losing team up against a winning team in terms of setup, it's a losing team that has to get desperate, has to force the fights. But it was Rebellion who was trying to force the fights. It was Rebellion who was desperate in that position, and you can see how Aura were able to use that hesitance from the side of Rebellion to take over the team fight.
Absolutely. I think for Aura, what happened I think there was that High was actually going in very aggressively, and so it makes it seem very aggressive, and even though he is forced to go back to base, at that point they use the Cult Altar as well. So now Rebellion, they are forced to commit, right? So they force the fight, quote unquote, and then from there on, Aura just take advantage of that. So it's a bit of a forced error, you can say, but Rebellion, they need to be a bit more vigilant in watching out for those tricky, crafty plays from Aura Fire, because that is exactly what they like doing.
That's exactly what High was always built for.
Cheese.
Exactly.
It's in the wind conditions. Watch out for the cheese strats.
Exactly. So I find it surprising that up until this day, Rebellion Zion has not picked up on that.
Yeah, it's getting really scary here, and there's one thing that I am questioning. You know, I this is the question that I have for Rebellion since day number 1. Where's Jisa?
Right.
Everyone has played except for Jisa. Even Chayat, right? A man from MDL stepping in to replace Kabuki, but in the Rebellion roster, they've swapped in Val. They've swapped in they've swapped in Val. That's a core member. But Jisa hasn't gotten any playtime at all.
And take a look at the game recap here though. The impact players, Swalo and Facehugger, one providing that cult altar and still being the carry, the highest damage in that game. And Facehugger, despite being on the Lilia, you mentioned that he is very much a assist machine, right? He has one of the higher assists for that mid lane. And you can see, even on the Lilia, with the spammable spells, he wasn't focusing on doing a lot of damage. He was very much utility and still setting up for the team overall. So make from that what you will, but it's been working, and he was the MVP, and he played a huge role in Aura being able to come back essentially in that first game. So we'll have to see. Back to the drawing board for both coaches. Do they want to go with something different? Do they want to amend something small, or do they want to just throw out the same strategy or change it up completely?
That's the question here, because even in terms of drafting, I didn't feel like Rebellion Zion was lacking. Did you guys think that there was something wrong with their draft?
No, I agree. I think the draft was actually pretty solid for Rebellion. The execution, though, again, they had their early game. They had it. It's you know, at this point, every single game almost, Rebellion, they have the early game. But Fluffy, he's a sandbag, all right? He's number 1 highest, 1.5 million
Fluffy.
Total damn, that's a whole lot of damage,
He's
man.
in the millions,
He
man.
doesn't look beat up, even though he has the most damage taken, though. So I guess that's a good thing, right?
I think it also comes down to the fact that he likes being involved in a lot of these fights. You know, he roams again and again, he cuts waves, he draws attention, right? With how aggressive he's playing in the lane, not even when he's not cutting, he's going for 1v1s. It makes sense that people will try and come and stop him, and he's able to usually avoid getting picked off, and he gets to very low HP. So I think that's also partially why his damage taken is so high.
In addition to that, remember that Godiva doesn't usually play those frontline tanks, so who else is left to absorb all that damage if, let's say, Godiva's on the Kadita? Definitely not the Kadita, so the front line usually is going to be either high on those tank jungles or fluffy, and hence just such an immense amount of damage on those stats here. But now Rebellion Zion coming into game number 2 here, Aura Fire has the chance to just push this 2-0. I do hope that they repair these little mistakes, because everything was great from Rebellion Zion. They were leading. They were even able to, you know, move on that from their pickoffs onto those objectives. Like we saw, they were able to get those trade-offs in the towers and even on the turtles. But just that last team fight, that last moment, that last crucial moment that Aura Fire was able to capitalize on.
At this point, right, it does feel repetitive, but it is because it is repetitive, Arashi. Rebellion always got that early game lead against almost every single team, right? In Season 9, they were able to get the early game lead against RRQ. But their main problem is they don't know how to utilize that gold lead, how to transition those kills over, those neutral objectives over to turrets, to secure map pressure, to play in enemy jungle. It feels like they are still very messy when we get into that mid stage, especially the late stage of the game. And that's what actually became the biggest factor as to why they lost, as to why Aura were able to come back.
So can you say that Rebellion Zion's ultimate weakness is macro?
I think they have a lot of advantage when it comes to planning, right? They seem to have a good plan as far as the early game is concerned, and even the late game. If you saw their composition early on, it was able to avoid from most of the aggression from Aura Fire, and in the late game, they have a good teamfight composition. They can use the Cult Altar. If, as Eterna mentioned, if they backed away, they can abuse that Cult Altar to clear the Lord. And essentially, it's not bad. You know, they were still very, very strong in that late game. It's just the execution, right? So the plans are cool, but when it comes to those split-second decisions, when they have to make the calls right there and then, I think they are just still lacking and they are just inexperienced. I think it gets better with time because Aura has them completely beat in that department.
Well, let's see here as we enter the draft of game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, still of match 1. Aura Fire going for the 1-1 and the Franco this time around. So they're still trying to bait out that Fanny, Arashi. They still want that Fanny pick as they have, removed one of the counters, the Franco. Rebellion, though, they go for the Kadita. Last game, they went for the Beatrix next. But here, I don't know if you want to let Valentina and Faramis open. I think Rebellion will be forced to actually go for some of the prio bands, like the Fanny, like the Valentina, perhaps even the Faramis here. But trade in the Valentina and Faramis, I think. Don't go for the bands here, because Aura, I don't think they're going to go for any of those first pick bands. It is the Faramis, though. Still,
it is a Faramis. But I think Aura, they might be planning on picking up the Beatrix instead, because they do ban out the 1-1, right? So the other option that stands out is either the Claude or the Beatrix, and we have spoken extensively about how broken the Beatrix damage is and how the flexibility doesn't really make any sense. So they ban out the Valentina right now, and Rebellion, they are forced to choose between the Beatrix and the Fanny.
What about the Akai?
Oh, yeah, the Akai as well. That is a very solid option, especially in the hands of Hai. We have seen that this man understands very well how to play those tankier utility junglers in in the early game.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. They do have the option to do that, but I think Rebellion should just let it go.
Right now, Valentina was banned out. Akai
is banned out.
There you go. Fanny first pick might just be
Beatrix.
it. I think it's going to be the Fanny here, Again, the most banned hero in Season 10 has been the Fanny, but no, they don't go for the Fanny. Or the Beatrix. They actually go for the Eve.
What?
Wow, alright. But, on that note, Arashi, we do have a comment from Kolius, my brother, because he has the same hairstyle and hair color.
Basically. So, 5 power or 5 member from Aura is very strong in terms of the players via the YouTube channel of Jonathan Liandi, Empatalk, I believe, right? Empa Show. And again, it makes sense. Every single member from the set of Aura Fire have their own standout moments, which is why it's so difficult for you to go up against them, because you don't know who to target. If you target the gold lane too much, Kabuki or Kaid, then Fluffy can take over the game. If you target Fluffy or Facehugger even, then the gold lane, then Kabuki or Kaid here can just pop off.
They're like the Hydra, right? You cut one head off, another one pops up, 2 pops up in its place. So Rebellion, Beatrix picked up with the Esme. So again, these 2 picks, we've seen it before. Esmeralda, fun little fact, Eterna. Esmeralda is still the #1 most picked hero in Season 10.
Yeah, because of how resourceful she is. You can use the Esmeralda to win those lanes, obviously in that lane matchup in the EXP lane, and you can even use it in team fights. So it's not as strong as a Tamus in the 1v1, but later on it pays off more because of the impact that the Esmeralda can have in later on team fights. But Aura Fire once again picking up the Fanny and the Dyroth this time around, so just straight countering the Esmeralda here from Rebellion Zion.
This is Fluffy's Dyroth though, less roam but very much kill pressure in that lane. So there's a lot of issues for Dyron to deal with in that lane. Will that be a problem? Because for Aura, we've mentioned how much they enjoy playing for those side lanes, right? They get mid pressure and they just pound on one side lane and take control over the game from one of those lanes into the jungle. So for the side of Rebellion, Dyron will be at a disadvantage. Will they try and draft some aggressive early game jungler or roamer to try and compensate for the quote-unquote losing lane?
My note only is like, please don't give Aura Fire 2 winning lanes, because that's disaster.
Oh, I mean, they picked up both of the side lanes already, and that basically just enables Aura to do whatever they want in terms of the counter picks, right? And they go for the pick onto Dyron. I mean, this could actually go to the hands of Bigetron Alpha as well, so we don't really know just yet. It's a good flex pick. But yeah, Eterna, I agree. Giving away those winning lanes towards Aura, especially onto the hands of someone like Fluffy, is going to be very dangerous. Speaking of Fluffy though, #1 average damage taken, Arashi, compared to Dyron, who's sitting at #7.
Right, the stats will benefit Fluffy a lot because this guy has been standing out, man. I think from when we first saw him, he's standing out, not standing up right now. But he has been eye-catchy. He has a lot of flashy moments, and I think what's so impressive is that he knows when to go for those solo moments and claim all the glory, and he knows where his impact in the team fight is required for his team to get success, and he can make those selfless plays as well. the balance in his decision making is what makes him such a fearsome player to go up against.
Well, we'll see here from the bands. Rebellion is trying to take away the picks that can actually be a problem for the Beatrix, but there's one hero that is a big problem for Beatrix that hasn't been banned out. It's actually the Popol and Koopa, and I think this works. The Popol and Koopa works so well with this composition, right? Single target damage to just go for poke, and most importantly, cover. You can cover your Eve with Popol. You just play behind with the Eve together, and it's going to be so tough for anyone to really dive on towards the Eve. So right now, Chide, he is going to have a chance to pick up a hero, but Eterna, it seems like he has something to say about Rebellion.
Oh, for a Rebellion, keep fighting. Fearless have a high mechanic, make every team must watch on him. Okay, so basically he means that Fearless has...
He's good.
He's good.
He's good at the game.
And like people need to watch out for his skills.
I mean, he's proven it in the previous game. That Hayabusa was scary, man. And he just knows when to go in and who to target. Rebellion, though, they pick up the Savior. So they have a very good front-to-back composition right now. But overall, in the fights here, the Eve can make sure that effectively the Beatrix and the Savior won't be able to make a lot of impact. So I think for Rebellion, so far, right, they need to try and focus more on the mid lane. Because I think if the Eve gets shut down, if Facehugger doesn't have any damage at all and isn't a threat, Rebellion can ignore the real manipulation and do a lot of work with the Savior and Beatrix.
Oh, there you go. The response, Eterna.
Yeah.
You really like that response, the Claude pickup on the hands of Chayat, but you know, now it will work. You're up against a backline that's so vulnerable, and okay, no.
There you go.
Oh, there's so much damage. There's so much damage.
An anti-CC, bro.
Yeah, oh dude, oh my god, there's so much damage. I don't know how Xavier's gonna survive in this game.
Because the thing is, Aura Fire, they're going in for full dive, full aggression, full damage, and they were betting on the fact that this Ruby could try and hinder that, but now that Aura Fire has also picked up the Martis, who's basically immune to CC, that kind of hinders their initial plan. So Rebellion Zion, how are they going to close off their draft?
Right now, they need either a roamer. No. They need
a jungler.
A jungler.
Yeah.
Which is very difficult because early on we talked about
Balman's banned.
Yeah.
Wait, hang on. Is this Esme
jungle?
I was gonna say it earlier, like, we were talking about Esmeralda being popular. Yeah, but it can be used in the jungle as well. Hai has shown that, haha. But now, Rebellion is trying to use that against, using their own weapons against them.
Okay.
That is risk.
It's brave. It's courageous. I like it.
I really like the Phoveus pick. The Phoveus pick was brilliant because they already picked up an Esmeralda, so it was going to be left open because they thought that, yeah, no way Esmeralda goes in the jungle, but, hey, Uno reverse card. I can do it too high. That's what Fearless said.
I was thinking that, could it possibly be that Rebellion wants to go for like a Kufra in the jungle? Same way Hai does? Because honestly, there's just so much mobility coming in from the side of Aura Fire. I think anything that can punish dashes will make sense. I wasn't thinking of the Phoveus though, and that, as you mentioned, Mirko, I think it's a very good pick. But the planning for Rebellion is still very much solid.
Well, I need to let's just jump into the game, man, because there's so many crazy picks. Martis in the roam position, Esmeralda in the jungle. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, hashtag Aura Fire or hashtag Dream Rebellion in the chat. Support your team here as we jump in to the Land of Dawn. Fearless on the Esmeralda, actually gonna be able to clear faster than Hai.
Yeah, we can see Godiva on the Martis. This was his signature pick last season, so take away the Kadita and let's bring out the Martis is exactly what he's going for. And sorry, I'm getting a little focusing on his skin. It's reminding me of Magic Chess. I'm sorry.
I see.
This Magic Chess skin.
It's kind of getting distracted.
I'm getting distracted, guys.
But for Fluffy though, this matchup that was very dominant for him against an Esmeralda, now it's a Phoveus, which is not as straightforward, but Aura here making the aggressive moves in the mid lane.
Oh, I don't know about this. Yeah, Hai is actually going to be forced back, and Fearless picks up an early lead to the game. He already has a Demon Slayer, so getting that extra Lethal Wanderer, clearing out faster, will have a significantly better time getting to level 4 faster than Hai.
In theory, from the composition that both teams have brought to the table here in game number 2, I feel like Aura Fire should be able to utilize the momentum that they have, the early game aggression, understanding that not all of them are reliant on that level 4 power spike. But now you can see here, top side, actually, Rebellion, Zion with Fearless as well as Dyron are going to be able to take first blood here onto Fluffy.
We just talked about Fluffy being so aggressive in the lane, taking a lot of damage. That is exactly what happens yet again. He will lose a wave even, so Dyron will be very dynamic. He will be having a lot of advantage here, and that is not the man you want to have at the lead.
But already some history changes here. Fun fact by Grab, from the 4 times that Aura Fire as well as Rebellion Zion have met, Rebellion has not been able to win a single game. A single game, not a single match. So if Rebellion Zion can actually take this game, that's going to be different for history. And once again, Rebellion Zion with the early pressure.
High gonna get caught in the Dawning Light. Brought back. Demonic Force there by Dyron. With a jump go. What the heck? He brings 2 members back with the I'm Offended. Godiva still able to run away with a real world inflation. Catching Dyron. Still with the Demonic Force. Is able to look for his rage. As Fluffy jumps in here. Doesn't have the Abyssal Strike. There you go. Uses it to secure the purple buff. But no damage onto the members of Rebellion. It's a 2-for-1.
Wow. It's a great performance from Rebellion here. Again, the early game planning, the early game execution is always so good. They see opportunities and they always capitalize. And then later on, though, that is where they struggle. High here, his cables, right? It's not bad, but there have been moments, critical moments, where he's been unable to land those cables, and that has costed him dearly, man.
It's going to be really tough. And High's using the viewer's passion onto the lane, getting himself some pressure, and he's going to use the pressure onto Godiva straight away here, going for the render shot too, but Godiva gets out. And again, I do want to mention this matchup, Beatrix versus Claude. Beatrix actually wins it out, especially now that Rebellion has so much map control. They can just keep on going bottom side, enabling the Beatrix to snowball even more.
And you can see that's exactly what they're going for. Rebellion Zion not allowing Kai to breathe at all. With Narco always just that constant pressure onto him, but Godiva might be able to change something around. Kite is able to clear those lanes at least, so he won't be too far behind on that farm.
Dyron here is just, he's just chilling. He doesn't do anything too crazy. He's allowing Fearless to come in for the ganks because it is a utility jungler. So when the lanes are pushing, it's not necessarily a bad thing for Rebellion Zion unless an objective is to be contested, but Swalo here gets jumped on.
And Zay Fearless with the falling Samuel, able to lock 2 members in place as High is taken low to Dawning Light. Oh my god. It gets the shield and that's it. But Rebellion, whoa, solo kill up top. As Fearless goes for the invade, he is going to be able to secure that purple buff. Top side, it was traded. Dyron diving all the way into the turret, but it does give the pressure over to Rebellion to secure the turtle. Again, very similar to game number 1. We will see though, they need to hold on to the lead once we get into that mid stage.
I believe.
I believe.
Come on, Rebellion Zion. Okay, so the turtle slain already by the Samsung Galaxy A series. So this is going to be the second turtle that Rebellion Zion is able to get without contest from the side of Aura Fire whatsoever. The thing is, in game number 1, we saw Aura Fire being able to be very patient, wait till they reach their power spike. So in game number 2 here, is there a particular power spike that we need to look out for Aura Fire?
For Aura Fire, they need a strong blazing duet for sure. And once Facehugger has 1 or 2 items, especially the Ice Queen's wand, they have a lot more utility. Because thus far, as you can see, right, Fearless as well as everyone else, they can just do whatever they want because there's no crowd control, no hard crowd control from the side of Aura Fire.
Oh, and there you go. Fearless diving deep, almost getting the kill, forcing the flicker out of the Martis now, and even forcing the real world inflation to be used at the bottom side as they go for the dive onto Tide, who's still able to outplay right here with the blazing duet, turning it back, but no kills on the board for Aura. He survives, and that's it. Most probably because he didn't have the golden staff yet.
Well, looking at the items right now for the side of Rebellion Zion, Clock of Destinies for both Phobius and Xavier. They have a very solid late game, and Facehugger has the Enchanted Talisman, and he has the magical, the Tough Boots, right, that allows him to withstand a bit more of the damage. The DAHS is completed for Kaid, but he will require that golden staff to have just an extra bit of more damage that he would need to try and burst down the backline of Rebellion Zion.
Fearless is being so relentless, and he's only been able to get that Enchanted Talisman. Imagine with what he can do with more items, but look at this High. We'll go aggressive onto Highs here. It does seem like Rebellion Zion, they want this turret.
And they will get it. Dyron taking a turret, even jumping into that back line, just providing space for his team to get more pressure on the map. And they move over to that bottom side. Now that they have the mid turret, Arashi, they can just play for the turtle, you know, pushing the bottom side, pushing that mid lane, and it's going to be really tough for Aurafire to actually go for the contest here.
They can take it one step further and use the turtle to bait Aurafire and fight in the jungles. In those confined spaces, any kind of ultimate, Nibiru's Passion, any kind of Falling Star Moon, any kind of I'm Offended can land!
Oh, just as you say it, and even High is getting the render shot. Godiva, unfortunately for Rebellion Zion, is still able to survive that one. But again, a turn of 3 turtles, no contest, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
That was just nasty, nasty combo by Rebellion Zion. I'm Offended landing, plus the Dawning Light, and even the render shot. It's just, that's what they have in their arsenal. Whereas Aurafire, what kind of CC do they have other than the real-world manipulation slows?
They don't have a lot, that's the problem. They rely on the burst element of their composition to try and outmaneuver and outpace Rebellion Zion. With that being said though, fighting in the jungle will be very, very dangerous for them. Again, because there's so many AoE damage, there's so many crowd control elements on the side of Rebellion Zion.
Fearless, way too aggressive there, but Fluffy gets brought into the team. That was a shutdown, though. No, it wasn't. It was only 2 kills that Fearless had, so it's kind of still alright for Rebellion Zion. They do lose out on the jungler, but Aurafire still in the game. Gotta be careful, Rebellion. Do not make the same mistake they made in game 1 if they want to close this game off.
It only takes 1 or 2 moments for Aurafire to bring it back. With a 3,000 gold lead, it's easy to come back from it. So I do agree with you there, Miracle. They need to be disciplined, stay patient, understand, have the eyes on the prize. But Wijinarko here goes in.
Oh, Chai gonna get caught in the I'm Offended. Dawning Light not connecting there. As High is able to clear out the waves, but man, gets damaged, gets poked down by High. So much damage output already from the Beatrix. You can expect the heads of Aurafire to fall, but you can also expect to get rid of all your dandruff and all of your problems with your hair, because with the Head and Shoulders, you guys can just have fluffy hair, just like Fluffy.
Just like Fluffy. And for Rebellion Zion, the late game here looks a lot more solid for them. They have a lot of poke, a lot of CC as well, so they can stop dives and they can engage and combo Aurafire as well. So they are not as limited as in game number 1, where the Cult Altar is very much make or break for them, right? They can take it slow, they can poke down Aurafire and not force anything. And even if Aurafire, they're thinking, we can't just stay here and take poke just like that, just like Godiva has been chunked like that, then they can try and, maybe they'll try and go and force a fight, but Rebellion Zion, they have so much CC they can just put on the ground to just stop that dive.
Is it a different case to game number 1 here, Arashi? Are Rebellion Zion not reliant on their ultimates this time around?
Not as much for sure. I mean, they have a lot more spells, a lot more CC that is not part of any ultimate. So, yes, I'm Offended will be critical, but the Donor Wolf King will be enough to just delay Aurafire enough for Highs as well as Raylo to just maybe kite back or even set up combos of their own. That is why it's so dangerous.
Oh, on the top side, Godiva able to use that anti-CC really, really well, dashing out to safety. Rebellion Zion, again, deja vu to game 1. Do not go for the forced fights. They have pressure here though, and High is at the bottom side. So it is an uncontested Lord presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, secured by Rebellion.
I think right now,
4,000 gold lead, Arashi.
Aurafire, I think it's best if they go and try and go for a split push, because they have advantage, as we mentioned, in mobility, right? So maybe they have to try and use that instead, because as far as team fights, as far as combos go, their composition isn't nearly good enough to try and contest Rebellion Zion, especially when the objectives are up, like the Lord, like the Turtle.
Even here, like, it's just getting really tough, Eternal. Like you mentioned, 4,000 gold lead. Does Aurafire even have a chance to win team fights? Well, just as we mentioned it, they baited out a few abilities, and High gets sniped down by the Dawning Light in the mid lane. Rebellion looking for an upset and looking to change the course of history right now, as Fearless channels in that Falling Star Moon, charging it up, but they will not use it to engage just yet. Just using it to zone away the members of the Mystic Field. Is going to be able to catch Godiva. Tide getting sniped down by Highs. The brilliant, brilliant render shot as Facehugger's going to get caught by the I'm Offended. Getting taken out by Highs as he flickers in with the Wesker. Rebellion Zion now up to a 7,000 gold lead.
Oh my god, and now Godiva goes in for a 1v5 situation, buys a bit of time with that flicker.
Oh.
But Hai gets obliterated here.
Fluffy's still able to jump in, but oh my god, that damage from Highs! 5 seconds on Tide, that's 1 minion, and Highs will be able to clear out the game, securing their first ever victory in a game against Aura Fire.
Finally, they've broken their loss streak. Rebellion Zion, they've done it, equalizing 1-1, forcing a game number 3 against Aura Fire, second in the standings.
Rules are meant to be broken, man, and this season,
I love it.
The season of upsets, it has not disappointed. Today, we see yet again another upset. Rebellion Zion finally getting their vindication against Aura Fire. It is now a best of 1, and they have a real chance of actually upsetting the odds.
I mean, even if they fall short, let's say Aura Fire wins game number 3, they've already progressed.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Improvement, definitely. And honestly, that game, that final pick, last pick Phobius, I think that sealed the deal for Rebellion. That was such a good pick. I didn't even think about it because usually when we see Esmeralda, it's almost a guarantee that it'll go to the XP lane, right? The fact that Coach Chico utilized that, knowing that Aura are probably thinking the same thing, you know what, let's just go for the Phobius. Let's put the Esmeralda in the jungle. Uno reverse card. You did it to another team. We're going to do it to you.
We've spoken about how they've tried the ultimate bonding experience strategies, and now they have tried the quote-unquote Aura strategy as well. They seem to be a team that's just able to copy the best weapons from their opposing teams. It just shows how flexible they are and how creative, creative Chico is. Coach Chico is, considering it's still, he's just copying strats, being able to apply it, right, the same way other teams have been able to do so. That's a feat.
Rebellion Chameleon.
Rebellion Chameleon.
The Sharingan, dude.
Yeah, the copy ninjas, maybe. But ladies and gentlemen, here you go. The winning moments for this series, for this game, actually, as we still have a third game in the series. What a moment for Rebellion. This is literally history, Arashi. First game ever. Win against Aura Fire, and it's in Season 10.
Wow. History has just been made, I guess, for Rebellion. This is such a great moment, man. We've mentioned it already. They've been improving so much. We saw the improvements from the beginning of the season, and it's been building up again and again. And we kept talking about that late game, about the discipline and the lack of experience. So with time, it's only going to get better, and we've been seeing it. And this seems to be a very good start for the quote-unquote comeback of Rebellion Zion in the MPL Season 10. But we take a look at the items here at this very swift 11-minute and 20-second game. And for the most part, it is what it is. I think Kite here has the core items, but he doesn't have nearly enough tankiness to survive any kind of aggressive play from Rebellion Zion. Suelo has the Clock of Destiny Light Intrenchant combo, so he does a lot of burst damage, and if it's set up properly, Highs can also follow it up with this full burst build. Haptoseize, Malefic Roar, as well as BOD. He's able to actually shut down Kite completely from distance in that final siege as well. So overall run is just very, very solid. There's nothing too crazy, except for the fact that everybody has a 60% kill participation. What?
Is that right?
Well, I guess
What are the odds?
Right? But
What?
Yeah.
That is interesting.
That is very, very interesting. But you know what else is interesting?
What?
Who do you think is going to be MVP? Highs played it well, but he wasn't the one who started it, right? Who starts the fight, who enables this to happen. Fearless. I don't know. I still think maybe Highs.
Was it?
Yeah,
Oh,
it is
man,
Highs.
what?
Presented
Okay,
to you.
that makes sense.
Yeah, MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. It is Highs, 4-0-2. The snipes was amazing, actually, from this man. And this is again, the Beatrix is just so lethal. Now we understand, right? Like why it's being banned out in the first phase. Beatrix.
That snipe on Kite.
Yeah,
it's so scary.
It
so
is
lethal.
what started off the whole sequence that ended the game. So now we'll take a closer look at the MVP highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A series. And you can see from the beginning, he knows how to hold his own in the lane up against Kaid. and he's just able to actually get a lot of advantage, partially due to the team as well. But every time they go for a big play, he's always there to try to follow up on the crowd control, on the plays being made. And of course, that Wesker damage is just obscene, man. And here we go. 1 snipe, 2 snipes, and that will be it. 1-2 combo, and Kite won't be part of the fight any longer. Without the gold lane, there's such a critical source of DPS available. He just was able to set his team up for more pickoffs, more forced fights, and with that, they just end the game with only 1 minion, letting Fearless actually tank the majority of the damage from the base. So, clean performance, man. We said they can get advantage, they can't end it. They don't know how to actually end out and close out the game, but they have just done it. They can do it again.
They can do it again, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, history here being written by Rebellion Zion as they change the outcome of the last 4 matches against 4 times matchups against Aura Fire, all ending in a 2-0. Is this perhaps the start of the freshness of the new Rebellion roster? Certainly, it might be, because they, in the player rooms, are actually supplied with the best of the best, the Axe body spray, because the better you smell, the better you play. Play more confidently with the Axe dual action technology, Arashi. Why is it dual action? Guess why? Because according to research, when you smell good, your gaming skill goes off to the roof. With that though, Eterna and Arashi, we are going to take a very short break before we enter the 3rd game of the series, the decider. We'll see you in a bit.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Janganlah engkau menyerah, kita terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. We all this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final game of the series. The decider back again to a best of one as both teams were able to equalize 1-1. Still with Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi on the left. Here ready to bring you game number 3.
Before we begin, guys, I have a question.
Question away.
Okay, without Val in the roster, Rebellion's looking stronger. Do you think this is their best lineup?
So far, I mean, it seems like they don't play the same way.
Yeah, they don't play as aggressive as usual, but it's still aggressive, right? Maybe it's more controlled aggression, like you mentioned, from Aura Fire, but also they are up against an Aura with a new player, with Chayat, right? A rookie in the gold lane, and usually that carry role does go to the gold laner. So without Kabuki, it really feels very different. Like this aura and the normal aura that we see. So maybe it is because of the change, maybe it's also because of Aura Fire's change. However, we are going to take a look first at the game recap, Arashi, of game number 2. Both of the roamers, well not both of the roamers, Godiva, the impact player, on the Martis against Highs, who was the MVP, you know? Obviously the impact player of game number 2.
I think considering Godiva of all people, right? He's on the Martis. It's just supposed to be a nuisance, and he's not making any huge plays, and yet he's the impact player. It really shows how desolate the situation was for Aura in that second game.
Yeah,
so I think, you know, we talked about how Rebellion doesn't play the same way. Maybe this is what they need, right? With Val at the helm, they can be very effective aggressively, but maybe it's making them too aggressive, especially in those late game situations. But now, maybe with a bit a different look here, with less aggression, maybe this is what suits Rebellion better.
Let's see, Eterna, because we are going to take a look at the player cams here as both of the teams are ready up on stage. to head on over to Game 3. Let's see, I don't think there are any roster changes. I think it's still Chide who is playing, as we are going to take a look at their faces on their heads and their shoulders, because that's where faces are, Eterna. And
Is
guess
it?
what's on the head?
On the shoulder.
What is on the head?
What's on the head is the hair, right?
Oh.
That lumptious fluffy hair. But unfortunately, you won't be able to get that lumptious fluffy hair with just
Why?
any shampoo. You need the head and shoulders to get you that fluffy hair. Well, you have pretty fluffy hair. I have pretty fluffy hair. Rashi too. Do you use head and shoulders too?
My hair could be fluffier.
Could be.
Could be fluffier. But talking about fluffy, we have an audience comment, but not just yet because he's not ready. He's a little shy right now.
He hasn't.
With the comment.
He hasn't put on his Axe body spray.
I think
right?
so.
Confidence. Again, that's what you need with the shampoo, with the smell, Arashi. Boom bang bada bing.
Boom, bang, bada bing. Get your fluffy hair and don't miss out. Like, you can't be behind the curve here. The head and shoulders is the meta right now, and if you ignore the meta, we've seen how bad teams can perform when they just try out weird things that doesn't follow the meta, guys. So keep up, come on.
What does meta stand for?
Most effective tactic
available.
Or at the moment. There's a lot of different interpretations.
Can also mean miracle. That's it.
Eterna.
Okay, but you know how this is going so far as we're gonna dive into the drafting phase between RBL as well as Aura Fire here for game number 3. If Aura Fire gets out with a 2-1, and depending on how EVOS Legends does later in the El Clasico match, Aura Fire could just... there's a possibility that they fall down on the standings, guys.
Let's see though, Arashi, game number 3 draft presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series Rebellion. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Going for the same bands again. Kadira just not able to be picked up by Aura in this series.
The Kadira is just so important and it provides so much. We've mentioned the playmaking, the burst potential, and the sustainability, right? The security in that region that makes it very difficult to be punished. So I think Rebellion going up against a team, any team actually, and especially for a team as aggressive as Aura, with Godiva no less, I think it's just a very smart decision. Beatrix now will be banned out as well. Aura saw how fearsome Beatrix is in general, and Heist is able to use it to its maximum potential as well. So both Wanwan and Beatrix won't be available right here. The priorities from both teams have shifted.
But a lot of other heroes are going to be available here, Rashi and Mirko. Now this is where it gets interesting. This is when it becomes a chess match, right? What does Rebellion Zion deem the priority, or are they going to just let it go altogether?
Well, the answer comes out. They go for the Akai here, Arashi. And for Aura, they went for the Beatrix ban, again, respecting the damage from the Beatrix. But now they have left a hero up for grabs, and they do it again. Faramis, Rebellion can take it.
Rebellion can take it, but we did see that Aura had no real issue with that Faramis, right? They were able to maneuver around it good enough. But again, that just comes down to split-second decision and execution. Rebellion has seen Aura do it once. You know, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Wait, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I keep messing that quote up.
It's okay, it's okay.
It's so bad.
It's fine though, you know?
It's fine.
It's fine because
fine.
you can learn from these mistakes, and that's what Rebellion are doing in this series.
Exactly.
Learning from their first game loss, and now in the second game getting the victory. Now in the third game, trying to get the close on the series with their first pick. Obviously, the Faramis is left up for grabs. It's very, very risky to leave it for the second pick. So they go for it themselves, but Aura go for the Esmeralda and the Yve. So, two heroes that we saw in the previous game. Rebellion can go for the Dyroth here, another counter that can just lock the Esmeralda in the lane, stopping her in her tracks, but oh my god, Esmeralda jungle, yeah.
Exactly, I was about to say, when you're up against Aura, well, now against Rebellion, you never know where the Esmeralda is going to go. And now, we can see the Season 10 rankings, average KDA, Facehugger is actually up there at number 1.
Wow.
Wait, what? Above Albert? Really?
Albert has been on the tanks. Kyrie too, right? So, but it is still impressive because Kabuki's all the way in 5th.
But to be fair, Facehugger barely dies.
No, he doesn't.
Exactly.
Right, I
He's
guess.
so efficient positioning-wise, but because Aura picked up the Yves. They will need someone to be able to dash in towards her. So it is going to be the Paquito. And Sway Low picking up the Matilda. I think this is going to be the roamer. Yeah, Faramis probably going to be on the hands of Sway Low. So Rebellion taking a very good 3 picks, but Arashi, no flex potential from all 3 picks here. The Paquito, I guess.
Paquito,
but
yeah, maybe.
we rarely see it in the jungle anymore. I don't think we've ever seen it in the jungle in MPL ID Season 10 so far.
I think we saw it once. I forgot who it was though. It happened once, I believe. But so for Aura, they secure the other contested marksman here. Aside from 1-1 Beatrix, it's always Claude. So now for Rebellion, they have to figure out what they want to do against this Claude, right? Do they want to go for something different? We saw several different approaches. They can go for a Brody if they want that security, right? With a Matilda and a Brody, it's just so safe, essentially. Or they can go for a longer range, more DPS, something like an Irithel maybe.
Irithel could definitely work out here. Aura Fire, they need to start narrowing down those gold laners because Chayat has had a tough time in that gold lane, right? In both Game 1 and Game 2, he had a tough time up against Highs. This time, they did ban away the Beatrix, and the 1-1 was also banned out by Rebellion. So there you go. Just as expected, Aura Fire, they do narrow down the hero pool from the side of Rebellion. Just trying to get out those bully heroes from the lane. Papa and Koopa being the choice. And again, Arashi, the highlighted players of today's match. Facehugger and Sway Low.
Facehugger with the highest KDA average right now, but Swaylo with so far he has the max damage, the highest damage in game number 1, and he is deadly when you let him get out of control in that mid lane. So considering that both teams have a very standout mid lane player, it makes that mid lane dynamic so important, and which is why you see a lot of roamers, a lot of side laners even, just roaming towards that mid lane, trying to get that mid control, get that mid tower, and then translate that into pressure all across the map.
Do you have information on Kite? Is he limited to marksman
in
gold lanes only?
In the MDL, he played gold lane marksman.
Only.
I don't think I've ever seen him on a fighter. I probably missed some of the games, but I'm pretty sure he is just a marksman player in general, right? So he finds comfort in those marksmen. He can play the fighters in the jungle, in the gold lane for sure. But again, play with your comfort here. Going for the 1-1 in the first game, Claude in the second, sticking with it. And now it is actually going to be Aura who take. Whoa! First Yisun Shin in MPL ID. Oh man, how I've waited for this moment to come. I love it because they have a Faramis. They have that mid control with the Faramis. Matilda, they can get something a little bit safer in the early stage. And they get what? Lunox Gold?
Is this Lunox Gold?
Hence my question.
Wow.
Hence my question, guys.
Dude, this feels like a Season 7 draft. MPL ID Season 7, remember?
I love it because even if Godiva wants to go for those crazy plays with the I'm Offended, RBL have the opportunity to open up that map vision with the ultimate coming in from YSF Mountain Shocker.
Oof. Aura likes playing for those weird rotations, for those traps, and now with the Mountain Shocker, revealing them again and again, they have to get something a bit more guaranteed, a bit more proactive, because Rebellion, they have so many options to try and get security. They can find intel first, they can save people with the Matilda as well, so Aura will be the ones that will be forced to force a fight or force a pick-off in the early game, and they go for the double marksman.
If you go for crazy, Aura can certainly match that up. Crazy versus crazy, ladies and gentlemen. The Yisun Shin is gonna go to the jungle. So it is gonna be a Lunox in the gold lane. And for the side of Aura, they have a Natan in the jungle. This really does feel like Season 8, Season 7. Natan and Yisun Shin in the jungle. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the deciding game. Match point, 1-1. Eterna, who you got?
Honestly, it's been so long that I haven't seen this happen. So I gotta ask, Lunox versus Claude in that gold lane, who comes out on top?
Level 4 Lunox.
Level 4 Lunox, I feel. But again, it's just burst coming in, right? So it's not like Lunox is completely helpless, but...
And she has the potential to stray away from the Blazing Duet if it comes down to that 1v1 situation.
With the Brilliance Order as well, yeah. There's more outplay potential for sure, but we just have to get back into it, Mirko.
Let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. Into the Land of Dawn we go for the unique picks over from Rebellion and as well as Aura Fire. Again, It's going to be so interesting to see. I want to take a look at their emblems here, because is Fearless on the Demon Slayer to clear faster, get that power spike faster, or is he going to go for the Killing Spree? The normal emblem as, yeah, Killing Spree is going to be the choice for him. For both, actually. For High too. All right. Welcome to Season 8 of MPL ID. It's literally the same.
I love it.
I love it.
I love it. It makes me sad though, because Yusen-shin usually reminds me of Sans. But now on screen, you can see that both teams are trying to find their own ground. Rebellion Zion once again being that aggressive force, as well as Lucen's trying to pressure High here.
In the early game though, Rebellion Zion has a lot more damage to play around with, but Wiginarko gets stuck alone there, and the Litho will be taken by Aura Fire, but Rebellion, they try to go get something more.
Sway low, just flickering in, securing first blood. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Rebellion Zion leading in the early stage once again.
It's insane how advanced their improvement has come for the side of Rebellion Zion. Suelo, we usually see him on those high ground heroes like the Sicilian, like the Eve, but even on the Faramis, he can play that aggressive mage as well. So he's just so flexible, and you can see it already starting to pay off here in the first almost second minute of the game.
And actually, I do want to add on this. Lunox actually wins against the Claude from the early stage of the game. I don't know why, I thought it was Beatrix, but yeah, it's Claude in that gold lane. So Lunox actually, a mage always counters the marksman, especially the marksman like Claude, who has so much trouble in those situations because his range is just so small. Highs with better sustain, better poke, more range, will be able to just completely poke Chai down. So Aura need to constantly be looking at that top side as Rebellion use this pressure in the top side to go for the first turtle of the game. Fluffy jumping in with the Falling Star Moon, Suelo popping the Cold Altar. First neutral objective secured by Fearless. Turtle Slain presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series as Wiginarko, whoa, very aggressive, forced to back up.
Man, look at the damage Fluffy's receiving on the Esmeralda, even from Suelo. It's interesting. Is a Faramis base damage that high?
I think the more people are around, the more damage the spells do as well. So these early game fights where everyone's clumped up like this, it's really beneficial for Suelo. And of course, talking about Fluffy and taking damage, name a more iconic duo. He just goes in, and so far, he has not been punished for it just yet. That is the power of that Esmeralda. And for Aura Fire, talking about how they're able to maneuver around the Cult Altar, they have 3 sprints, right? So, you know, they'll be able to outrun or chase as much as possible, especially when the going gets really important in that late game.
But remember, Arashi, on the note about Fluffy and Esmeralda, but that has to wait as Godiva is going to be the center of attention there. The top side and even getting picked off. But back to my point. Remember that Highs on the Lunox is going to be able to counter the Esmeralda later on in the game. So Fluffy always being able to absorb that damage, it won't happen in this game.
Oh, it's a dive here. Giant getting brought back by the Shadow Stampede, but Rebellion, they just use this to create space for Highs again. Playing for that winning lane, creating so much space, and sending the Yusen-shin over to collect the turret gold. It's the hyper carry meta! it's kind of back here as Fearless is able to take a little bit of damage onto the turret gold. They're looking for a fight though. High gonna get caught. Whoa, what was he doing there?
Brilliant's
it's
order.
a Cold Altar as well as High pops into Brilliant's order, Brilliant's order there. And yeah, the Aura just not able to find any picks. Godiva goes in for the I'm Offended, but Rebellion is way too slick with it, able to get out.
It's insane because if they're hitching their bets onto Facehugger with the real-world manipulation like we saw earlier, Rebellion Zion, they have 2 ways to maneuver around it. They have the Guiding Wind from Wiginarko, and they also have the Cult Altar from Suelo to prevent anything from happening from that ultimate. So really insane timing that needs to be done by Aura Fire this time around, as once again, Rebellion Zion already the eyes on the prize in that turtle.
They've been playing it so well in the laning phase because they are able to shut down Kaid and get Highs as well as Fearless a bit more ahead because they did bring in Fearless to collect their turret gold, and that will set him up to make him a lot more, with a lot more damage and a lot more security for those retributions against High.
That's going to be another free turtle. Picked up by Rebellion Zion, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Godiva jumps in with I'm Offended. Wiginarko still able to flicker out. Suelo bringing 3 members back, but Facehugger pops in. The real world inflation instantly cancelled out. Suelo doesn't have the Cold Altar just yet. Flickers out to safety. Highs comes in with the Chaos Order, taking Godiva low, taking Godiva down in the mid lane, leaving the gold lane over for Fearless to take, and even in the bottom side, Rebellion winning in all 3 lanes as the top side is going to get ganked Oh my god, again, Rebellion. Wow.
I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed. There was a moment that Aura Fire could have taken that top tower turret, but you can see the way that Fearless instantly rotated there and prevented that from ever happening, Arashi.
Clock of Destiny already completed for highs on that Lunox, so he'll be attempting to do a lot of scaled up damage in the late game. For Kaito, he does have the DHS, he's not completely behind the curve, but it's a solid about 400 gold lead for the side of highs. So Kaito will have to actually struggle a bit more and try and find scraps to get to the power spike before Aura can try and attempt a big comeback team fight.
How many minutes has it been in the game?
Well, it has been 5 minutes and 40 seconds.
5 minutes, 40 seconds, 3,000 gold lead, and not one of them have been taken down yet.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. The fact that Rebellion Zion, using this somewhat late game composition, is able to dictate that early stage. But again, it all comes back to setup, right? If you take a look at the game, how they're actually able to play around this, the map in general, is by getting mid-pressure. This is what we saw as well, Arashi. Fun fact, with me and Arashi, we watched the OniPH Blacklist game yesterday, and this is some kind of similar.
The 2-0?
Yeah.
Ooh.
But this is kind of similar what Rebellion are trying to do. They pick up the Matilda and the Faramis. Faramis alone clears waves faster than the Yi. If you have the Matilda, even faster there, right? So they use that mid-pressure that they have to constantly move into the jungle, move into the gold lane, move into they just ignore the XP lane, right? So gold and mid is the priority, and even the jungle. With that, they create so much space, forcing Fluffy to always come through to help, because that's how Aura plays. When they go for fights, Fluffy's always there to help, even sometimes leaving his lane. And Rebellion, knowing that, they punish. They know that Fluffy will always come. They will not go for full team fights. They only go for the little like engage, get one pick, back off with the call alter. And meanwhile, Jiren just hits the turret down below. And they keep doing this. Aura Fire gets frustrated. The more frustrated they become, more mistakes that they make around that jungle area that they are able to punish. And again, High getting caught a few times was all in that build-up.
Wow, that actually makes sense. That's exactly what we're seeing, and you can see it actually pay off already. Once again, Rebellion Zion going very aggressive with the 3 men. Like you mentioned, the hyper thing.
Right. Oof!
Almost.
A very, very close 1v1 attempt from Kite. But now in the bottom side here, Rebellion, they're just unrelentless with this aggressive playstyle. The towers even are not really safe when Rebellion Zion has all the control in the mid lane and they're able to just move around as a gank squad. As you say, Mirko, this seems to be the same strat as the hyper carry strat. Funnel all the resources to one person and then hang out with him, move around together and start just picking people off.
And the beautiful thing is, with this hyper meta that they are trying to portray into this game, both of their roamers, as in the Faramis as well as the Matilda, they have such high mobility.
Yes.
So they will have the pressure and they will have the upper hand when it comes down to those rotations.
You're right.
Oh my god, it's brilliant.
Again, it really just enables that rotation to come through, right? It enables everyone to rotate. As you can see here, Kabuki, even when he's not playing, he's getting fed. Right?
He's getting fed, literally. Good one, Mirko. But the rest of the guys seem very relaxed right here. They have full confidence. And here on the screen is the man, Godiva himself. He's playing that Ruby, right? So he can still make aggressive plays happen, but we have seen that Godiva on the Ruby, his plays aren't nearly as dynamic just because the kit is a lot more static.
Yeah, he kind of struggles on these less playmaking heroes, right? On the Godiva, I almost call it Godiva because again, just both of those, it's an iconic duo.
Yeah,
but
like
again,
Jaco and Kufra.
You're right, yeah. But, you know, it doesn't feel like he is able to make the most out of the Ruby here because it's not as flashy, it's not as crazy as the Kadita. But here we do have a comment from Justin_Frey. He got the confidence after using the Axe Body Spray. Go Rebellion, show them what the Bulls can do.
Blue Bulls supremacy here for this Riot match, and it's so crazy. It's just so crazy how fast they developed. And on that note, Mirko, saying that that Godiva isn't able to relay the same amount of impact because he's not on the Kadita is also because that other heroes, they don't really have as much of an escape mechanism that can save him when he goes and does those really aggressive plays. And usually at the end, without the Kadita, he just gets picked off. And that's going to be another factor less for Rebellion Zion to worry about.
Rebellion is just, again, the planning is just so good in the drafting phase, and you gotta give credit, man. We said that Coach Tezed, even one of the members from Aura was also saying that, you know, try and outdraft our coach. So they seem to have a lot of confidence in their flexibility and in their surprise cheese strats, and so far it's been working out. But Rebellion Zion, they just seem to be 200, even 400 IQ, not just 100 Eternal.
Oh.
What do you mean?
100 is pretty average.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that.
We learned that
Everyone
at
knows
MSC.
that.
Yeah.
Right,
Come
so
on.
Rebellion,
Everyone knows that.
not 100 IQ at all, it's 200, 400. They just seem to be having all these solutions to the problems that Aura can possibly face before Aura even throws them at Rebellion.
Let's see though, again, right? Rebellion, even though in this game it has looked solid, the mistakes that they've made in the past can still come through. The classic Rebellion getting that early stage, absolutely dominating, but losing one fight, making one mistake that all ends up with the enemy team getting the chance to come back in the game. If they play at the level that they're playing right now, constantly into that late stage, it's scary. It's scary. If they are able to keep this form, it's going to be very scary. Because again, remember, they're not up against any team. They're up against the second place team in MPL ID currently,
Not
or a
for
Fire.
longer, I think.
Yeah, if Rebellion wins this game and EVOS or Onyx win another,
Yeah,
Aura will be taken out of that second place.
for sure, for sure. That's exactly what I mentioned before this game. There is a huge possibility that Aura Fire might fall down in the standings. But coming back to the composition of Rebellion, I just feel like it's so brilliant. Because they have the upper hand with what you guys mentioned before, with the way that they're able to rotate and the high mobility that the Matilda as well as the Paramis has. And in addition to that, they also have that extra map visibility that the Yustin Shin can also bring to the table.
Yeah.
So face value here, if Rebellion Zion loses control over the map, then they must have made a huge blunder in perhaps a team fight.
Right, and considering that Aura can't catch them by surprise with that intel gameplay, that's why we see a lot of picks being so valued. But now, Mountain Shark is popped to try and attempt for Rebellion to just chase the members of Aura Fire back into their towers.
Godi was very, very low, trying to go in with the BMI. Fearless, oh my goodness, dashing in, dealing the damage onto High, taking him low. Swaylo looks for a kill onto him. Turtle Buff is there. What? Wait, Godiva got caught. Swaylo able to, you know, what? He got deleted. What happened there? He actually went for the kill. High was so low, but High was able to actually outplay there.
There was a certain amount of time that he bought Swaylo for the other members from the side of Rebellion Zion to pick up those objectives as well as the buff from the side of Aura Fire. So even though he was taken down, there was a trade there and Rebellion Zion still able to have that map pressure.
High just scouting around with the entropy there. He's spotting out Dairon, who has the ability to just do a lot of damage here. And they jump onto Highs, but the Brilliance Order will allow him to back away. But no, he gets caught.
Not for long. Wait, oh my god, the guiding win. Beautiful position by Wijanarko to bring that gold laner out of harm's way. And again, Rebellion, like I mentioned, if they are able to keep this form, it's going to be very scary, as that's going to be Swaylo jumping and bringing Fluffy back in. Again, Aura Fire, what are your win conditions here?
They have to make sure they can actually get the combo and get the engage properly if they want to get a fight, because if you leave them up with a small sliver of HP, they can get out with the Cult Altar with the guiding win, and now Fluffy gets engaged on.
Fearless getting so much damage, hitting from the back lines as High pops the entropy as well. Both teams disengaging, but Rebellion find the better pick, and Giant gets bursted down to a quarter of his HP now as Rebellion look towards the Lord. This is amazing, amazing plays by Rebellion. Again, rotating and converting on every single kill onto objectives, forcing these fights only when it is necessary.
The timing is perfect now. Very, very on point with their timings at the moment. And I gotta say though, that Wijanarko is just so, what do you call it? Underrated? I mean, on the Ruby, even in that previous game, he was making a lot of moments for the side of Rebellion Zion to capitalize on. And even in this game, he's able to do so much as well, using the guiding win on point. But here we go, Fluffy.
Taking the damage. Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, I guess classic Fluffy because he has taken the most damage in MPL ID Season 10, but that was way too much damage. This is what you said in the early stage, Eterna. Lunox counters the Esmeralda, so the more they can do this, the harder it becomes, the tougher it becomes for Esmeralda as a frontliner.
Well, any frontliner will struggle against that Lunox. That's why that pick is so good. It is essentially DPS, but also burst. So it's a lot more dynamic, and now with the waves pushing in, it won't crash at like exactly the same time, but Rebellion Zion, look at the discipline and how they manage the waves out. The members of Aura Fire, they're spread out across 3 different waves, and even then, Sway Low is unrelentlessly pressuring them back into the base.
Look at that Mountain Shocker, man. Nedge now popped in high, trying to clear out the way.
Whoa!
No, Janarko gets baited in all the way under the base turret. Now Janarko still able to dash away. Cold Ultra placed. Brings the order as well. Aura Fire looked for the engage, could not go for more. They need to recall. No ultimates here. Only High and Fluffy. 2 versus 2 ultimates. Rebellion still trying to look for the siege, but they don't need to do this. They do not need to do this. 10 minutes in, they can just back off. That's exactly what they do. 7.4 thousand gold lead as we are going to take a look at the item check for the 11th minute timer.
For the side of Aura Fire here, Fluffy, he's opting for the Oracle. So he wants that shielding, he wants to be a more solid front line. But honestly, going up against the Lunox, maybe the Radiant Armor would have been a better pick. He is taking a lot of damage right now, and he is not serving well as the role of the main frontline. So Aura, without a real frontline, they're also struggling to just face check into these bushes because Rebellion has so much control. They have taken all the turrets from Aura Fire, so they can just hide across the map and surprise the members of Aura, especially because they have the Mountain Shocker as well. So Aura is being completely read out, and I think they just have to wait for an opportunity to present itself, maybe at the base, right? Because that is where they can't get caught off guard. That's where the Mountain Shocker does damage only but does not expose them. But of course, against Rebellion that's playing so disciplinedly, that might be easier said than done.
Now the thing is, usually when we're talking about compositions, we usually see one has a better pickoff comp, one has a better team fight comp, but in this current situation, how is Aura gonna play around it? Because even if they go for pickoffs, in a pickoff situation, Rebellion Zion is able to win it as well. In a team fight, it's really difficult too. So what can Aura Fire do at this stage?
Well, they have to catch up first of all, right?
Yeah.
Once they catch up, then you can talk about the compositions and how they match up against each other. If they have caught up, they still lack a bit of crowd control and that secure engage. I think the best thing for them to do is to do what they do best. Dance around in those fights, right? Go in and out, manage distance. They have 3 sprints, remember. They can easily control the distance, avoid, for the most part, real big full-on fights, and once the resources have been used by Rebellion, that is where they can attempt to just turn it around. Or perhaps they can just go for maneuvers around the map with pressure and go for split pushes, right? I think considering that their Rebellion, like in game number 1, is relying on the Cult Altar as well as the other huge teamfight ultimates, they can go for split pushes and separate the members of Rebellion and then find opportunities that way instead.
Okay, if you're gonna talk about split pushes, who exactly in the Aura Fire composition can split push other than the Esmeralda?
Natan.
Natan
kind of needs to be accompanied by someone though. Like we have seen, if you guys go on TikTok or anywhere, you should have seen this kind of meta. The Natan using the entropy to clear out the lanes and clear out the turrets without minions. Alright? So that's kind of tough right now because, again, Rebellion Zion are doing such a good job in controlling, micromanaging the waves on the side lanes just so that cannot happen. But it is a possibility still. High can look for that. If all else fails here, they can go, maybe bring the Ruby down with High to get turrets. If he has, I think, 4 items with the entropy, he will be able to clear out the turrets without the minions.
I think when it comes, if Aura is able to catch up somehow, right, by maybe getting pickoffs, getting shutdowns here, I think 2v2s, 3v3s, they still have a chance here, right? So I think the issue is just making sure, it's not about split pushing per se, it's about making sure Rebellion Zion does not play as 5, because they are strongest when they're all together, because they've been copying, taking a lot of pages from the Ube strat, as Heis here is able to escape with the Brilliance Order. It's just so secure, and Fluffy looks for a bit more, but he's unable to do so, and Aura actually has the control in the Lord area, but they get pushed back by the Mountain Shocker alone.
That's why it's so massive, the value of that Mountain Shocker. Again, getting pressure back, getting the vision onto the Aura Fire members, and even providing poke now. The Fearless is just way more ahead compared to High, but they're actually forcing this here. High is not there. Fearless will be able to take the turtle. The Lord, no, it's not even Fearless. He doesn't even use the Retribution because he knows it is completely secure. High was in the bottom lane, and Rebellion played it perfectly. This just shows, again, the value of that Mountain Shocker. It dealt so much damage.
Damage, utility, I don't know, there's not much to complain about when it comes back down to that ultimate. And it's so insane because Rebellion Zion was able to put pressure on that bottom side, forcing High to clear that out. And Rebellion Zion was able to get the turret almost in that bottom side as well as that Lord uncontested. 9,000 gold lead for Rebellion Zion here in the 13th minute. This is looking kind of bleak for Aura Fire at this stage.
Unless Rebellion Zion makes a mistake. Oof.
The damage.
They need to try and bait out the Cult Altar to try and, you know, even attempt something. They can maybe do it using a Blazing Duet or a Real-World Manipulation, but right now, even with those, I think they need to use both to even threaten a pickoff on anyone on the side of Rebellion. So it's just very difficult. The Lord has been cleared out, and Rebellion, they haven't been using the waves as neatly as possible. Godiva went for that I'm offended flicker combo, but it has not worked out, and Suelo goes in.
Yeah, with the flicker there, Fluffy gonna get caught, instantly bursted down by Sway low. Rebellion looking for their first match victory in MPL ID Season 10. Chai with the defense here with the Blazing Duet, but on the back lines, look at the brilliance, look at the base. It's gonna be targeted, but it's gonna be cleared out. Minions no longer available. Chai still able to dish out the damage. 1v4, 1v5 here. He's gonna get taken down, and there you have it. Wait, no more minions, they don't even need it. Rebellion, oh, it's still going on for a bit longer, but you know they have it in the bag. The first match victory for the Blue Bulls up against Aura Fire. A massive upset. They don't need to dream anymore. They got it. Rebellion finally cracking that egg.
Wow.
History renders itself useless today as once again, week number 3 is the week of upsets. The Blue Bulls.
Ladies and gentlemen, dreams do come true, finally, for Rebellion. After all the struggles, after all the reshuffles, they have finally done it. This is a step in the right direction. They are looking strong, and they're only gonna get better. We have a lot to look forward to from Rebellion Zion, and the fan base must be ecstatic right now.
91%. Take back to the audience prediction. Look back to the audience prediction. 91%. And 9% for Rebellion. Well, the 9% who actually put their guest coins on Rebellion. Man, you are swimming in stacks of guest coins.
This is why, man, you can't count a team out until they're really, really out. This is why Mobile Legends is so cool, it's so amazing, so awesome. It's because it's so dynamic. At any point, small things in the change in player, change in patch notes, before you know it, things just play out differently.
Wait, if this is Rebellion Zion's first match win, are they still at 8th on standing?
Yeah, they will still be at 8th here. If Kickfam or Bigetron Alpha lose another game, 2-0, then it can swap. Season 10, welcome again, ladies and gentlemen. Second place taken down by 8th. Without Kabuki, Rebellion finally are able to take down the Dragons.
Papulong must be ecstatic there.
He's the only one who went for Rebellion. You're right.
2-1 was his prediction for Rebellion.
He's a savant.
He's from the future, man. He's seen it from a different multiverse.
You don't need the multiverse because right here, we got it. We got it on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. And again, Aura Fire, they're gonna have to do a lot of homework here. You know, fixing a lot of those issues if they do want to go for that trophy in Season 10. If they do want to represent Indonesia at M4.
I think it comes down back to the planning phase, right? It just seems like we mentioned since game 1. Coach Chico seems to just have a lot more foresight into how the games are going to play out, and he has solutions to problems that have not even came up yet. Here we have the winning moments, the moments from the audience as well. What a match, man. There's plenty of hype, there's plenty of drama, and it swings back and forth, so it just makes it so exciting.
sorry, I'm speechless.
I'm not. I'm just really glad to see, because again, you know, the more our predictions get proven wrong, the more it shows how competitive it is in the MPL, in Season 10 currently. And this is just such a good victory for MPL in general. It shows that even the 8th place team can take a game, can take a series up against the 2nd place. Aurafire was looking absolutely phenomenal, only losing to Onyx Esports 2-1 as well. Now they have lost to Rebellion Zion. Rebellion Zion stepped up. Oh, this is going to be very interesting looking forward, because it's only week number 3 and we've already seen so many upsets.
Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the conclusion of such an exciting match. Who would have thought, right? Aura against Rebellion. I've heard a lot of people just claim that it's a done deal.
2-0.
Audience, 91%. Everyone's saying, we don't even have to look at this. It's a done deal. But no. Things aren't that simple in Season 10, ladies and gentlemen. Things are not easy to predict at all.
You know what is easy though? Grabbing food with Grab Food right now, because you guys can scan the QR code over there. You know, if you don't want to type, easy peasy, scan the QR code below Arashi, or just use the promo code grb.to/MPL ID XGrab with the discount 20,000 IDR cashback, or just discounted off of your order. So right now, you know, after this match, we are going to get into a break, right? So that's perfect timing for all of you back at home.
Even for us.
Even for us.
For us.
Especially for us.
Mirko's buying.
Yes, for myself.
Wow. Can you believe this, man?
Oh.
No,
Mobile Legends is a team game, Mirko. You're supposed to, you know, be a bit like Facehugger. Where the assists at, bro?
Where the assists at, Mirko?
You know, well, you know what? I won't buy you food, but I will assist you with your hair, all right?
Okay.
Because with Head and Shoulders, you guys will get that fluffy hair. Just like Fluffy, who played in the game right here. Ladies and gentlemen, get yourself Head and Shoulders. Remember to wash your hair to get rid of all that dandruff immediately, wiping it out, just like you wipe out the enemy team in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And guess what? Limited edition. On the packaging, there's Tigreal. There's Eudora as well. You guys can get yours right now at the nearest mini market or e-commerce. You want?
Yeah.
All right, I'll get you guys.
You're getting it, right?
Yes, I will get you guys. Because
Yeah, I'm waiting
I have a
for it.
stash, man. I have a stash back at home. I think you too.
Waiting.
Why do you need it if you already have a stash? I'll give it to Eterna though.
Wow, dude.
I want fluffy hair like Mirko.
The heck?
Don't you like his new hair, guys?
Just because I have a
This is the
stash.
product of Head and Shoulders.
Mirko, just because I have a stash doesn't mean it's enough, right? You can always
Don't be
get better.
greedy.
Don't be greedy. That was what Aura were doing in game number 3, and that's exactly what caused their demise, Arashi. Be a little bit more rebellion, man. Dream rebellion.
Except in game number 1.
Yes, but again, they learned from it, right? So back again, ladies and gentlemen, after this 2-1 victory, I am still quite, you know, taken aback. But we still have a second match, and the second match is the STM Derby. The Derby that everybody has been looking forward to. It's a very spicy one with both of the teams constantly having beef. Very, very deep history. But before we get into that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw it over to our hosts to get an interview.
Ya, Bude Clara Monster di backstage ini bisa ngobrol sama salah satu perwakilan dari Rebellion Zion. Kemenangan pecah telur untuk Rebellion. Congratulations, Swilo!
Ya, thank you Bude.
Wow, ini bisa syukuran gak nih ya kita ya?
Oh bisa dong.
Oh bisa ya? Akhirnya
Amin.
pecah telur. Gimana nih, Wei?
Ya pastinya seneng.
Seneng banget.
Oh seneng banget. Ya kaget cuman ya sesuai prediksi ya cuman ya gitu. Aduh jadi salting. Jadi salting, mohon maaf. Ya.
Nggak dimaafin.
Terlalu senang.
Terlalu senang ya?
Iya, maaf.
Pasti dong, minggu ketiga, hari yang kedua akhirnya kalian pecah telur. Kalau menurut Swelo sendiri ya, apakah udah ada perubahan dari Rebellion sendiri, dari timnya? Atau malah sekarang lawan kalian, kan mereka juga ngelakuin perubahan nih. Ini yang ngebuat kalian bisa ngedapetin poin atas mereka. Dari sisi kalian atau dari sisi mereka? Atau dua-duanya?
Kalau dari kami sendiri sih itu kan ya kita kan tahu sendiri kayak gak banyak perubahan. Cuman dari situ kita banyak ya belajar, kita udah deket satu sama lain. Yang membedakan aja tuh kayak kita di week 1 sama 2 tuh kayak kurang fun aja. Kita strategi udah mateng cuman karena gak fun jadi ke bawah ke stage tuh jadi gak fun gitu.
Oh gitu ya, Fearless tadi ngomongnya juga gitu loh, kurang fun. Dan emang kamu juga memvalidasi ya kalau
bener.
minggu 1-2 kurang fun karena pressure kah?
Karena kurang liburan. Iya.
Butuh liburan bonding gitu ya.
Benar.
Oh gitu, sekarang udah sempat liburan, udah sempat bareng dan udah di fix berarti.
Ya kita banyak main lah. Kita udah ngomong satu sama lain semua, udah terbuka semuanya.
Mantap. Awal yang baik berarti untuk tim Rebellion nih
Ya,
berarti.
amin.
Start sekarang, mulai sekarang.
Ya, amin.
Wow, tapi kalau dari Aura Fire sendiri kan mereka ada perubahan player tuh. Itu kalian nyangka nggak sih bakal ada perubahan player di minggu ketiga ini?
Kita nggak nyangka, kita udah planning lah semuanya apa yang mau kita mainin, lawan ini kita udah planning. Jadi kita stick to the plan aja.
Wow, Swaylo luar biasa banget. Tapi pastinya dari Swaylo luar biasa banget. Rebellion juga keren banget. Para Rebels yang mendukung kalian, ada nggak sih yang mau kamu sampein buat para Rebels nih yang nggak capek-capeknya ngedukung kalian?
Oke, boleh. Buat para Rebels, terima kasih buat dukungannya selama ini. Mohon maaf kalau ya kita kadang belum memberikan yang terbaik. Tolong jangan dihujat, tetap dukung kita biar semangat.
Amin. Hashtagnya dulu?
Hashtag Dream Rebellion.
Dream Rebellion, silakan casters.
There you go, Dream Rebellion by Swaylo. Thank you, Mongstar, for the interview. We're gonna jump in straight into the item builds here. That was also a very fast game, which is so weird because you see the Yi Sun-shin in the early stage. We all know how weak it feels, right? But not on the hands of Fearless.
It's just insane, honestly. I mean, if Hai's in the golden as well, this just seems to be the pattern, right? Get mid pressure, shut down the gold lane just because of how impactful the gold lane is in the current meta. But honestly, looking at the rest of the team, right? Rebellion Zion, they have full control, but they are still very much vigilant and aware of the itemization. Fearless is even having the Ice Queen, the Winter Truncheon, just in case All Fire goes for the desperate all-in play and try and locate some shutdowns. Radiant armors all across the board as well, knowing that they have already shut down Kaid. The MVP for this third and final game of the match, though, it is going to be with Gennaro.
Finally, this man gets the appreciation he deserves.
Well deserved.
The amount of times he was able to cover his teammates, even initiate team fights, was insane. And it's just, oh man, Arashi, what exactly happened?
Highlights here by the Samsung Galaxy A series, and you can see for the most part he's not being proactive because that's how the Matilda works. But whenever they want to go for someone, he can do so much work with that circling eagle, and of course his hero just allows him to enable his team, and the rest of the team can go so aggressively, knowing that they can rely on that guiding wind when it's necessary as much as possible. And of course the damage does a lot, and especially against the Yi, right? He's just able to again and again cancel that real-world manipulation again and again. So I think it's just a great pick that hasn't been utilized a lot at all in the Indonesian scene, and he is just making it work. Early game clearing with the Paramis as well. I think it's just a very solid game plan. So I guess Rebellion, they have the right idea.
We're gonna take a look at the...
Woi, ngapain woi? Gue benci dari dulu. Gua ada immortal mana ya, pelan-pelan ya. Gue mati ya. Mati. Tuh cair rata macam itu. Tawin. Lord. Lord. Nice day. Lord dulu. Dapat. Gas. Perangin. Rata. Perangin. Nice. Aja. Terus sabar. Ada Lord kawan. Gue pecah. Gas. Ini bisa nih, bawah. Sabar. Gas. Datang. Ghost to plot. Mati plot.
Boleh.
Dari kill 2. Ngapain?
Retri dia.
Lu kena semua, Cok. Nice. Gua dapet bawah ya.
Kena Immobilize. Nice.
Bisa enda. Kalian aja.
Nice. Mid.
Enya kalian.
Boleh.
Ikut main.
Bisa.
Waduh, menang kita, Cok. Enda. Alhamdulillah. Ya Allah.
Ini Nathannya ulti, Cok. Nathan. Nice.
Ada sprint ya.
Gua ulti.
Mati. Nice. Mati. Kau dulu. Dia udah flicker dia. Lihat gua.
Fokus tower.
Belum tahu dulu. Nice. Lihat. Perangin. Gak ada spell semua mereka. Aman. Mati! Tower. Mati! Kill dulu. Nice! Santai. Belum. Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Oh man, that was so wholesome for Rebellion, man. The way they won. Again, in the second game, if you guys don't understand, they were basically just thanking God for the victory. They're like, oh, finally we got a game.
It was more like disbelief.
Yeah, they were in disbelief.
Oh my God,
They're like,
we're
winning. Thank God. And man, it's such a wholesome feeling. And in the end, you can see from game 2, it was like they're in disbelief. But in game 3, they were like, we're taking this game. We're going for it. End the game. And the minis were there. They kind of panicked a bit. Wait. The minis aren't here.
That was funny.
Almost. If only one member survived, I think that could have actually turned out to be a turnaround for the enemy team. But again, Rebellion, it's glad to see these players finally gaining the confidence up on stage. Well, on that note though, Rashi, keys to success, RRQ with the 1-0-10 KDA. Let's take a look at it.
1-0-10 for 10-10 for
10-10.
RRQ. And it's just, again, it's Rebellion's classic gameplay, having pressure and control in the early game, but this time, right, after a disappointing finish in game number 1, they still had control in that game, by the way. They just were, ironing out the mistakes, and in game number 2 and 3, it's just clean, man. They didn't leave any opportunities up on the game for Aura at all, so Aura were just slowly but surely constricted, and eventually they just had to tap out.
Any words, Eterna?
No words, man. Just so wholesome feelings right now for match number 1. I'm just so happy as well to see
RRQ
them finally stepping up.
He is absolutely spicy. You hear how he was so passionate in the last game. Like, yeah, we're doing it, yeah.
I mean, it must be sitting at a lose streak for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And finally breaking that egg.
Is this his debut?
Against Aura
It is
Fire.
his debut.
Second in the standings. His debut on top of that. It's justified.
It is, yeah, and Val, man, you gotta be careful. Your replacement is doing super well on stage, man. But ladies and gentlemen, with that, you guys probably saw on the top right of your screen there, Alter Ego and Bigetron Alpha, they are ready to go at it for our second match. And you'll see our predictions as well for this match, because there's something, there's not something, there's everything to be excited for it, all right? The rosters, I don't know who's going to be playing, because Sunny Boy, turns out he was sick yesterday. So that's why kids stepped in. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will see both of the rosters after the break. It's been me, Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi signing out for match number 1. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, because we got a lot more coming for you.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Anggi
Pekerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Onyx Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari Superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Dandia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome. I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome.
Baru Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa. Hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap. Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Saatnya kau klik Blibli sekarang.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan Vidio. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha, dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mani gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome. I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome.
Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak bahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Anggi.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua
live from MPL Arena. MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head & Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
Let the STM Derby commence. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second match of the day. Still for week 3, day number 2 of MPL Indonesia Season 10. Here on the caster desk, still with Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi.
Hello, everyone. Guys, I'm so excited to get into this match. Bigetron versus Alter Ego. And my, oh my, is there history and is there beef?
There certainly is beef, man. Both of these teams have their history written down already, and you guys can also join in, participate here, but by uploading your excitement on TikTok while you're watching MPL ID Season 10. All you need to do is record yourself while you watch MPL ID Season 10, reacting to the clips, reacting to the highlights that you see every single game, and use the hashtag MPL Celebrations with 10 instead of an IO. Post it on TikTok, because now we're about to just jump in, and oh my goodness gracious. Wow.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
That is the main 5 for BTR and for Alter Ego as well. Still kids in the lineup. So Marky will be playing, kids will be playing as well.
Wow.
And Fala and Rico.
Fala, exactly. This is the one person that we have not yet been able to highlight time and time again, because if I'm not mistaken, Fala was from MDL EVOS.
Yeah.
And he was...
Finals MVP.
And Finals MVP, there you go. And apparently he's also the captain now of Bigetron, so he's finally showing up here against their battle with Alter Ego Esports, Arashi.
Since a while back, a lot of people have been talking about Fala, you know, this man, he's a bit underrated. People are saying he is actually really good, but he has not had the opportunity to show off his skills, his knowledge, and you know, whatever he has to prove to the audience and to the player base. So right now, this is his opportunity. For Bigetron though, subbing in essentially so far 3 members, right? Is this gonna be a bit too risky in week 3 right now?
I don't think it is risky at all. You know, they used the first 2 weeks maybe with their secondary lineup, and now in week 3, now that they are caught in a very, very tough spot in the standings, they are going to go all out with their possibly main lineup this time. But again, we've got to focus on Alter Ego first, the team that you see on your screen with their main 5, except Sully Boy, right? Kids had a pretty good impact though, as we saw from yesterday's match against Aura.
He did really well in MDL as well, so even though there were so many expectations onto him, if he can actually replicate his MDL success on the MPL stage, so far, he's doing a good job, right? And you know what, I want to take this moment to just, you know, slowly say get well soon to Sally Boy, because right now he is down and sick, and it's kind of sad to see.
It is sad, but the show must go on, especially for Alter Ego. Again, this team needs to secure some victories here. They're coming in with confidence, with Leo Murphy leading the pack, as you can see from the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders. Arashi, are you ready for this roster?
Oh, I am very, very ready. Kids, some people are thinking he's not as good, he's not as polished, but we have seen moments of brilliance that can be seen again today.
But for today, Alter Ego, we are actually going to be focusing on the man himself. Kids, with 2 games at hand here in the MPL, we can already see that he has brought such a massive impact, especially on his signature Hayabusa. Yesterday, amongst the pros, amongst the veterans, he was able to perform really, really well. There were some jitters in his first game, but as the game progresses, we can see that he gained the confidence going in for the crazy plays on the Paquito as well. He is right now a very high potential jungler. We don't know as of right now what his identity is. Is it that aggressive style like Sally Boy? Is it more of a follow-up jungler or a utility jungler? But what we can see for sure is his statistics with his 58% kill participation and also his average damage, average kill per game. He is ruthless. He likes going in for those aggressive plays, securing kills for his team. But unfortunately, when it comes down to the KDA, he does fall a lot. He gets punished a lot. But this game, he's looking for some change, looking for some improvements as he's going to go up against a veteran team. Ladies and gentlemen, the first team walking up to the stage, it's Alter Ego.
Alter Ego Esports, with their chemistry, with their brotherhood, with their synergy, will they be able to make it out alive against the Red Robots here in game number 1?
It will depend on the performance of Kids, man. We were talking earlier about Pakiro in the jungle. It was Kids. That was who it was. And we saw that if he is put on a high mechanical, aggressive, kill-seeking hero, he can do a lot of damage, and he is extremely aggressive. So, from the side of Bigetron, knowing that occasionally they go for the more passive approach, how are they trying to face Kids right now?
Facing up Kids, maybe you need discipline, maybe you need to slow the tempo down, because this kid, his animal instincts, oh my goodness, he makes those shots in just the split seconds of the game, and he is actually able to do so many just flashy movements. But on the other side, Eterna, we have Bigetron Alpha.
Ooh, Bigetron Alpha, Repo coming in, is he playing?
Yes. Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so we're gonna see Repo, Mikey as well.
Is it taunting time? That's the real question.
Yeah, we might see him taunt again.
We saw him taunt?
Season 8. Last time we saw him taunt
So
was Season
long
8. This is your Tunnel Camp by Head and Shoulders. Obviously, with this main 5 lineup, they're looking for a very, very huge improvement. Ladies and gentlemen, from BTR, the highlighted player, Max, the man who was able to face off against an alien, almost taking a lot and even taking the game against RRQ. You can see that for Max alone, he is a very different jungler when you compare him to anyone else in MPL ID. It very much feels like a disciplined jungler, a person who doesn't care about KDA, a person who just plays to enable his team, going for those retribution clutches, going for those pickoffs, and again, just securing objectives for his team with a significantly less GPM compared to someone on the carry heroes like Kids, but a significantly higher kill participation with the way he plays around the map. He goes for the pickoffs with his team. As you can see, the average kill per game very, very low for Max. That's because, though, he plays for the assist. That's because he has a higher KDA ratio here that just shows that the assists are stacking on, and here he wants to give his best performance in front of his mom, who's watching up on the stage as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the main 5, Bigetron Alpha.
The Red Robots here making their way on stage, looking to make a statement as well against Alter Ego Esports. Now, when we talk about Bigetron, we talk about Alter Ego, we're gonna have to talk about history as well. Why is there so much beef between these two teams?
Well, the previous times they've met each other, it's just full of taunting, man. This is why it's called the STM Derby. Every time one of these teams get an edge over each other, they don't hold back in the taunting department. Not just Repo, the whole team will start yelling out and actually, trying to attack the opposite team mentally.
I mean, Season 8, it was Alter Ego Esports bringing Bigetron home on the first day of the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're right. Take a look at the previous match history. So both of these teams have gone up against each other multiple times. And Rashi, walk us through the team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders.
Off the bat, 70% first objective rate for both these teams. At the first Lord, though, it is with Bigetron Alpha. They are the massively more macro-heavy, more objective-heavy team. Alter Ego is content going for those aggressive plays, which is why you see the KDA ratio a lot higher. When they've met, though, it's just been even, right? We saw a good balance. Alter Ego comes up on top, but Bigetron, it's about the same, right? It's a 50-50, which is why this rivalry between these two teams are so heated, man. If you see one team come out on top today, you're gonna see a lot of passionate words in the mic check for sure.
This might be one of the closest matchups right now in MPL ID Season 10, as now we're gonna take a look at the keys to victory here by Axe.
Limiting Nino and Udil comfort heroes, because that is where they usually shine, right? Nino and Udil can make a lot of plays happen, but on specific heroes, they need to be special picks. It's not very flexible. Akai can be the key if they want to go aggressively and play for that utility, but that gold lane matchup, man, we've talked again and again about it. It is very, very important, and it all will depend on if they can actually shut down Leo Murphy, the main playmaker on the side of Alter Ego. But from the side of Alter Ego, this is their own keys to victory by Axe. Nino getting his playmaking hero. right? He needs to get those heroes, and Bigetron will be trying to get at him all the way from the drafting phase, so it's going to be very, very important. Optimize the early leads and don't play crazy even until that late game, because if they go too wild, Bigetron are very comfortable in deep waters. They will play that macro game and just outsmart and outmaneuver Alter Ego.
One of the things that I want to highlight is the matchup in the gold lane. Right now, so far, Alter Ego Esports with Nino at the helms in that gold lane, he's able to use a variety of different heroes. I mean, he's played the fighter, we've seen the Yuzong actually come to clutch as well. He's really great on the Beatrix, but for the side of Bigetron now, Marky.
Marky, the Filipino import, right? So it's actually pretty interesting because BTR have the most diversity in their roster, right? They have 3 Indonesians, they have a Malaysian, and they have a Filipino, right? So 2 imports in this team with Repo and Fala. Repo and Marky. But Marky, yes, in that goal lane, in the Philippines, guess who he is? He is the mentor. He is the teacher of Kelra. The man that everyone has been calling the best gold laner in the world. This man was his mentor, and we will see exactly why he was able to raise such a monster in that gold lane. Again, this is the first game into the draft we go, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Alter Ego on the blue side, BTR on the red. First bands coming through. Faramis and Akai targeting towards the roamer. No, the mid laner, and as well as Akai. This hero that was just spammed up by Max. Every single time it's up, they always take it, Arashi.
Exactly. It's just very important, but for Bigetron, they are trying to shut down the early aggressive play coming from Alter Ego. Fanny as well as Ling. We don't see Lings being banned this early in the games, but maybe they are aware of something that we are not. If this is part of their game plan to try and slow down Alter Ego, and from there on, just play the rotation game that Bigetron is so infamous for, this might just work out in their favor. As Alter Ego, they ban out that Franco just in case Bigetron wants to go for those pickoffs.
You're right, but as of right now, at this stage, 1-1 is still available for them to pick up, as well as a Valentina. So do you think they're gonna ban it out or just like leave it open this time?
It is very scary to leave up that 1-1. They might go for a ban towards the 1-1, but then Valentina will be picked up. Not a lot of heroes to trade it with, so maybe we might just see Valentina and 1-1 just left open.
Beatrix?
1-1 picked up. Beatrix Paquito can be the solution, as well as, but I think banning the 1-1 could be just the, you know,
right,
the best option here, and that's exactly what they do, opting to give over to Valentina over to Alter Ego. A signature pick for Udil, but remember, when we're talking about Alter Ego, there's another signature pick that Udil just loves, the Julian.
The Julian.
Now it's a dilemma.
Exactly. They can go for the Julian, they can go for the Beatrix as well for Nino, so all the options available for Alter Ego, it's just pick and choose, because whatever they don't pick, Bigetron will have a chance to secure for themselves. Coach Casius and Coach Vrendini right now, they are going head-to-head in this chess match. The execution from both these teams, we've seen varying levels, but the drafting here will set up the whole game, as we saw in match number 1.
Yeah, you can see them even discussing it into its entirety, but no, it actually is going to be the Valentina this time around, as we're going to take a look at a comment here by Ko Leos. Alter Ego gives pressure in the early game from the kill points they get. So from his observation, Alter Ego Esports, they go in for the kills in order to sustain themselves in that early game and look for objectives on the board. So maybe that's something that Bigetron Alpha can actually keep an eye out for. But now Bigetron, with the next 2 picks, are they going to be securing the Natalia and the Beatrix?
Yeah, they go for the Beatrix. Again, a hero that we always see as a pick here. When it's left open, BTR secures it. They pick up a Natalia, which is very, very interesting, because again, this can still be flexed in the jungle, in the roam. We don't know where it's going just yet, but this leaves open, Arashi, a very, very good hero for Alter Ego to take. The Julian wasn't banned at all. So yeah, the Claude as well. Nino can just go for the Claude. Julian, Claude can work here. Valentina as the mid laner, Julian as the jungler. But if they do go for the Julian Claude, it removes any sort of flex pick potential in this game.
Can we see a Cho?
You can see a Paquito as well. Everything is still available. This is why this game, the bans are already dynamic, but the picks are even more concerning. But they go for that Masha. And there is some flex possibility here. As we take a look here from for a comment from Fearless from Rebellion Zion.
His kid's debut performance was pretty good. And I think this is something that we touched on earlier on before as well. I mean, kids coming into that jungle position is also something of pressure. There is huge shoes to fill as well, because when we talk about Alter Ego Esports, the identity doesn't shy away too far from Selly Boy, but so far, he's been doing a good job. Now, Bigetron, with the last pick here in the first phase, they are going to round it out with the Karina being picked up.
With this pick, though, it's a very similar kind of approach that BTR are going for from the side of Alter Ego as well. Both teams now, they removed the possibility of those flex picks, right? Natalia, we thought it might go to the jungle role, might go as a roamer, but with the Karina pick, that basically just solidifies its position in the roam. Same thing goes for the Valentina. Now, it's most probably going to be Valentina Mage, Masha in that XP lane, and Julian in the jungle.
Right? I'm not sure if Alter Ego would want to go for a roaming Masha, but Bigetron, understanding that Alter Ego is a completely different beast with Leo Murphy on the Cho, they go for that ban. For Alter Ego right now, knowing that there's going to be Natalia most likely not in the jungle, they have to try and get something that can expose the members of Bigetron. We saw earlier that Yi Sun-shin is a legitimate possibility, but they can also go for something that a hero they can place traps, you know, to get intel for the team, like a Diggy, like a Selena. Those are going to be very, you know, very unusual picks, but this won't be the first time Alter Ego surprises us with their unorthodox strategies.
Yeah, that's the thing though, because Bigetron Alpha has already picked up the Natalia, they have to find a way to be able to alleviate the kill pressure as well as that pick-off potential that the Natalia can have. If they do choose someone like the Yi Sun-shin as their jungler, I feel like it's a little too risky.
Yeah, Yi Sun-shin in the jungle, we saw it earlier from the match of Rebellion versus Aura. It did work out for them, but that was because they have such an insane mid lane combo, right? They had the Mathilda and the Feramis, able to clear out waves so fast just to enable that Yi Sun-shin to look for farm. And when Yi Sun-shin gets farmed up, we all know what he can do. He deals out so much damage, and now I don't think that's going to work out for both of these teams, because it does feel like both of the teams will put their minds, will have a heavy emphasis on that mid lane, with Alter Ego already securing the Valentina, and Alter Ego here, they banned out the Paquito. We can already see some respect from the side of BTR as they went for the Claude. They know they have a Beatrix. Claude is kind of annoying, honestly, when you have the Beatrix on your team, because the Blazing Duet and the way you just play Claude around the Beatrix is very, very nice. Now, Alter Ego though, we're going to have to see. Their final ban has been the Paquito in the second phase. Now, what do they want to take? Another XP lane, perhaps? Or do they want to limit the roamers? Sicilian being one of the signature picks for Fala, the hero that he got the MVP with in the MDL. And fun fact, in the MDL, when he won with EVOS Icon, they were up against Alter Ego X, up against kids.
Your team is
There you go. There you go. History repeats itself here, but no, it's not going to be the Sicilian ban this time around for Alter Ego Esports. They've actually opted to leave someone like the Sicilian open, and honestly, with Bigetron, if they do pick up the Sicilian, it also is a guarantee for them in towards the late game, understanding that they are putting a lot of emphasis on the Natalia. So just in case the Natalia doesn't work out, they will be able to fall on that Sicilian. And plus, the Sicilian's ultimate isn't that valuable for someone like the Valentina to take as well.
True.
I think Lunox though, Rashi.
Ooh, Lunox for Bigetron? That can work if they have two assassins. They like DPS. Alter Ego might pick the Esmeralda here. If Bigetron wants to try and counter that, they pick up the Popo. And is this a Popo and Koopa roam?
No, it should be a Popo and Koopa mid lane. Natalia roam. We saw this from BTR, remember last time, but it was on the hands of Key. It was a roamer Popo and Koopa. Now though, yeah, it's a strange pick. There's a lot of single target damage. Natalia, Karina, and Popo, they might just be going for like a pig style composition here. They need to round it off properly though, because Alter Ego, it looks like they want to team fight.
Right, if you add the Lunox to this composition as well, as you were mentioning earlier, there's a lot of potential. It can be, there's a lot of flexing available now that you're looking at these weirder picks. For Alter Ego though, if they select a lot of beefier members, it's gonna make it very difficult for Bigetron to get the value they want from the potential pickoffs. You take look now at like a small snippet of information here, as the final pick here is gonna be Brody.
Okay, so Broody is going to be the choice here for the side of Alter Ego Esports. And it turns out Udil is the #1 Valentina most picked. Wait, no, I'm not wording this correctly. He's the person who's picked up the Valentina the most in MPL ID Season 10 with a number of 4 picks. So really just a comfort hero, I guess, at this stage for Alter Ego Esports. But when the Valentina is open, I feel like it's a little too expensive to let go anyway. And now Bigetron, on that note, Alter Ego Esports now, they do have a lot of CC. If Bigetron want to go for those pickups, they have to be aware of this. So what exactly do they need to round it off?
They need a frontliner. They need more frontline here. In the XP lane, they can go for something like a Phoveus. Dashes-wise, Valentina, Julian, and Ruby can actually proc that Demonic Force from the roster. For the side of BTR, though, none of the members can actually proc that Demonic Force to really synergize with the Phoveus. But your talent prediction here by Axe. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have wrapped up the draft of game number 1, it is me, Miracle, in the middle, again, caught in an Alter Ego sandwich.
Well, the audience predictions by TikTok agree with us as well. 71% for Alter Ego. This is personal for Mirko, so we'll have to see if Bigetron can actually prove to us that Mirko, you know, his faith is justified.
Eterna, Arashi, remember, game number 1, match number 1, Rebellion had 9% of the audiences predicting for them. So here it is. With the rosters, I want quick predictions. Eterna, Alter Ego, or BTR?
I gotta say Alter Ego Esports here. I think they have a lot more to work with, a lot more CC and a lot more AoE damage to fall onto if, let's say, Bigetron Alpha falls short.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the STM Derby to commence. Into the land of Dawn we go for Alter Ego versus BTR.
Off the bat here, Key is actually the roamer on the Natalia, so he'll be trying to make aggressive plays, but against the Julian in the jungle will be okay, because Julian really isn't as squishy. He's not exactly an assassin, he's more of a fighter. So the Natalia won't be as annoying. And for Alter Ego, they're already clearing out the mid lane. They're getting that pressure, and they might be rotating towards the gold lane. That seems to be the meta we've been seeing again and again. And Bigetron, of course, is very aware that that is absolutely the case.
Natalia feels useless against the Ruby, but then again, the Phoveus can also utilize that opportunity to deny Leo Murphy on the Ruby. So it's just a 1v1 situation right now, as Nino is forced that flicker really earlier in the first minute in a 2v1 situation. He is still able to survive though, as there is a fun fact by Grab that it turns out before Fala played for BTR, he was the MVP finals in MPL Season 5 with EVOS Icon, like we discussed earlier before as well.
So it's a revival of the rivalry between Kids and Fala. We'll have to see who actually comes out on top here. And 2 members in the middle lane here. It's still very much aggression all the way, clearing from Alter Ego, but so far, they have not been able to leverage this mid control into anything else.
Let's see though, again, there's a lot of kill pressure in the mid lane. You just have to wait for BTR to actually reach that level 4 power spike, right? Again, a lot of single target damage. Once they hit level 4, Bidem Koopa will stun with the ultimate being popped up by the Koopa. And for Natalia, just additional burst here. They go into Nino, who's forced to use the second ability. No flicker here. They jump really low, forced to back up, but I don't think he wants to let that happen. He has to execute. They might go for a sandwich maneuver, and Nino gets taken down. First blood presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, as look at Repo. Again, he's able to bait the turtle up top here, but he might be punished in. Udil jumping in. That's going to be Demonic Force proc all the way. Repo trying to look for the damage. That's going to be Max and Fala jumping in with a bite of Koopa onto Leo Murphy. It's jumping all around, and Max secures the retribution away from Kids. Kids taken low. Leo Murphy going to get taken down as the bite of Koopa once again finds its mark onto Kids. Taken very low, but Enhanced Sword buys a little bit more time. But it is just Bigetron wreaking havoc. A double kill for Key and a 4-0 lead in the second minute of the game.
I mean, if we were talking about aggression from Alter Ego Esports, Bigetron Alpha, they're playing the same game here. 3,000 gold lead as well to their name, as we can take a look at the emblem.
Elements more or less standard, but Max with the Demon Slayer hints at he's going for more of a tanky build. We'll have to see if that is a curveball though. He can still go for a bit more damage and then transition into more of a more tanky items the way Hyde did in the first match. But with this composition, Bigetron has so much pick potential and so much kill threat. I'm not sure if Alter Ego should be going for all these early fights, because I think in the mid game, that is where their composition makes a lot more sense. More CC, more AoE. They can go for combos instead.
Oh, Marky forced to figure out. Stun comes in, Biden Koopa onto Leo Murphy as Ski jumps in with the execute. Leo Murphy bringing him back with the I'm offended. Fala taken low. Nino trying to deal the damage, but it's going to be picked up by Udil, who picks up a double kill. Finally taken down there as Max picks up a trade. A 2-for-1 right now in favor of Alter Ego.
Alter Ego Esports picking up something finally here in the 4th minute of the game. And Arashi, on that note, even if Alter Ego Esports want to bring this to the late game, we all know how the Brody is not going to outscale the Beatrix, especially with the emblem choice that both of them have opted to take. So how exactly can Alter Ego Esports come out on top from this?
I think they have to bank everything on that mid game, right? In the mid game, if they're able to actually get rolling and use their combos to take over the game, they can abuse that momentum and shut Bigetron Alpha down before they can reach those really late game power spikes.
Wait, I have a question. Looking at the composition, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is Fala the only source of CC that Bigetron Alpha has?
Well, technically, Repo with the eye can also pull people back. That is a form of crowd control. And right now, Pi goes for the play onto Max, but Bigetron pull the trigger on them instead.
Neutral objective control as the Biden Koopa was used, but Fala did not have that ultimate ready. So Bigetron Alpha just secure the objective once again, and they back up. They've already accumulated a 3,000 gold lead here in the early game.
You know, if there's anything that we can expect from Bigetron Alpha, Max in particular, is the fact that he's able to get those retributions always, but Pi goes down here with the rotations coming in from Bigetron Alpha, pushing their tempo and their focus to the top side.
That's a single target damage we spoke of, and even in the mid lane, it just seems so hard for Alter Ego to really look for the picks. Fala, incredibly independent in that mid lane as he's able to run away from a 3-man gank, and even in that top side, BTR noticed that Alter Ego weren't going to defend top side. They instead moved into mid lane, so BTR just punished. They take the turret, and now item check, 5th minute in the game.
Blade of Despair already built in for Marky, so a lot of damage, potential for the burst, and with the setup that Bigetron Alpha has been going for, that is a lot of dive potential, and if their target is the gold lane, Nino is in for an absolutely bad time. Alter Ego, they need to try and wait for the late game and maybe play for the front to back. If the Ruby and the Masha get tanky enough, the single target damage can be mitigated.
Oh, look at that. Marky was in the bush. Max coming in with the Shadow Assault onto Kids. Key is right there for the taking. It's a double kill picked up by Max. Key getting out of the torn apart memory as BTR look for the siege in the mid lane. 5,000 gold lead. Fala picking up that BOD and say goodbye to the turret right now with the turret being targeted. Marky goes back to the Wesker, takes that turret down with the help of Fala, and what? Max is an absolute monster this game. Absolutely just grabbing everybody. He's definitely using the discount code. 35,000 for you guys as well if you guys use grb.co/MPL. But look at the turrets. Oh my god.
Yeah, they have double siege potential with the way that they drafted for the side of Bigetron Alpha. They have the damage and the siege coming in from Fala on the Popple and Koopa, as well as that damage coming in from Beatrix to be able to secure and really dominate all these neutral objectives on the board. And the fact that the Fala is on the Popple and Koopa in that mid side is able to open up the map with the traps as well, gives him a little bit of an edge and allows him not to get ganked by the members from the side of Alter Ego Esports.
The composition right now is just brutal, man. Not a lot of single target setup, but two assassins, they are picking up Alter Ego Esports as much as possible, and if Alter Ego are trying to play it slow and delay the game, they use a Popple and Koopa to absolutely demolish all the structures that Alter Ego have, and with that lead, they can start venturing into the jungle and they can start denying Alter Ego resources. And that might be the play they will go for in the next 1 to 2 minutes. And from there on, it is on the side of Bigetron Alpha to play it calm and perfect and make sure that the core members, like Max, for example, do not get taken out.
Yeah, Repo's already built that Oracle as well, but what?
Okay, Marky and Pi 2v1. Pi almost getting the trade, but Marky uses that ultimate. That Wesker damage is certainly insane, but there you go again. They're able to find these picks off in the side lanes. He even just jumping onto Leo Murphy. 7,000 gold lead in 7 minutes of play. 8 minutes now.
That's insane. The shotgun. the Wesker damage. It makes no sense. That man has 3 health bars, and it's just gone in the blink of an eye.
See ya.
This is why it's so difficult to go against the Beatrix in the late game. I think the only person that we were thinking can counter it is maybe Kids or maybe Pi, but from the looks of it, right? I don't think that's a valid strategy. Maybe Udil needs to get involved and steal some kind of crowd control to deal with that, because Marky right now is scaling absolutely well. He has all the gold and he has the late game emblem as well. So even if Bigetron Alpha take this to the late games, they can still rely on Marky to be a reliable source of damage that cannot be easily caught by Alter Ego Esports.
You're right, I mean, so much damage placement for the side of Bigetron Alpha. We can already see that Max as well has opted for the Holy Crystal, so additional magic damage, as once again Bigetron Alpha will have the upper hand when it comes down to those objectives, and the Lord already secured and in their pockets to use.
Wow. With the Shadow Twin Bit as well, Max has just so much damage potential as Pi here. He is the only one that can really venture out with a bit more security just because of how tanky he is. Unless he just walks into melee range of Marky, he won't get bursted down, but the rest of Alter Ego, they're stuck in defense mode. They're just waiting to try and trap someone, but even then, they don't really have a lot of tools to try and punish someone who's out of position.
Look how they're managing the waves, Arashi. They're actually opting to go for that bottom wave push first and slow pushing the mid lane and the top side. Oh my god, Marky finds the render shot on towards Kids. They get the pressure in the bottom side, and look at the timing of that mid lane crashing in as well. It's almost perfect here. Maybe it is perfect here as they get the turrets perfectly timed with that mid lane to come in and pick up the next tier 2 objective. BTR with a 10,000 gold lead now, building up to an 11k. As again, look at that top side. It's going to push exactly in the same time as the mid and bottom side that's coming in right now.
What I find fascinating is the fact that Max is at a 601 KDA. He has not been taken down, not even once, even though they have Kids. They have Leo Murphy with the I'm Offended. The CC is there.
CC is there. Let's see. The Lord is already pushing in right here, but it's still early on in the game, so the Lord isn't nearly tanky enough for Bigetron Alpha to get huge resources, but half the HP of the top base turret from Alter Ego, that is plenty for them to work with, and they still have all this control, all these threats in the jungle of Alter Ego, and right now I don't think anyone is tanky enough to check. We can see that Leo Murphy, he goes for the Dominance Ice, but will it be enough when Max is just 6-0 with all the items here, including the Holy Crystal already? The mix between 2 assassins, 1 physical, 1 magical. This is making it very difficult for Alter Ego to have a reliable front line that can survive both.
I'm thinking about Alter Ego's like win condition here. Their win condition is to go for kind of a front to back with Brody dealing the damage.
Yes.
I don't know though. In terms of front to back composition, I feel like Bigetron Alpha have them outdrafted. Look at that, right? Just the amount of damage that they have on the side of BTR and the frontline presence with also a backline threat towards Alter Ego. If they do go for a full front to back team fight, right now, well, with the 11,000 gold lead, it's definitely going to favor BTR. They go on to Pi, who's trying to open up the map here, losing 1 of his health bars. Render shot not connecting there as Alter Ego look for control in the enemy jungle.
I think it depends, right? For the strategy for Alter Ego isn't to out DPS Bigetron Alpha, it's to outlast them. They have 2 tanky members, they have Pi with multiple HP bars, they have Leo Murphy with they can build a lot more defensive items, and Kids can transition into a fighter as well.
Yeah.
That will be what they will rely on, not competing in the DPS aspect.
I agree, because if they go for that, they're gonna lose. It's insane. I don't see how this is supposed to work, because theory-wise, on paper, when you're drafting, if you go for full damage, it's easy for you to be taken down, but it doesn't seem like this is the case with Bigetron Alpha. With a full glass cannon type of composition that they brought to the table here for game number 1 against Alter Ego Esports, it's working.
I wouldn't
and it should work.
Yeah, I wouldn't actually say it's a glass cannon because again, Max is building full tank. They also have Repo on the sidelines.
He's not building full
He's
tank,
building
though.
damage.
Max?
He's building damage, Miracle.
He has a Shadow Twin Blade
and a Holy Crystal.
A Holy Crystal.
He doesn't have any tank items?
No, not yet.
Oh my goodness.
Exactly.
Which is what is so surprising.
I think it should have been full tank, but because they have this big of a lead, and he has 6 kills, he just went for it, right? Because it was kind of telegraphed that he would go for that tank build with the Demon Slayer emblem, right? And they also still have Repo, who is a solid frontliner right now. we'll see how this works out for the side of Alter Ego if they are able to defend this second Lord. Enhanced Lord in the building as they look for that mid lane. Repo gonna get hooked into the base with the I'm Offended, but no more damage coming in for the side of BTR to really look for any turrets. They fall back again, losing the Enhanced Lord, but building up to a 12,000 gold lead for themselves.
Max already with the Divine Glaive right now. That is a lot of items. He's, I think, one item away from being full build at 13 minutes in the game. So Repo is the target for the I'm Offended again and again, but that won't be enough.
Oh my god, Repo just going at it there on the back line. He's gonna be forced to back away here, but no. Repo just stays inside as Max comes in for the cleanup. Way too aggressive by Max. He's gonna get taken down, and this might be it. This is a chance for Alter Ego to really capitalize, but Fala and Marky, the two marksmen up against the world. Nino has one in the nature, Marky as well. He's jumping over the hand sword, but Fala just targets the base to secure the first game of the series. 12,000 gold lead. They lose the team fight, but they win. They take the base.
What happened? What happened? That game literally ended right underneath our noses. I mean, I didn't expect Bigetron Alpha to be able to take it then and there, realizing that they already lost so many members from the side of Bigetron Alpha. But I guess Alter Ego Esports, they weren't able to defend that. Man, mom buff.
Mom buff. They used to have the bald buff and the twin buff. With that no longer in play, the mom buff takes the stage. And Max, look at him. He is performing so good. It must feel amazing to have such a stellar performance in front of your parents, man.
He got all the retributions in that game, right?
Yeah, he did. Well, none of them were contested, so
exactly. Wow.
There was one that was...
One was contested, but yeah, Max, technically, yeah, he did win all the retry battles, 100%. Being that one turtle fight in the early stage. But again, this is a new BTR. This is with the roster they're presenting right now. It does feel like it's very different to the one that we saw previously with Matt still in the gold lane, with Moreno in the mid lane, and with Sarizo in the XP.
This might be their main 5-year miracle. They might be pulling out all their cards because they know as well that Alter Ego Esports is not an easy contender.
Well, right now, they have to go back to the drawing board and try and find something else. We did mention that there is a possibility that couldn't work out for them, but Bigetron, today, all the teams playing today have been so disciplined. We haven't seen any crazy comebacks, right? They've been always so consistent in keeping everything clean and collected, and they're not giving any shutdowns at all. Max has 0 deaths in that game, and the rest of everyone else also basically makes sure that Alter Ego has no chance to come back once they messed up in that early game fight. I think it all began there, right? They go for those early game fights even though they're up against 2 assassins and very, very strong crowd control, and just like that, they were down 4 kills.
Because that draft could have ended so badly for BTR.
Absolutely.
But they were able to snowball from that early game and take it against Alter Ego Esports.
And this just shows again, it's Coach Rendini bringing those crazy picks into the fray here in MPL ID. He was obviously the man who brought Odette Diggy in TNC back in MPL PH Season 9, getting a few victories and bringing TNC all the way to the top. But Fala's Popol and Koopa mid laner. BTR surprise pick starts here with Coach Rendini finally able to utilize that deep hero pool that he has with this main 5-man roster.
I love how the picks are just getting more crazy. I mean, Popol mid, we haven't seen that in a very long time. I think the last time we saw that was 2 seasons ago. As now we're going to take a look at the post-game here between Alter Ego Esports as well as Bigetron Alpha for game number 1.
For the most part, it's standard. Repo, even knowing that he will be diving towards that backline, wreaking havoc, he even has the Winter Truncheon just in case he needs that way out. Marky, though, has the Wind of Nature as well, so they're very much still paying respects to the potential of Alter Ego to come back, except for Max. Max just went full damage, and he is so good at positioning and going in at the right time. In the end, he did get taken out, but that just pushes Alter Ego all the way back and allows for the rest of the members to go for that end. The rich guy and the carry is going to be Marky with a stellar performance. And look at the post-game stats. It tells you all you need to know about this game. And damage to tower and the Turtle Lord and turret, Bigetron just takes it all.
Every single category.
Every single.
Except for Sandbag.
But I'm surprised Marky didn't like, was he flashy? Like, I didn't see him do any like TikTok plays or anything.
He
but
didn't need to. He didn't need to.
Exactly. that's
Efficiency.
Silent killers, man.
Yeah.
Silent but deadly. Marky was just phenomenal on that Beatrix.
We talked about the lack of crowd control, and as we were mentioning, the highest assist, the forgotten one in this game, is Fala. Because that is what they were using, what they were abusing, right? The level 4, as Miko mentioning, at level 4 with the Bairam Koopa that will stun, they can set up all the kills for the assassins all around the map. It is very limited, so if they fall behind, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually lock people down. But since they didn't make any mistakes at all, the MVP for the first game right now by the Samsung Galaxy A series will be Max on that Karina. Essentially 0 deaths, gives one up just to ensure the victory, so totally worth it.
6-1-3, that final dive. I was actually questioning that, man. Like, why would you dive that, right? But with the 69% kill participation, a very good number on the hands of Max. You can see the build as well. I was kind of shocked, right? Because I expected this man with the Demon Slayer emblem to go for the tank build. Full damage, so...
And even then, he
yeah.
wasn't picked off.
Once.
Just that last moment, but that doesn't count because he basically bought so much time for his team to just attack that tower in the last minute.
And this is that first fight where you can see everyone just gets taken out. Even Udil, he was out already, but he was in the bush. He gets secured as well. And once you have a 0-4 lead, we can see some moments made by the side of Alter Ego. But for the most part, it was just traded back. And with that advantage, the burst potential. You have to talk again about the laning phase from the side of Bigetron. Almost every single lane, they can win. You know, and with that advantage, that allows Key to just swoop in and just take these easy kills. And look at the damage from the Wesker. You cannot try and deal with a Beatrix with a melee hero. It does not work. And just like that, 13 minutes, very swift game. You can see that Max zones everyone away. And with 2 members left, Marky and Fala make the call to actually end the game, and they get it done.
What a game, what a performance by BTR in game number 1. Getting the kill and getting the game in 13 minutes. Yeah, 13 minutes of play. They were able to end the game there with the double marksman just hitting, munching on the base. But we still have a second game in the series. In week 3 so far, all of the games have been 2-1s, right? So BTR, they still need to come back. They still need to reset for game number 2, as well as Alter Ego, who suffered a dominating loss, right? They got dominated. It felt really one-sided in that game, maybe because Max was buying those items from Blee Blee. It just felt like, you know, he's always getting those discounts. Very, very value picks, and you guys can do the same right now by completing your Mobile Legends account with the help of Blee Blee. Get up to IDR 40,000 worth of cashbacks. Check bleeb.li/sahabatmine if you guys don't want to miss any of those promos and you want to get the best value for your diamonds in-game.
Don't forget the voucher code here, Mirko.
What's the voucher code?
Game, what is it? Is it dash or slash?
Game dash MPL 10.
Because we get that confused. I mean, I saw Gani, he said slash yesterday, so just making sure it's game dash MPL 10.
If you're lazy, you know, you can always just scan the QR code over there. It works just fine as well, you know. Work hard, don't work hard. Work smart.
Work
right,
smart.
Arashi?
Work smart. The same way Bigetron was able to just smartly work around all their problems there, man. I think it's just really good how every single hero in that team just works well with each other, right? It's like they're setting each other up at every single point. So I think Alter Ego, they need to try and find a bit more success in the early game. Leo Murphy on the Ruby, we've said this before, he can make plays, but Ruby is not nearly as dynamic as a Cho, as a Kufra that he's well known for. So they have to find something, man. I know that they're gonna probably ban the Cho out for sure. It's too dangerous to leave up. But he needs to find a different one, you know? You can't just believe that everyone's gonna let the Cho get unbanned, you know? They won't let the Cho be picked up.
Can you imagine if he was able to use that Cho in that game? Do you think things would have been different?
I think so.
I mean, it could have been, right? Because of how squishy everyone was. He would be able to pick off whoever he wanted with the playstyle that he has.
He can save people with the Way of the Dragon as well.
Exactly, but that's exactly why Bigetron banned it out in that game. They know how much of a threat Leo Murphy possesses on a Cho. And this is actually somewhat of a similar approach that we've seen up against Alter Ego. When Alter Ego don't get their comfort picks, they really, you know, it feels like it's not the same Alter Ego. It feels like a very weak Alter Ego compared to when they get those comfort heroes, because they absolutely style and demolish their opponents when they do get those comfort heroes.
in fact, this playstyle where every lane is having pressure and they're just rotating around and getting kills, that is alter ego style.
Yeah,
and
you're
Bigetron
right.
is like, nah, no thanks, our turn, right? We'll use it against you. This season is full of, in a way, copycats, but it's been put to great use by all these different teams.
It's just because if you lose to your own strategy, doesn't that hurt a little bit more? Because if you're the one to bring it onto the stage, technically you should know just exactly how that strategy can be countered. And the fact that it hasn't worked out is a huge question mark as well.
I don't know though, I really don't feel like it's the same strat. Sure, early game dominance, but how they do it. Alter Ego gets the early game based on kills. Bigetron were more focused on objectives. Again, they did get a few picks, but it's all centered around the fights on neutral objectives. The reason they were able to get 3 kills in the early game wasn't because they went for ganks. No, it was because they controlled the turtle better. With that control, they're able to punish Alter Ego, who overextended, who were looking for those kind of fights desperately, and they got punished completely. 3 kills handed over. Then they just used that 3 kills to get a lot on the map. Turrets, just pressuring Nino on the Brody. And here you can see the tunnel camp by Head and Shoulders, as for sure, Alter Ego have evaluated their mistakes in game number 1. They're going to be looking to improve here with maybe a better draft as well. With them stepping on stage, Rashi, do you think they should work on the draft, or is it more of an execution thing?
We did mention that the draft has potential here. I think what they need to change, obviously, if they want to go for these big fights, then they need setup. They need something that can enable that. Otherwise, it's a matter of execution. If they want to match Bigetron in the drafting game, it's very difficult right now because so far, Karina, Natalia, and Popo and Koopa, that combination seems to be what is making Bigetron so dominant. And these are 3 heroes that have not been commonly banned. So if they do that, they are letting go another plethora of different heroes that Bigetron can just pick up. Maybe, right? Maybe if they want to pick one to just shut down, they can ban that Beatrix too, man. Because again, I'm gonna leave it there and not even go into how broken it is and how flexible it is, okay? Damage from long range, damage from close up with the Wesker as well, is just too much.
Agreed. Beatrix is so strong in this current patch. I don't know. Do you think Beatrix should be banned in the first phase?
I think it may justify it, as we're going to take a look at the talents game duration, and all of us are so far off.
Yeah.
I mean, so far.
I'm the worst.
What was that, 13-minute game?
That 13 minutes and 40 seconds, if I'm mistaken.
13 minutes and 40 seconds, and we thought that this would be close, but my oh my, was game number 1 not close at all, and that could be thanks to the coach here from the side of Bigetron Alpha using that JBL Quantum.
JBL Quantum.
Yo.
Helps you hear crisp, clean, and send information to the players crisp, clean as well. That's why you can see on stage, how are they performing so well? Crisp, clean communication helps you do all that, Arashi, right?
I just feel like when you're talking about, you mentioned, is it the draft that's lacking from Alter Ego Esports? It's not exactly, because they did bring a good draft, but the problem is Bigetron, they have their out-of-the-box strategies. And I want to see that come through for Alter Ego Esports here, especially now that we're going to dive into game number 2 here between BTR as well as Alter Ego.
So far, the bans from the side of Bigetron, not much different. So I wonder if they think the Fanny and the Ling would be an issue. Maybe the mobility, they're trying to cut down the mobility of these heroes, right? To make sure that they can actually out-rotate Alter Ego. Because Bigetron, when you talk about rotations, Bigetron is infamous for having really fast, really efficient rotations.
Well, here we have a comment from Kids who made his debut yesterday. I'm happy, no pressure at all in my debut yesterday. For Max, let's contest our retribution. So far, that hasn't really aged well, as Max has won all of the retribution battles so far. But again, we will see how this game plays out. BTR, knowing that the Natalia was just such a menace in game 1, they've opted to ban it, and Rashi, again, Faramis, Valentina, they leave it open, and Alter Ego are the ones now who are forced to choose. Do we ban the 1-1? Oh, the Valentina, that's a 1-1 pickup for sure, I think, for BTR. And again, for Kids, you can see his achievement. 2nd place MPL ID Season 5, that was denied by Fala, who's now in BTR.
That is sad, man. He wants to get revenge for sure, but so far, they have to try and do something differently. Bigetron right now can pick up one of the prio heroes in the drafting phase. Is this the first time we've seen Valentina and Faramis banned by one team? It might just be.
No, we've seen it multiple times, Valentina and Faramis. They don't trade usually, and especially for the second pick, we've seen the Valentina and the Faramis ban. Now though, BTR, 1-1 or Beatrix?
Come on, 1-1, man.
Beatrix has more versatility.
True.
But see? Told you. I told you.
It's broken.
Beatrix has more versatility, and but this is pretty scary, right? You leave the 1-1 open for Nino to take. Remember what he was able to do against EVOS Legends last season in the playoffs.
Yeah, he hasn't used it this season.
Banned out completely.
Right.
Doesn't mean he can't. He can still bring it out right here. And along with that though, what are they gonna pick up? There's so many options available.
Julian 1-1.
They can go for the Franco, they can go for the Julian, the Yves, they can go for the Cho as well. If they really fear that it will be banned out in the second phase, they can save it, I guess, for the final pick in the first phase. But there we go. It's gonna be a Paquito, so a lot more versatility. And along with that, it's gonna be the Julian.
Hey,
I really love the Julian.
And they really hate 1-1. What's up? You got beef with 1-1? If you got beef with 1-1, you got beef with me, man. But yeah, Alter Ego. They go for the Julian. What? Julian, Paquito.
Is this preemptive?
Diggy, Masha as well. Oh, Diggy. Why Diggy? Why do you think Diggy? Diggy? Well, Rashi,
I think we've heard the combo. Is it Omelia or Professor KB? You pull someone back with the you turn back time, pull someone back, and hit them with the Wesker.
Wait,
that has been a disgusting combo.
Omwawa.
But for Omwawa, I think, right? So Alter Ego though, they're going for all these tanky members, but Beatrix can burst through them.
Oh man, yeah, we're laughing at the comment here made by Fala. It's pretty sad because again, he was in the EVOS Legends roster in Season 8. He didn't get playtime at all. Season 9 he was in the EVOS Legends roster again.
And
he didn't get playtime.
Oh, no, he didn't
get a single game to play. And in EVOS Icon he finally got his time to shine, getting that finals MVP. But in BTR as well, first 2 weeks he didn't get time to play, but he just wants to play, man. Give the man playtime. Right now he's definitely using that playtime very, very well, shining on the Popo and Koopa that is now banned out. BTR again though. Take a look at the head-to-head for the gold laner.
Marky versus Nino. The stats are so much more onto Nino, except for the average tower damage and the average damage dealt. So it just seems like Marky, this is his playstyle, right? If he gets this Beatrix, it makes sense. He gets more damage on the tower with the Renner, as well as the damage dealt because he's poking a lot from distance. So he will be attempting to resume with the same idea. And for our Alter Ego right now, I'm not quite sure, man. There's so many possibilities right now with the current meta being so confusing.
I can see 2 reasons as to why they picked up the Diggy. Number 1, to just deny the 1-1 pick for Alter Ego. Secondly, I don't know, this is kind of crazy, but are they setting up for that Diggy Odette? The one we just mentioned.
No way.
This is Coach Ren. This is the man who picked the Diggy Odette combo in MPL PH Season 9 when he was the coach for TNC.
And that was even out of meta, right?
Yeah.
So it's possible. That would be so sick.
That would be. I would love to see it.
That would be sick. And right now, Alter Ego, they have 3 melee heroes, so they're playing right into it. If that is how it's gonna go, they need to try and diversify the range game, because otherwise, this is like looking like a very good game for that Odette to just pop out of nowhere.
Oh, I'm getting excited, guys!
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know if the Odette's gonna be picked up, but the one, even though the Diggy was picked up to deny that 1-1 pick, they go for the 1-1 again. In lane, 1-1 actually wins, level 1, 2, 3. But once level 4 hits, Beatrix has actually a slight edge if she is able to use the Wesker and the Renner properly. Now though, BTR, moment of truth. Do we see the Odette? We do. Okay, no. Okay, that just confirms it. Xavier picked up for Fala in mid lane, just adding more global pressure into the mids also. Poke, Rashi, Xavier, and Beatrix. If it's a Renner and Xavier together in any lane, Alter Ego are gonna get poked down. They have very small range, their heroes, and BTR now with another pick to secure in the jungle. It is the same, the Karina that can be flexed. You can go for tank, you can go for damage, depending on the situation.
So
you know, there is a cooldown on the time journey. I feel like if Alter Ego Esports want to be able to kind of bait it out, they could secure someone in that roaming position that has a full CC lockdown. That would force that to happen, and therefore the 1-1 would be able to pop off those weakness points. That still is a possibility that they can do, no?
CC lockdown, but not an ultimate, right? If it's relying on the ultimate, it's only gonna get traded with the time journey. So they need someone that can engage without that ultimate. The choice is available for Leo Murphy, but I'm wondering if that's good enough to be picked up in the situation. They go for the Franco instead. Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
He can engage without using the ultimate, as we were mentioning, and this forces Bigetron to come into close range, where the rest of Alter Ego, they can just go for that brawl.
Franco is a very, very good pick, a very intelligent pick for Alter Ego here. They know that BTR wants to clump up together, use the poke to dish out the damage onto the Alter Ego members. So they go for something with pick. Going with pick against a poke composition is going to be good. So again, both of the drafts set in stone for game number 2. This time around, I do feel like we have improvements here.
Oh.
Bawang Balman.
Bawang Balman ni.
What does that mean?
Like a Balman controller?
Yeah.
Bawang is like a controller, like a tamer, charmer.
Tamer.
So it's a so she is a Balman tamer.
What does that mean though? What does that mean?
I don't know.
I have no idea what it
Translating
means.
it doesn't give us a better
She's
idea.
probably good at playing the Bauman. That's what I can get. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, the STM Derby is here with unique drafts from both of the sides. We're jumping straight in to game number 2. Into the land of Dawn we go. BTR versus Alter Ego.
Yeah, I was worried that the composition that Alter Ego Esports has, because they're so melee oriented, that they don't and they cannot withstand too much damage and will not be able to get close and personal onto BTR. So perhaps they can work with this Franco, but even then, they're relying heavily onto this Franco. If the Franco is unable to get the picks, it's going to be very difficult for Alter Ego Esports to win in those fights.
Ooh, already aggressive moves from Leo Murphy, making sure that the lane isn't too brutal, because the gold lane is so important these days, man. Like, a lot of teams just make sure that roamers play around in that area so that at the very least they don't get completely shut down, because the mid game and late game essentially depends for the most part on that DPS right now.
And you can see in this matchup, right? The Beatrix, why it's so annoying is you can just have full control of the lane with a sniper here. And what's interesting is Marky's opted to go for the bandit there early on to clear out the waves faster, to just dish out the damage onto the turret. And even here, the 1-1's gonna have a tough time against that Renner because of how on point Marky is.
Well, Rico right now still abusing the HP bars, but Kids is waiting for a situation, and Max is up there as well. It's going to be a 2v2, and I think Paquito has a bit of an edge. Max needs a bit more items to try and be as dangerous. I think he'll be going for more damage as well, depending on how this goes.
Oh. Recall in there, he's putting the confidence there as, there you go, the first time Arashi, the combo you expected coming through, bringing him back for the Resker, and for the Renner to hit, and even the Miru, a few cheeky little basic attacks there as Franco gonna be forced to back up in the gold lane. This is already not really looking good for that gold lane, as the Diggy and Beatrix combination is so dominant. The mid lane though, Fala gonna get caught by Udil and Kids. That combination, first blood picked up, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series as Marky tries to look for the siege down below. Again, so lethal on those sniper shots. Oh my god!
Wow.
Another one.
Another one.
Another one. And that's going to be Leo Murphy recalling. So I thought that because they had to pick onto Fala in that mid side, Alter Ego Esports would use that momentum to take the turtle. But no, it turns out they're just going to continue as it was.
There's no problem with doing so. Kids, he can keep repeating the same steps. I don't know if he intends to do so. Leo Murphy has been barely missing these hooks. They're going in the right direction. It's just not long enough. So it's a bit sad.
Technique ancaman, bro.
Technique ancaman.
It's a scare technique, yeah? It's a
scare tactic.
It's a threatening hook. Oh, Leo Murphy actually takes it. There you go, a little win for the side of Alter Ego as they secure the gold buff with a hook and a very well-placed first ability by Nino to just help him dish out the damage here. But again, this gold lane, look at how much damage they've been able to put into that turret as Alter Ego look for an opening. Max jumping in onto Pi. Repo with the Thunderclap as well, taking Pi to half HP, but Repo's missing out on a lot of XP in the top side.
Things are eerily quiet though. I mean, 3 minutes in that previous game, there were so many picks, but as I speak,
just as you wait, Key's still able to get out. Giz doesn't want to leave it a chance. He goes in, even under the reverse time. He gets the kill. 2-0 start for Alter Ego. Max goes in for the trade up top, takes the turtle with a retribution. Dawning Light coming through onto Pi. Shadow Salt by Max. He's still able to survive for now. Will he be able to live here? Pi gonna get taken down. And Udil goes over to the hands chain onto Repo, popping his own sprint. It's a 1-for-1 trade, a kill traded in for a turtle as Marky again still dealing so much onto the turret.
he's so chill as well. It's so unfair, this Beatrix. Even if there is lane pressure from the side of Alter Ego Esports, Marky's still gonna be able to clear that lane unless a gank happens.
Boom. Good flicker from Marky, dashing away from the enhanced chamber. Look at Kids jumping in to secure himself a killing spree. He is on a roll in game number 2.
Already improvements for Alter Ego. They have the more proactive composition now, and they've been engaging really, really well. Usually, Julians find it difficult to get into range for that knockup, but Udil finds the opportunity there, and they have a chance to combo it, right? Knock up into hook, we've seen it before, and Leo Murphy, so far, no big hooks yet, but this man can make it happen.
Definitely. Look at him. He's already looking for, oh my god, that reaction time by Marky. Sheesh, my guy, what? You saw the hook, it was from the bush.
Yeah, so he shouldn't have seen that hook coming, actually, unless his calculations are to the second, but here on the top side.
2v2, Kids getting the house right onto 2 members, Max taking low, and Kids picks up the mega kill. 4-0-0. You can take the retributions, I'll take the fight. That's what Kids is saying right now as they are going to convert on the objective up top. That is going to be the first turret taken away by Alter Ego.
1,000 gold lead now for the side of Alter Ego Esports, and it might actually get a bit higher here as they are able to get that turret in the top side. But once again, Leo Murphy barely misses Marky, and I want to know how long can Marky actually dodge those hooks from coming in.
Exactly. Once we get into that late game as well, they only need one hook to actually have a game-changing moment. So it's only a matter of time, man. There's been so many clench moments for Bigetron, and now mid-side gets, there's a big play here, and both teams back away, but Alter Ego has control for that turtle.
I don't know about this. I don't think Bigetron Alpha have the resources necessary to really contest this. Alter Ego with a 2,000 gold lead. There you go. Kids picking up a free turtle for himself. Not even using the retribution here. That's turtle slain by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Picked up by Alter Ego. Bottom side though, Key. There's no way you try to defend this alone. Even the Beatrix is rotated up top. It is going to be another free turret given away to Alter Ego. BTR is turtling in their base.
Right now, Alter Ego Esports will be able to pick up another turret. And now, it seems like they're rotating as for around the map here, Arashi.
And for the emblems though, Kids is making great use of that emblem, right? He's playing it really, really aggressively. And he's just been knocking people out left and right. And with the composition of Bigetron Alpha being so squishy, if anyone gets hooked, that is big damage coming in from Kids. So he's set up for success here, and Nino can still secure the potential counter-engage. Udil as well.
Ooh. Oh, Leo Murphy nearly landed that hook, and that would have been way different now. But once again, Alter Ego Esports, they're looking for an ending here. Unfortunately, they aren't able to sniff anyone out just yet, but they do have a lot of emphasis on this tower.
Oh, again, not finding anybody there, but look at Max. Ooh, he is in a very, very risky position here, but it looks like Alter Ego are just going to use that top side pressure the minion has to bait out someone. Oh my god! What is that damage, my guy? Kids, now you see him, now you don't. Say bye-bye to Key. Holy, what?
Magic trick by Kids there. That was really, really quick. And there's no time to react. This is the problem, right? And considering that there's no tanky roamer on the side of Bigetron, nobody can actually face check. Anyone, including the Diggy, walks up like that. Only Repo can do it, and Repo isn't tanky enough because the lane has been squashed by the gangs from Alter Ego. This is Alter Ego at their finest.
Oh, and you can see how he's actually able to deal that much damage. He opted for the Hunter Strike and straight to a BOD instead of the War Axe that we usually see on the Vidio being built first. So kids, knowing that he has that early lead, he wants to snowball out of control. Very good itemization as they secure another uncontested turtle in that bottom side. Alter Ego turning it around here in game number 2. BTR had a massive gold lead, dominating first game. Right now, it's all Alter Ego.
With everything that's going on, why isn't the poke strat from Bigetron Alpha working?
2 behind. They need to wait. Again, Beatrix and Xavier needs to wait for that power spike to hit. They are both very late game, as you can see from the damage dealt by Axe. Marky is dealing quite a bit of damage in the mid stage of the game, but Fala, yeah, Xavier now, he's a very late game hero. Marky, though, needs to be careful. He goes for one more shot and he gets out.
Right now, Bigetron is doing great, avoiding getting hooked by Leo Murphy. But as a result, you're seeing kids have a lot of space, man. There is not a lot of attention on this man. And he just plays in the bushes, in the jungle. Before you know it, you can get clocked when you're walking into your own jungle. So Bigetron are being pressured back. The counter to poke is engaged. And Alter Ego have a lot of options to play around with. So this is why it's so difficult.
Man, Assassin Paquito, you're right. The damage is so insane. And he's actually been able to be at the top of the charts for the players' goal here as well.
He's having a great game. And right now, Alter Ego will go for the second last turret. It will be traded out by Bigetron in the top side. But Alter Ego, they're going to force plays in the mid side, and if Bigetron don't respond, they're gonna lose a lot more turrets.
Oh, reverse time bringing Pi back here, but Pi has the sprint. They need to defend top side, but look at the collapse here by Alter Ego. They're looking to go up top. Odil with an Ash Chain finding 2 members, but now he baited in that time journey already. That's Kids just wreaking havoc. Oh my god! Members heads across the floor. Alter Ego with a very good rotation to clear them out. Not a wipeout, but you guys can definitely wipe out your dandruff with head and shoulders.
3-1 trade here for the side of Alter Ego Esports, and they really are pushing it up faster as well. Already with a 6,000 gold lead in the 10th minute, and they're gonna refocus their attention onto the Lord that will be uncontested, seeing as Max is still down.
Wow, they just collapse there and deny any possibility from Bigetron Alpha. They tried being smart about it, right? Alter Ego was on the bottom side. Bigetron tried to prepare a trap, but they overstayed for just a bit too long, and the members of Alter Ego just come raining down on them, and it was just a massacre in that top side. Looking now at the item difference, Nino has been left alone. He has a lot of damage here. Marky actually isn't that far behind when gold is considered, but a 1-1 with 3 items right here, and the Win of Nature just in case Repo tries and does anything cheesy with that Masha.
And look at the Paquito, man. Oh, that's scary. Paquito, oh my god.
Bloodlust Axe as well allows him to be a lot more aggressive. That is so difficult to deal with. He has all the chances to actually make plays as much as possible, and Udil, with the concentrated energy, will also be able to have a lot of sustain, so they're outlasting Bigetron as well. The counters to poke, remember, is engage or sustain, and Alter Ego essentially have both.
I mean, now Udil already with the Holy Crystal as well, so he's gonna be able to engage and also dish out the damage, and we'll see Alter Ego Esports, are they going to be able to engage in this one?
Good high ground clear from the heroes coming in from BTR, so they are actually able to clear out that Lord again. Oh my god, every single time Lee Murphy's hooks have been just, you know, very, very close to hitting. Kids though, ooh, able to dash away from that Mystic Field. That could have been bad, but Alter Ego still very, very disciplined in game number 2. They know they have it here. All they need to do is, again, just play it disciplinedly, wait for the side lanes, freeze it up, and go for the second Lord, Enhanced Lord.
I mean, right now, Fala is very close to getting all his items. You already see that he has the Clock of Destiny and the Lightning Truncheon, so the damage is going to start to show very soon. And possibly with the fact that he can start to just abuse the ultimate, he will be able to poke them out, and that can be comboed with the damage coming in from Marky as well. So Bigetron Alpha, they need to just play it a bit more patiently, try their best with their high ground potential as well. And Alter Ego Esports, they're going to have a problem later on, especially now that we're reaching that 12th minute of the game. But looking at the real-time win probability here, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, so far it still is Alter Ego Esports winning it with a 65%.
So far, it is Alter Ego, right? They are ahead, they are playing it disciplinedly, but as you mentioned, if Bigetron Alpha can somehow catch up, there's a lot of poke damage, and with how well Alter Ego is doing, they have a lot of aggressive builds on Kids, on Nino, so it can be very easily punished if they get poked too low by the Renner, by the Dawning Light. Max has a chance to just pop off, so the composition still makes sense on a conceptual level. It just depends on the execution as Pi is being he's being stalked by 5 members of Bigetron Alpha.
Reverse time, putting them back, but a little bit of damage coming in. Sprint is there for Pi, even a Wesker, he's baiting everyone in, and Kids, Alter Ego, they collapse, they do not go for the Lord, they go to the top side, and they find Key and Fala.
Oh, no!
Goodbye, Kids with a double kill, 8-0-2, a massive gamble by BTR, and it pays off for Alter Ego.
Man, and now they have the momentum once again. And look, seems like Max is trying to buy a little bit more time here, but Alter Ego Esports, they want to play the discipline game. They can go head straight for that Lord.
They're not even gonna go to Max. They know Pi can solo kill him. Max will find that purple buff. He's trying to go away. He actually gets out of the range for now, but Pi can just keep on going for the chase. Udil as well. Is this possibly the great escape? They don't even need it. Oh my god, Kids is still able to get this for free. Pi and Udil up top picking up the jungler. Lord Slain presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Oh my god. All on top of Pi. On that Esmeralda, baiting that 5-man engage.
Bigetron Alpha, they tried. They were looking for something on the board, but I feel like it was a little too hasty.
Guys, the purple buff got resetted and Bigetron can't secure it. They won't have it for the next fight as the Lord comes in and as the members of Alter Ego come in. Whoa, these hooks are so close but so far.
Let's see, Kids. Oh my, one jab! 1 HP bar! Holy moly! But on the bottom side, you can see Nino dealing all the damage on towards that base turret. Taken down now. Leo Murphy looking for the hook. He has a flicker as well. They need to be very careful as the Dawning Light will connect onto 3 members. That's the Mystic Field as well. Catching Kids. Repo a bit too aggressive. He jumps in with a Thunderclap and all the weakness points might just be popped. Crossbow attack ready for Nino to pop in. And Half Chain wreaking havoc in the back lines as Repo is forced to back away. Base turret number 2 probably going to get taken down in that top or the mid lane as Marky tries to clear it out with the help of the Dawning Light as well. They are able to defend both of these base turrets. Oh my god! The hooks just not connecting here, but it might actually be Leo Murphy who suffers. No, both teams backing up.
There you go, there you go. The damage coming in from Bigetron Alpha, it's starting to show. Was that one single Renner shot from Marky onto Leo Murphy taking him to half health?
It's a trap from Diggy as well. I completely forgot about the Diggy damage, right? Diggy does a lot of poke damage as well, so conceptually, Bigetron has a chance here. Alter Ego, Pi is getting pulled back, and they have to be careful of the possibility of that burst. But so far, they are still playing it calm and collected, and now Bigetron grounded in their own base. Alter Ego, they're just waiting for a hook to land. So far, nothing has a single hook even landed from Leo Murphy.
I don't think so.
Again, so close. Pi jumping with the Falling Star Moon on towards the side of BTR, who are able to defend for now. Pi taken really low, forced to back up. BTR, they give away all 3 base turrets here, and they still are able to defend. But Alter Ego with a 13,000 gold lead, it's looking bleak for BTR.
Yeah, but as the game progresses, it could be in favor of Bigetron Alpha instead here. Sure, right now Alter Ego Esports is leading, but we're reaching that late game moment. It's already 16 minutes, almost 17 minutes in, and it only takes one team fight to turn this around. But we can see here Alter Ego Esports, they don't want to let that opportunity open itself, and they might be pushing the tempo once again. But Udil, man.
Waiting for an opportunity. Max already with the Divine Glaive, so he is going to start doing damage. It's only a matter of time. It is only so much you can do with gold leads. Once the gold equalizes, right? Then the gold lead doesn't really mean anything. So the longer the game goes, the better it is for Bigetron. Yes, they're only left to the base, so all Alter Ego needs to do is end. There's no turrets to play around with. But now, this is the Lord that's spawning, and Alter Ego, they can do whatever they want with this. They can use it to bait Bigetron, they can just take it and use the proper siege and manage the waves and end the game without even fighting. all these options available as Bigetron make the gamble again.
Oh, Key gonna get suppressed there. That's gonna be bloody hot and no time journey. Bigetron, they went for the gamble. It will not work. Fala and Marky gonna get dove on by Pi. Oh my god, he goes in onto two members. Who is able to zone those two members away? Without Max, without Key, I don't think BTR will be able to defend this. It looks like Alter Ego will be able to secure this game.
5 versus 3 situation here in favor of Alter Ego Esports as that enhanced sword is going to be marking in that mid side.
Oh, he finally lands the hook and it's on to Fala. Say goodbye to Fala and to Marky. The crossbow attack as Alter Ego takes it to game number 3.
My, oh my, do we have a series on our hands? What initially we thought was a game for Bigetron, Alter Ego Esports says no. They are trying to make reparations from game number 1, and they're gonna be pushing this to a third game.
Ooh. Insane. Honestly, I'm not sure what the thought process was for Leo Murphy, right? Maybe he's really thinking that I have just played efficiently, and even if my hooks don't land, the pressure is enough. Throughout the whole game, not a single flicker hook, and right there when he knows that they need desperately the mage to actually clear out the waves, he goes for the flicker hook. You can argue that it won't matter, but if the game was closer, that is absolutely what Leo Murphy should be doing. That is so good.
The mental game, bro.
Yes, the
when
conditioning.
You're using the Franco.
You condition your opponents to let their guard down, and that is exactly where you make the big play. So smart, so clean, so calculated. We're back to game 3.
Best of 1.
Best of 1.
Again.
Back again. Yeah, week 3. Day 1, all best of 3 is going all games, and even here today, so far, we also still have the El Clasico waiting for you guys after this match.
Man,
but
I totally forgot about that.
See? I forgot about the Royal Derby last week because of the game Geek Fan vs. EVOS, but now Kids shows his class as Alter Ego's rookie. Absolute class, by the way. Kids, definitely MVP for that game. Oh my god. When you can deal, you can take away 1 full HP bar from Masha with a jab. With a single jab, you know you're doing good in the game, man. And again, usually, when you're up against a Masha, you need a carry to melt those HP bar, to melt the HP bar.
Yeah.
But nope. If you have a Vidio with a 100 strike, a Melting Roar, a BOD, and a Bloodlust Axe, do you need any other DPS heroes? No. You just burst it down, bro.
Can
Get
we say
knocked
that
out.
the Paquito
He
is
did.
his like power pick?
So
like,
be.
he's
So
been
far.
performing so well on the Paquito.
Well, it just suits him so well, you know, like having crowd control, having mobility, having burst. These are all very important tools, and if you have the right balance of mechanics, experience, and killer instinct, right? Paquito is absolutely a great hero to be on. And now we see winning moments from Alter Ego. Util with the confused, impressed look in his face.
There you go,
That's pretty
ladies
funny.
and gentlemen. The winning moment for Alter Ego as they were able to equalize the series in somewhat of a dominant fashion as well, right? It was very dominant here in Game 2. Very similar to BTR's dominance in Game 1. So usually when we see series go like this, it is all gonna end up being a close game in the final game. This was a little bit closer to our prediction though. 18 minutes game duration. So we got that right.
I went for 20 minutes in my prediction, and so this is the item builds for this game. It's 18 minutes on the dot, so I was just way too far. But taking a look at the items here, you can see that for Bigetron Alpha, Fala already 1 more item left, so they're all catching up. They've been stuck in the base, but for the most part, they're still farming around. Alter Ego, if they want to improve on something, it might be in the punishing and in locking down their opponents inside their base. We've seen other teams able to do it even better, but Alter Ego, it's just a class performance, and we've been talking again and again about how in the late game they kind of falter, but in this game, they just played it very, very chill, and they didn't take any unnecessary risks. It's just so good.
We mentioned earlier on about Max on the Karina. We mentioned that perhaps maybe because he was ahead, he went in for that full damage build, but this time around, even behind, he still opted for the same thing here, Rashi.
I think that was a mistake, honestly. Like, the thing is, the frontliners that they have was Repo.
That's it.
They
And
need
he was
Max.
soft. He was literally soft. He got chunked for a full HP bar with a jab. Not nearly strong enough. which is why on a conceptual level, essentially it's four poke heroes, right? A bit of crowd control to secure with Diggy, right? Diggy can set up for those skill shots, and then they can rely on Repo to be the solid, unkillable frontliner, but they're just way too behind, and Alter Ego, we were not about to let that slide, so they punish everything. And all the gambles that they took in the late game, I really like. It's just a maneuver you can do that is less predictable than just, you know, coming in slowly and looking for info. But with this man just in the way of everything, the MVP for game number 2 by the Samsung Galaxy A series, it is Kids on that Paquito, man. 0 deaths, 8 kills, knocking everybody spark out. And soon we will take a look at the MVP highlights, and there is plenty of things to look at for Kids and his stellar performance. This might be starting to be his signature hero.
Yeah, 8-0 and 3. Maybe he'll get the buzz cut too.
If he gets the buzz cut, that is dedication. All this is the beginning. The first blood happens because he's proactively coming in. Boom. They try to go for Key because Key, he is the guy with the time journey. So if he gets focused down, he can't save the rest. So Kids make sure he falls in that situation, and all across the map, it seems like Bigetron were just barely able to get out, and then Key comes in and just denies that completely. Udil with great setup, stopping everything, and they don't even need the crowd control. The best crowd control that Alter Ego is using right now is Death. Kids just comes in and takes them out of the map completely. And this play right here for Pi to bait everyone into Alter Ego, that is just so difficult. We talked again about how they gamble for those plays. It can pay off, but I think they overstay quite a bit too much. And it was a respectable attempt to defend against the aggression from Alter Ego. But as we mentioned, those split-second aggressive plays from Alter Ego were just a bit too much. And with the Lord, they were able to get the decisive end to game number 2.
You know, I think Max had a chance of stealing that Lord. He was just a little bit too late.
But if
Lord?
Even if they stole the Lord,
That last one.
when they lose multiple members like that, we have seen time and time again, the death timers are a bit too long.
Yeah.
Man.
I actually think that they shouldn't have gone for the Lord steal. I didn't think they should have gone into the jungle. Just play it out. They have it's not like they don't have high ground. They have Xavier, and that wasn't the Evolve Lord yet. They actually hit it on 17 minutes, so it wasn't the Evolve Lord. If it was the Evolve Lord, I understand, right? You gotta go for desperate measures because it felt like with 3 base turrets down with an Evolve Lord, it's almost impossible to really defend it. So go for the fight. But there, with Enhanced Lord, I don't know. Again, I think they should have just waited and played with the gold. Maybe they could start investing and saving up for that moment to come back, just like you guys can in real life with Livin' by Mandiri. Download Livin' by Mandiri to get special promos. Keep an eye on MPL ID to get the latest information for Livin' by Mandiri users.
And back to a best of 3 once again.
Best of 1.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It's actually
Best of 1.
You're right. That's how logic works.
Wow. So magic works?
Logic.
Oh, logic works. Okay. Yeah, the logic does check out. Absolutely. It's quick maths.
It is quick maths. You know what else is quick maths? 1-2-1. Boom, bang, bada bing. With the money you save with Livin' by Mandiri, obviously you can't just save the whole time. You gotta spend as well.
He thought I said logic and magic. When I said logic, I think you need better headphones.
Well, here you go, Rashi, right here. It's presented to you, the JBL Quantum.
Switch this out.
Yeah, switch these out. Ladies and gentlemen, get yourself the JBL Quantum now because it is on a special offer. JBL Quantum 50, only IDR 275,000 from IDR 400K. So just scan the QR code. Don't ask any more questions because it is just all around a steal deal. Right, Arashi? Tell me a little bit about it, though.
It's a real deal for sure, man. I think it's great. The surround sound, and it has head tracking as well. So it just knows how to give you the best experience when you're in those games, right? It just gives you an edge.
It adapts to you.
It does.
Yep.
Boom, bang, bada bing, ladies and gentlemen. But Eterna and Arashi, we're going to take a very short break before we head over to the decision, to the decider, game number 3. Best of 1, it's Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi. We'll be right back.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi. We all this.
The STM Derby continues, ladies and gentlemen. Here, still live with you, Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi. We're gonna get straight into the player cams right now. Players are looking ready for the draft, for the game, in game number 3.
Man, I'm not ready though.
You're not ready?
I'm not.
Why?
Because I want to see crazy picks against BTR.
Crazy picks all around here from both these teams. I think with the game number 1 and game number 2 already being so unexpected, right? We saw a lot of different picks. I think game number 3, we're either going to see something very similar to the previous matches or something even wilder. Either way, it's a win-win for us.
I like this. New kids on the block. 13-time MVP in MPL Season 5. And yeah, he had an outstanding performance on that Paquito. It felt like more of an assassin Paquito, if anything, with how much output of damage he was able to put onto almost every member of BTR in that game.
We forgot that is a pick that used to terrorize the Land of Dawn, man. Paquito in the jungle, that used to be meta. And
when, yeah?
I think it was
Last
2 seasons
seasons ago?
I think 2 seasons, season 8 I think. Everywhere in the jungle, you just get knocked out from the bush. And looking at the game recap here, it's Kids against Repo. Again, Repo can do his best to try and survive. Everyone else, they just die too quick to even do anything. So Repo is the impact player. And for the side of Alter Ego, it is absolutely Kids that causes Repo to actually be the impact player in the first place.
That's a thing, right? That's a thing right now. The thing is, Repo, he just got completely melted down on the Masha against a Paquito. That you don't see that every day. You really don't. You know, Paquito, a burst hero in the jungle, able to take that much damage away from a full tank Masha. We'll see though. They cannot let this Paquito snowball like in game number 2.
Could it warrant a ban in the second phase?
Second phase, yeah. First phase, I don't think so. Because in the first phase, they've actually gone for the bans like towards Kids too. Always Fanny and Ling banned out.
Right. So they're trying to limit the aggression from Alter Ego, because when it comes down, when the game slows down a bit, they can take control, right? We've seen that happen in game number 1. But when Alter Ego, they get rolling, right? They get advantages. This is why it's so scary. They can just go full ham all the way till the end of the game. The question is about how well they can manage the shutdowns and not give back any goal advantage. But I think right now Alter Ego is solid.
Oh, but we have an audience comment here, Miracle _Fauzan Akbar. STM Derby, shout aloud, play harder.
There you go. Shout loud, play harder here in the MPL arena. We do know that these teams, both of the teams, why is it called the STM Derby? Because they're notorious for just yelling at each other during the game and even after the game. With BTR, when they sent Alter Ego home in Season 7, they yelled, Alter Ego, go home. And Alter Ego responded back in Season 8 when they sent BTR home with just singing Sayonara.
Oh, the Sayonara, man.
Yeah, it's brutal, man. If you're on the receiving end, it's never a good time. But the audience comment from TikTok here by Wildan_CN97. Where is Ahmad?
Where is Ahmad? He's in the crowd just now. That's what I saw him. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, game number 3 in the STM Derby. It does seem as if the red side has been getting more success in this series, Arashi. Game 1, BTR on the red side winning. Game 2, BTR, Alter Ego on the red side winning.
I think with so many prio heroes available right now, the team, they can actually pick up 2 of those heroes first. They have a lot more advantage to go with.
I didn't cure them.
So now in the banning phase, Valentina and Firearmers will be banned by Alter Ego. For Bigetron, it's still the same 2 assassins, and now the third one will be the Phobius. So are they going to go for something dynamic, something with a lot of dashes?
I mean, this means this time around, Natalia is actually going to be open, available for both teams to pick up. And we saw both teams play it to equal success as well. So Alter Ego Esports with 1-1 on the board, with Beatrix on the board. Who else is left open?
1-1 Valentina was banned.
Paquito.
1-1 Paquito, Beatrix, Julian also. They go for the 1-1 here. Alter Ego loves the 1-1 pick. BTR will probably respond with the Beatrix for sure, I think. And either a Paquito for themselves or Yves.
No Natalia?
I don't think so.
Maybe later for the Natalia.
Actually, Natalia can come through here for BTR. Again, Natalia is one of the solid counter towards 1-1. Obviously, in the early game, you are able to just bully the 1-1 in the lane. But the thing is, I don't think it's going to work as good here in this game because Alter Ego have gone up against that 1-1, against that Natalia in game 1. And now, you have a comment, or not a comment, but the achievement list for Fala, who was able to get first place in the NMA Season 3 with EVOS Legends, third place with EVOS Legends in Season 8, and the first place in MPL Season 5, also getting the Grand Final MVP. They leave the Beatrix open. Again, you see, Alter Ego picked up the 1-1. They don't need to pick up the Beatrix here. They can just leave it open later. Pick up the Karina first and the Natalia.
May I know how many times Max has played the Karina? It feels like a spam Karina.
I've seen it at least 3.
He's only played Karina, Akai, and Bauman, and almost every time it's Karina.
I think I've seen it 4 times total, if I'm mistaken, and that's a guess off the top of my head. But now Bigetron, again, not needing to secure the gold lane too early, they go for the 2 assassins with a mix of damage, physical and magical. So for Alter Ego, the counter for assassins is more damage or crowd control to lock them down in place for the damage to come through. So now they get Udil with the knockup possibility with the empowered chain, and they have that Paquito, but that's just the combo that we saw in the first game.
Yeah, and the Paquito doesn't do too bad against the Karina as well.
No, does very well.
Exactly. Especially if they want to go in for those neutral objectives. And now, coming into the second phase, the Popo and Koopa was the pick from the side of Bigetron, and they have opted for the Franco ban here.
Yeah, with the Franco ban, again, I do want to, talk about Karina, because Max has actually picked it a total of 6 times, including the games that we saw today. Now, it's the 7th time that he's picked it. And that's just pretty insane, His most picked heroes were the Karina and the Akai. Now it's just the Karina because he's picked it 3 games in a row. And again, we're jumping into the second phase of the bans. BTR, knowing the threat that Alter Ego possesses on the Franco, they opt to ban it away. Alter Ego now, they should be going for an XP lane ban here. We saw it in the game, in the first game as well, targeting towards the Uranus. But no, they actually are targeting towards Vala's hero pool in that mid lane, securing that Eve out of BTR's hands. And I don't know, this could be a Popo mid, so again, it could still be flexed.
Exactly. For Alter Ego though, they banned the Eve fearing the slow, I think, because it will be so difficult for the Julian as well as a Paquito to get in place, and it will also be a nuisance for the 1-1 trying to kite back from everything. But as you said, Bigetron can use a Popo and Koopa in the mid lane. It provides decent Popo and Koopa provides decent coverage as well with the stuns, the knockups, the traps as well, can expose the members of Alter Ego. So I think Bigetron are content banning out the aggressive heroes from the side of Alter Ego, and as we say that, they banned the Dieward, so maybe hinting at in Esmeralda. Or forcing Alter Ego to take that Esmeralda.
That's a possibility there. That could be the case here. Now Alter Ego Esports with the next ban. Do you think they're gonna commit once again to the mid lane right now? Because the Eve is left banned. Who else can we put in that mid side? The Sicilian is still an option and a possible pickup for BTR as well. Understand that they have found success with that hero in the past, but still it's so difficult because we still don't know where this Popo and Koopa is gonna go. I mean, there is an Natalia, so it's either the gold or the mid.
Let's see, they go for the Diggy ban, alright. Well, pretty interesting, noticing that BTR already secured a Natalia. They are scared maybe that BTR might use the Diggy in the mid lane, right? That's something we have seen. Well, we haven't seen here, but Arashi, the damage that he has, the Diggy, just with Enchanted Talisman and Divine Glaive is that much. If he has more, maybe possibly a Holy Crystal, it will be even crazier. But BTR, as expected with the Direct ban, telegraphing the Esmeralda pick, they go for the Esmeralda first pick here in the second phase. Alter Ego with a response to round up their drafts. Maybe they need a Cho could work.
Yeah.
A Cho
they need
could
a strong
definitely
engage
work.
for sure. We saw that earlier. Bigetron were struggling just because Leo Murphy was so persistent on that Franco. They need someone that can threaten the side of Bigetron Alpha for sure. Balmon will be the pick for most likely the EXP, I would say, just
Jungle,
because Kids actually plays really well with the dynamic heroes in the jungle. I think Paquito might still go there, but here the roamer pick is what I think is so important.
There you go, the Cho.
The infamous, the special.
The special. You can hear the crowd as well going crazy with that Cho locked in. BTR now with the response. I have a weird feeling it might be the same Beatrix, Popo, and Koopa combination. Beatrix has been left open. If they don't go for the Beatrix, however, I do think up against this composition, Lunox would work.
Who's in the gold lane for Alter Ego?
1-1.
Oh, right, yeah. I totally spaced.
You thought it's gonna be Cho gold lane. Woo.
No. I thought it would either be the Paquito or the Balmon in the gold lane. Completely.
In the gold lane?
Yeah.
Wow.
High and dry Paquito actually does pretty well against the Pop-Pop, but there you go. Irrital, not the Beatrix. I like it, I like it, I like it. Beatrix doesn't really counter the 1-1 that hard. You need something that can bully the 1-1 in lane. Pop and Koopa mid, Irithel in the gold lane. And man, 1-1, as a 1-1 player, it's not fun against Irithel. It's not fun. Irithel absolutely just destroys you in lane.
Is it due to the mobility that she has?
You can never take the back weakness point. It's very tough.
And you can't outrun her either because she just like attacks while walking.
Exactly.
So right now that is a factor in the lane, but for the rest of the composition though, Alter-Ego, they have the tools they need to take control of the game in the early side. If they do that and transfer the pressure over towards the gold lane, the 1-1 can absolutely still get a successful raiding phase and scale very well into that late game.
But it is again a double marksman composition. BTR sticking to what works in the first game and now in the third, but BTR need to go up against this very aggressive Alter-Ego lineup. Ladies and gentlemen, the decider in the STM Derby. Here it is, back to a best of one, and as predicted, Kids going into the jungle with the Balman, with the Demon Slayer.
I mean, right now, Balman is arguably one of the best junglers in the meta, other than the Akai. But even so, he does pretty well when it comes down to contesting for those neutral objectives in that 1v1 situation. And as of right now, we're going to see what happens, as already a lot of emphasis here in the bottom side.
Leo Murphy gets chunked. And for Bigetron, they're going to have a bit of difficulty in the early game trying to assert that dominance just because the EXP lane is solid, it's strong. The jungle is also not very weak in the early game. It's a Balman with a very healthy clear and a healthy amount of secure for the neutral objectives. And Kids, he's able to secure the lethal, already a small victory for the side of Alter-Ego Esports.
But you can see the constant threat of this Natalia.
So annoying.
Super annoying. And once again, Bigetron Alpha have opted for Pala on the Bopple and Koopa in that mid lane. So we'll see if they're able to utilize this to its utmost potential and start to roam around the map. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, with the kill pressure they have, they go straight onto Leo Murphy, forcing the flicker, but Kids has his ultimate. Max just got that as well. Max now coming in again onto Kids. Lethal counter though, dealing a whole lot of damage, but it's going to be the Shadow Assault there to secure the kill. Nino cannot look for anything, as that's going to be the first ability pop. First Blood presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, secured by Bigetron Alpha.
4v2 situation, there wasn't much that he could do, especially that we are still earlier on in the game. I feel like Balman needs a little bit more items to be able to sustain that much in that much of a lower management people. Okay, I can't. How do you say it when he's like one versus everyone?
One versus everyone?
Yeah. Literally one versus everyone. That's how you say it.
That's how you say it. I think actually the issue was in the beginning of that fight, quote-unquote fight, you can see Leo Murphy already wasn't part of the fight. He gets picked off, or he gets chunked too low early on. But now, Alter-Ego trying to stride back towards Repo. He will be able to escape, and he will be trying to actually equalize, but he won't be able to.
Yeah, I don't think BTR can look for this. Not Leo Murphy again. Jumps in with the Jikundo. Able to bring it back with Wade the Dragon. Kids secures the turtle. Slain, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Again, Alter-Ego leading in the early stage. Able to equalize as Key is still here looking for a pick. Max as well. They jump onto Udo. It's going to get silenced as Max jumps in with a Shadow Assault. Not enough to take him down just yet. Leo Murphy as well. Just hitting, punching Key back to his base. Might actually be looking for something here. No. Key still able to get out, but Arashi, let's take a look at the emblems, the talents. What did they opt for?
Human Slayers for both junglers in this game. The objective gameplay will be so good, but the lethal counter will be the great deciding factor for the side of Alter-Ego. They have that, and Key with the high and dry, right? He will have a lot of options playing for the 1v1, so it's typical of Natalia, but it's just really dangerous right now, especially with how Alter-Ego likes to play aggressively on their own.
That's why I don't really like the Natalia being picked up too early. Sure, it's a contest pick, but when it comes down to it... Oh, but wait!
There you go, the damage coming through from Key and Marquis, picking up the gank down below. Kids is looking to look for some compensation though, but he just zones the members of BTR away from the goal. Marquis though is going to come in. Oh, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it there. Unfortunately, he was just out of range, and Alter-Ego, again, they are losing in terms of the gold now that BTR have gone that kill. But it's very early on. It's very, very close though.
It's still back and forth as of right now. And the reason why, once again, Natalia, as I was trying to talk about before, is the fact that the opponent is able to, like, draft around it. And the only viable hero that is going to be able to get one shot, perhaps, is that Nino. And you can see exactly how he is rotating around the map.
Right. For Bigetron though, I think the silence from Natalia will also be an issue because all of the mobility coming in from the Alter Ego, they are dashes, right? But that's how they don't have any speed boost per se. So if they get silenced, they're kind of locked down and ripe for the picking for the Popo and Koopa, for the Falling Star Moon, for example, and for Max to just come in and secure as well. We look at the items earlier, and the Windtalker was already completed for Marky. So his all-ins are going to be more and more scary, and Key has been spending a lot of time here. This is his second home.
They are playing towards the gold lane heavily now, but remember, Marky has a slight edge. Udo, though, gets an enhanced chain onto two members. That's going to blind him. Koopa onto Udo, still able to run away, and Kids with a lethal counter, securing the turtle in that bottom side. That's the second turtle of the game again. As whoa, Pi got a solo kill. Is that a solo kill against Fala, who is low?
Fala wasn't expecting it, and Pi capitalizes, knocks him out. It's a great... Paquito's a great hero, and with that advantage though, they go for the dive under the turret.
Leo Murphy with the kicks there, and Nino with the crossbow attack and Inspire, securing the kill under the turret. Leo Murphy falls, but it's a 1-for-1 in the top side. Max is going to be forced to back up as Pi just dishes out the damage onto Repo. They might be going for a kill. BTR behind here as Alter Ego take the lead again.
Wow, and it's crazy how much of an impact the choke can have as well from the side of Leo Murphy, being able to initiate that and feed Nino a kill, which is going to be very important when it comes down to it. He needs those items to start to pop off, and the items he will get as of right now. Alter Ego Esports with a 1,700 gold lead, but meanwhile, top 5.
Oof, that was very close.
Wow. The recalls. Pi definitely knows what he's doing here. It's the absolute calculation, but maybe he might be punished here. Pi, you recall way too much. Punished there way too soon. But in the mid lane, Fala is able to run away. Udo with a sprint now coming in. Fala still able to survive as Marky is coming in for the plays. Still not able to dish out enough damage to take him down. As in the top side as well.
Nino?
Kids is caught in a 1v3. He's winning it out though. Able to zone the other members out. And Nino, just like you mentioned, Rashi, was looking for that die play.
Split brawls happening all over the board here, Rashi, as it seems Kids wants to have that momentum in that top side. He is going to be pushing that lane and perhaps centering his focus elsewhere, understanding that 15 seconds are left for that next turtle to spawn.
If both teams keep trading like this, Bigetron Alpha, logically speaking, with two marksmen, they can have an advantage in the DPS route, but Alter Ego, they have a lot more burst, a lot more crowd control, and beefier members. So it's a similar story. They can just outlast the majority of the damage, and if they can threaten Marky away from these fights, he will not have a chance to actually participate and contribute.
Oh, they're just not giving Pi room to play, but Pi is able to survive here, and Key's taken low. Pi's able to jab again onto Repo, just knock out strikes. BTR though, they secure the turret, but look at Alter Ego. You take a tier 1, we take a tier 2 down below, and the turtle securing a 2,000 gold lead now.
They're really splitting up the map, knowing that if they want to go for these split type of plays, they will be able to sustain through it because of the choice in that draft. And now, once again here in the mid side,
I don't think they're going to be able to defend this. Leo Murphy with the Jiku no flicker onto Fala, who's still able to run away from the lethal counter just barely. But again, that just buys the space over for Alter Ego to pick up a turret. Now they're going to go in onto Kids who's taken low. Marky, just got the damage, but they caught it in the enhanced chain by Udil. They're going to go in onto Repo, still able to get out with the falling star moon. Key jumps in. Max, oh my god, the Shadow Salt is able to find one. Traded in. That's a shutdown, so it is actually worth it for Alter Ego. But BTR, they do not want to stop there. They want to look for more kills. Alter Ego not giving them that chance as they disengage.
Ooh, luckily there is a sort of a countdown there for that ultimate for the Way of Dragon coming in from Leo Murphy, or Marky would have been toast in that situation. Alter Ego Esports now still leading, but Pi!
Oh my god, Pi! Oh my god, he survives! And he buys enough time for Kids to dish out the damage, but it's not enough. Udo comes in, Key's gonna get kicked back to the turret as Marky dishes out the damage onto Leo and Udil. BTR not finding anything just yet, only just some damage onto Nino.
Look at that damage onto Nino right here. Alter Ego, they're going aggressive, and I was saying I like the tempo they're pushing onto Bigetron Alpha because Bigetron for sure wants to farm, but when it keeps going back and forth like this, the shutdowns are going to be equalizing that gold difference, and Bigetron Alpha they might get an edge. We saw that Alter Ego, they can get really ahead if they play it calmly and consistently.
Okay, let's see what happens here. Alter Ego Esports here already looking for another moment, I guess. Leo Murphy has the ultimate this time, so we'll see what happens if he's able to find the proper setup, because that Lord has already spawned in the land of Dawn, and it does seem like both teams want this for themselves.
Both teams will be contesting the area around it, and Bigetron, they have the advantage of having an invisible member scouting for info, which can expose members from Alter Ego, but if he is not careful, there's plenty of CC. This is why the threat of Alter Ego on aggressive champions, aggressive heroes, is just so difficult to deal with. Right now they go on Udil, but he might survive this, and they have to be careful to not overextend.
One ultimate burnt, but it was traded in for a battle spell. Actually, two ultimates, as Marky also popped his. Alter Ego just defending that mid lane, looking for pressure. It's the battle for setup here in the 10th minute of the game for the Lord.
Yeah, you're right here. You can see the positioning coming in from Leo Murphy already scouting. And we'll see, is Bigetron Alpha able to sniff this out or not? They do have the advantage to be able to put those traps in those bushes to open up vision, but here we go.
Repo gonna get kicked wrong side though. Vitamin Koopa locking Leo Murphy down, but enhanced chain perfectly placed. They're gonna go for the Retribution. Battle Lethal counter comes in with the Retribution. The secure for Kid, but he's gonna get stunned up here. Kid taken down. Shadow Saw onto Nino, who is still able to bump the crossbow a Tang, getting the kill over 1-for-1, but Alter Ego win out in the trades. Marky gonna be careful. Udil jumped in with a scythe, not able to take that damage onto him, but again, it's AE with the victory.
AE with the victory. That's smart. Looking now at the items though, Pi on the EX2 Paquito, he has an Oracle, so respecting very much the burst potential from the side of Bigetron Alpha. But Nino, he does not have the DHS. He went for the corrosive scythe, straight for the Wind of Nature. So he will not have as much sustain, and he won't be doing as much damage to Repo.
Yeah, but he will be able to sustain in the sense that he can deny that physical damage from happening. And Leo Murphy once again already looking for another opening. His ultimate is up, but Nino needs to be careful here with his positioning, or might it be a bait?
It's a very dangerous bait if he goes for it, but now Leo Murphy!
Oh, way too aggressive there. Gonna get punished instantly, but look at the weakness points all popped up. Nino with the crossbow tag over to Bala, and it might just continue. 2 kills over to Alter Ego, as Alter Ego are able to take the base the base turret down now as they look towards the mid lane as well. Alter Ego with a 4,000 gold lead. You take Leo Murphy, and we take more.
Wow, Leo Murphy. This is the advantage of having a tankier roamer that can just walk into these bushes, right? You can't say the same for Bigetron Alpha. They have stealth, but Alter Ego, they have tankiness, and now they are making full use of it. They are brute forcing the base turrets right now. They back away, and Key will be found out, and Pi goes for it.
Oh, they're gonna go for it there. Scythe connecting. Key will be taken down. Alter Ego is completely dismantling BTR as Udil's looking for the damage. Look at that scythe taking away a whole lot of damage from Marky.
And he has Holy Crystal as well to top it off now. So what initially we thought was damage, it's gonna be twice the amount of damage this time. And Alter Ego Esports with the wave coming in from both the mid and the top. They're gonna push the tempo here.
Oh, Leo Murphy again with engaging there. Will find Max with a knockout strike. Kid's not able to get the lethal counter onto him. They're gonna go for the engage once again. It's a 1-for-0. No, it's a 1-for-1. Alter Ego were able to trade Leo Murphy for a base turret. And again, it's Alter Ego leaving with a favorable trade.
It's a favorite trade, but both teams have 9 kills. We take a look at the instant replay by the Samsung Galaxy A-Series. Leo Murphy here comes in, probably tries to make a play happen or predict something, but Udil gets the empowered chain, and Nino sets up the crossbow of Tang, and he's able to secure the kill on Pala as well. 2 members down means they can push the tempo and go for more. Right now it's only 13 minutes, but it feels like everything has been happening so quick. The tempo in this game is insane.
You can feel though the way that Bigetron Alpha is starting to sniff this out. Every time Leo Murphy goes in, Bigetron Alpha, they're ready to CC him down, prevent him from being able to land that Way of Dragon. And it's kind of difficult because the ultimate setup from Alter Ego Esports is that Way of Dragon. There is backup from Udil, sure, with his ability to knock up. But if that doesn't land, Bigetron Alpha may just outlast them in terms of that DPS.
Look at the bottom side. Oh no, BTR, you gotta be careful. They're setting up for a push down below. And Key, if he responds to this wrong, Leo Murphy was there. Someone needs to go to the bottom side and the mid lane. Amazing setup. Again, Arashi by Alter Ego. And BTR, they're leaving it.
Yeah, they're completely ignoring it here, guys.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Risky plays once again. This is going to happen. Marquis again. He doesn't know what to do. He comes back into the fray. They're going to go for a 5v5 in Lord Pit. Leo Murphy going to get taken down there. That's going to be Key jumping with the silence. And the Kids! He still finds the retribution. Marquis able to cut away, but Kids! He jumps in all the way. Under everything. Repo forced to run. Marquis taken down by Nino. He's looking for the triple. He will not find it, but it is a wipe out for Alter Ego. Presented to you by Head and Shoulders. Alter Ego take a reverse sweep. 17 seconds on the death timers. BTR cannot defend. Alter Ego secure the dub.
10,000 gold lead, and at this stage, it didn't even matter. Alter Ego Esports with aggressive play, showing them in this derby, in this STM derby. This time around, they are going to come out on top. And wow, what a game 3. That was so close.
It came down to that final fight, and Alter Ego, we said they paid too much attention to the kills, not really to the setups, but in that final fight, everything lined up perfectly. The bottom wave, the middle wave, the positioning of all the players, and there was a great attempt from Key to play around with the silence and make something happen, but the rest of the team are way too aware. They instantly step on the pedal and wipe out Bigetron Alpha.
Beauty of Bauman, man. You could see Key just really trying to find something on the board in that last minute. He was waiting in the bush to be able to one-shot or at least hinder the movement of Kids on that Balmum, but he just got obliterated, basically.
Look at Pai though. He was so comfortable on stage, he took off his shoes. So now he's putting his shoes back on. And that's why the whole team is waiting for their captain. Pai clapping to the audience after wearing the shoes. Going back to the backstage. Oh my goodness gracious. Alter Ego, against all odds, pull off a reverse sweep in another 3-game series, all leading up to the El Clasico. But BTR's 2 marksman gameplay was countered by Kids' objective gameplay in this game.
Yeah, they really were way more disciplined in game number 3 compared to what we saw in game number 1. In game number 1, they were going for all these clashes, but it didn't really convert onto anything. But this time around, they really adapted and even improved their gameplay and was able to win that really far off. And interestingly enough, once again, Alter Ego wins with Cho in the midst of it all.
Is it the game 1 curse? The teams who won game 1 have been reverse swept.
Today, the whole time. Yeah, that is true. That is a scary pattern coming into the final match of today for sure. But as you were mentioning, the Cho of Leo Murphy, it's just something else. And Alter Ego, they need to play aggressive, man. If they go for those passive game styles, go for the late game, they just don't do it that well.
Again, I told you, from the get-go, it feels like a different team all around. BTR and Alter Ego, but mostly Alter Ego though. Because Alter Ego, when they do not get the comfort heroes, dominated, absolutely, game 1. Once they start getting those comfort heroes, Julian, Udil, Leo Murphy, Cho, it's a done deal. It's GG.
1-1 Nino.
1-1 Nino, but more towards Julian and Leo Murphy, because Nino, he's kind of always good on every single hero, you know? He's solid. He's one of the, you know, the solid members there. But for Udil and Leo Murphy, it does seem as if they only perform and they only start dominating games when they get those significant picks, comfort picks.
By the way, we completely didn't mention his name, but Pai on a aggressive playmaking hero, we said this a lot last season when the meta was all these passive laners, and Pai on an aggressive laner that can make plays happen. He was doing a lot there. He was diving in, he was knocking people up again and again, setting up his team and just being an overall general threat towards Bigetron Alpha.
And sustainable.
Sustainable as well. You're absolutely correct.
Oh man, you know, when you say Pai, I just think about the recall.
The recall?
Again, it felt so troll, but actually if you look on the other side of the map, it kind of worked, Rashi, because they were able to take the tier 2 turret, right, in that moment. So
and the turtle.
Hats off to you. Maybe shoes off to you, Pai, as Yan, right? He's so comfortable on the stage. It's so cool to see, right? He's so comfortable on the secret lab chair. And speaking of game number 3, Eterna. Wow, that performance by Alter Ego, and most importantly, I think just give over the MVP to Leo Murphy. No,
really?
I don't know. It's like either Leo Murphy or Kids, but also Udio. Ay. We'll just see. Let's throw it over to the interview right now.
Ke game yang ketiga dan mengakhiri match ini dengan 2-1. Luar biasa banget, Bude Clara Monster mau langsung ngobrol-ngobrol bersama salah satu player yang debut di MPL season ini dan membawa Alter Ego kemenangan. Halo Ki.
Halo Bude.
Aduh, seneng banget kayaknya ya main di MPL ya.
Iya, seneng banget.
Seneng banget ya, setelah 1 season di MDL lalu naik ke MPL. Itu ceritanya gimana tuh?
Mana ya ceritanya ya?
Tiba-tiba dipromot ke MPL.
Ini dulu sih, trial dulu sih.
Trial dulu.
Trial di apa? In game Alter Ego. Pokoknya itu dah.
Jadi pas di MPL ada trialnya dulu tuh.
Iya, ada trialnya.
Kalau trialnya nggak lolos ya bisa nggak masuk MPL juga dong.
Iya, masih tetap DMDL. Kalau nggak di kick dah.
Oh gitu ya, sadis ya, Santos ya? Oke.
Santos.
Emang ya, tapi ini match kedua Bu dan kamu punya performa yang luar biasa banget di Alter Ego. Kamu masuk sana. Berat nggak sih? Apalagi kamu ngegantiin Sally Boy nih yang lagi sakit juga.
Enggak sih, paling kemarin doang beratnya karena nggak biasa.
Kaget ya?
Iya, kaget sama nggak terbiasa aja gitu sama HP kecil gitu.
Oh, nggak terbiasa ya karena di panggung juga dan banyak hal yang kayak kamu harus menyesuaikan. Dan kayaknya kalau kemarin kan kagetan tuh. Kalau sekarang udah dipersiapkan banget untuk ngelawan tim Bigetron.
Iya, udah disiap. Kan udah apa? Yang main kan saya. Jadi sebelum match scrimnya sama
kamu, sama Kids.
Iya, kan kemarin sama Sally Boy kan ada ke apa?
Sally Boy-nya lagi beralangan juga dan sakit juga.
Ya itu maksudnya.
Oh, itu maksudnya ya. Tapi seneng dong pastinya bisa ngemenangin lawan Bigetron. Dan aku Kids, kamu tuh banyak banget loh yang ngedukung. Ini semua pemain Alter Ego kalau kalian lihat ya, ini lagi ngeliatin dia di belakang kamera. Kamu ada yang mau kamu sampein gak sih buat mereka, para player Alter Ego yang mungkin juga membimbingmu sampai sekarang?
Ini buat player.
Buat ini yang lagi nontonin kamu nih, buat Alter Ego.
Ya, jangan galak-galak dah.
Siapa yang paling galak?
Itu Bang Santos.
Bang Santos paling galak?
Iya.
Oke. Tapi semangat untuk tim Alter Ego ke depannya. Kids juga semangat terus
makasih,
ya.
Bude.
Dan untuk Alter Champ, suara kalian luar biasa. Bigetron juga, good game, well played. Langsung aja kita bakal menguak lebih dalam tentang gamenya. Silahkan casters.
It's all about the rookies in Season 10. Everyone's like, oh, this legendary player, this one too. But it's all been the rookies who've been actually shining. And it's similar in MPL PH too, Arashi. But here it is, the item builds, 1454. Wow, it felt kind of longer. I didn't expect 1454 because there's so much action happening.
There's just so much going on. And it really just messes with your perception of time. But looking here at the items, Nino for sure is full build. He has the Athenas just in case Max tries to do him dirty. And Kids with a full tank build as well as that with the truncheon for that outplay potential. And Udo as well. With the truncheon is actually so smart because it allows him to be a lot more bold and a lot more confident with his attempts at getting a combo with the empowered chain. You can land the chain and go for the truncheon if they try and jump on you, and your team can do the rest. Pai with the Bloodlust Axe, the Hunter Strike, and the Oracle. He is doing a lot of damage, and the Oracle also combos with the Bloodlust Axe, so he actually has a lot more health than expected. I think that is one of the factors that allows him to be surprisingly tanky. So that's just great performance from Alter Ego. The itemization is absolutely solid as well. But we take a look straight at the MVP for this game. It is going to be Julian. It's Udil. 2-0 and 9, 79% kill participation. This is the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series. He did a lot of damage. He does not stand out because he's just very subtle with it. But there's been plenty of engages ruined by the empowered chain. And there's plenty of combos, plenty of engages made on the back of that empowered chain.
The highlighted play that I want to talk about is that Leo Murphy engage in the bush in the bottom side, remember? When he went into the bush, he opened it up, he was slain. The only reason they were able to recover was because of the enhanced chain, enabling Nino to get the crossbow tang. And here you go, MVP highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A series. We'll see what he did.
Well, there's just a lot of moments, but we skip straight to the end, the later stages of the game. And for the most part, even though Bigetron can get pickoffs, it is always traded back because the members are just so tanky, they buy so much time. And with the objective gameplay done by Alter Ego, the Balman securing all the objectives is just so difficult to deal with, and they can't even find Nino. This is the play Rico is talking about. The Rubik is taken out, but Udil comes back in and makes sure that Ripo is stuck there long enough for Nino to make the play onto Fala. That is absolutely valuable. And again, sometimes he doesn't even need to land the chain. He will zone everyone away, and in his final fight, look at this. 2-man, 3-man. 3-man empowered chain, and that allows everyone to just follow up on it. And the rest is history. They lack a lot of utility, but Udil, he just makes it work for Alter Ego, and that will be the end of it.
You know what they say, man, if you ride on an ATV with Mirko, you just get buffed.
Interesting.
Okay.
How long ago was this ATV ride?
Season 9.
That's a long buff, my guy.
That is a long
What is the duration
buff.
on that?
There's a slight delay on the buff, yeah? But what a game, again, by Alter Ego, able to reverse sweep BTR, who were playing it very objectively in game number 1. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to show you the highlights by TikTok. Just take a look, or take a hear at the mic checks for both teams.
It's going to be loud.
Mati.
Nice one, Lenki.
Go. Fight lagi. Julan. Terus. Nice. Mati.
Nice one, guys.
Go, Dev. Banyak orang ya. Nice. Mau nggak? Ayo, gas. Gua ada. Gua jalan.
Balik di.
Nice. Okay. Nice. Go. Nice. We can try. And. Fokusin. Natur. Nice. Deal. Ada 3. Tahan. Nah, gua. Santai, Pak. Nice. 1 Flicker. Cari orang. Mati. Nih. Nice. Ini. Nice jalan, nice. No, nice semuanya. Nice. Lempar nih. Kamu jauhin. Kami bangsat taunya. Nice no. Bunuh. Nice bro. Nice no. Ayo lagi. Kamu tes lagi. Nice guys. Depan nih. Gua depanin. Bantai. Nice nih. Nice bro. Kita jangan STM lagi, Cok. Kita tobat udah. Mereka lapar dah. Enggak apa-apa, kita tobat.
Nino letting loose just as the highlights by TikTok ends there. But you can see they're just having a blast. They were laughing. It's just a group of friends here. Alter Ego. That's the charm of this team. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the caster desk. Again, after the highlights by TikTok, Eterna, you have AE in your name. You went for AE and you were right.
I'm always right.
You say the same about
Just
me, though.
kidding.
Arashi? He didn't have an AE.
Oh, you're right.
You forgot his name! But Arashi, what you can't forget is the keys to success here by Leo Murphy with his KDA 2, 3, and 6.
Well, one of the keys of victory, of course, is how he's able to zone, right? His zoning is just so good because the threat of him making the plays is enough for Bigetron to just be on their toes, and they can't play as freely as they usually do. And with that, they're just very disciplined in this game right now. They make no mistakes. Every time someone gets traded, they can at least find something in exchange. Nothing is ever given off for free.
Wait. Can I say something?
Of course.
You know, because Alter Ego won, that means Onyx Esports went down in the standings.
Okay.
That feels bad.
You're right. I completely forgot about that. But this is the first time in MPL ID since Season 7 that Onyx has dropped to 5th place. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, before we give over the El Clasico, the main event of the day, me, Mirko, Eterna, and Rashi will be taking a very short break. Stay tuned, you do not want to miss it. The El Clasico will continue after this break.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Makasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Onyx Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Diyo Far. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome. I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome.
Baru Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa. hingga menjadi bestie dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti puas.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Kau klik Blibli sekarang. Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, Pekerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kairunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Vidio. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha, dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi belain mungkin.
I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome. I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome.
Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Saatnya kau klik Blibli sekarang.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss you.
Live from MPL Arena, MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head and Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
The matchup you've been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, once again for match number 3, the final match of the day, we bring you the first leg of the El Clasico. Full house in the MPL arena as we're going to jump straight in to the lineups of both RRQ Hoshi with Clay, not Lemon, and for EVOS Legends with their winning lineup that got the victory against Onyx.
Taz in the mid lane as well as Susujin in that jungle position, accompanied by Pendragon in that EXP lane. This is going to be an amazing match. We already feel the atmosphere that was so insane even pre-game. So many supporters are here for both teams and it's all gonna come back down to the execution. I hope this time around EVOS Legends, even though you can consider them as a junior roster, they're able to give their best here against the veterans here in RRQ Hoshi.
This is the issue with the current situation, right? EVOS, they have a lot of new players. So RRQ, despite the improvements in the macro play, despite the improvements in the planning, in the game plan, once they're in the Land of Dawn, they don't have a lot of info to work with. So EVOS can easily use this to their advantage. But as you mentioned, they are up against legends, veterans in their own rights that have a stellar career behind them.
We saw experience, a lot of achievements, but yesterday as well, we saw in PH a team with 4 rookies taking down Blacklist International. Here in Season 10, the rookies have been shining, just like kids, just like Sutsujin and even Taz. And here we get the chance to witness, will the same happen in MPL Indonesia? Or will RRQ still be able to hold on to their top position, still standing strong, undefeated in the top, number 1?
Not a single match loss here currently for RRQ Hoshi, even with the swap in rosters. But this time around, they've opted to go with Clay instead of Lemon. So it seems like RRQ Hoshi, they want to take the safe bet. They don't want to take the risk that Lemon can play, Yarashi.
We and our coworkers like to say that Lemon is a lot more dynamic, he's a lot more proactive. So he takes high risk, high reward plays. When it works out, it's amazing, it's very impressive. But when it doesn't work out, when the team's so good, they can easily punish you for it. Whereas for Clay, he doesn't do anything too crazy. He is always consistent. So, you know, it's up to your preference which one you prefer. But for RRQ today, they are going with Clay. So expect consistency and solid gameplay in that mid lane.
See, now I have a question, Aeternal. What lineup is the best lineup for RRQ, right? Because Clay stepping in, Lemon stepping in that mid lane, I don't know, because the games that they have won against Onyx was with Lemon.
I don't think I can say which one's better. I guess which roster suits the gameplay that they want to go for against the particular opponent that they want to go against.
Situational is what you're saying.
Situational flexibility is what RRQ Hoshi can do, but so can EVOS Legends, and so far EVOS Legends taking a 2-1 victory against Onyx yesterday. It feels like they're checking out the boxes here.
Well, Tunnel Cam by Head and Shoulders here as the roster for EVOS Legends makes their way to the stage. And soon, we'll take a look at the highlighted player for EVOS Legends.
For EVOS Legends, it's none other than the rookie rookie monster from the MDL, rising to the occasion in every single game that he has played here in the MPL. Up against Jana QT, a man with a lot of achievements in the Philippines. He was able to get so many good kills, and again, enabling his team to get the game victory against GeekFam 2-0 with the highest average goal per minute, 806, still holding it strong, but with a significantly less kill participation compared to the other junglers here, with his average kill per game being 4. He is a very aggressive jungler, but he's versatile. He can play the utility junglers as well, the tank junglers, to find the picks for his team. That's why you can see from his ratio, KDA, it's not that crazy. But ladies and gentlemen, for RRQ, we're gonna give a good match for the players, for the audience. Welcome to the stage, the first team, El Clasico. It's EVOS Legends.
The White Tigers with their new set of roster once again coming up on stage, and it's insane to see how far they've developed as a team. Earlier on in the season, there were so many kinks that needed to be ironed out, and it doesn't seem like there is too much of any kinks left. Taking it 2-1 against Onyx Esports, the second place team last season here in MPL ID Indonesia. They want to make it another checkbox in RRQ Hoshi, our defending champions.
EVOS Legends right now with this rookie roster, they have an uncanny maturity to them. You expect mistakes, you expect mental problems with newer players, but EVOS Legends show no signs of that. Especially with yesterday when Pendragon comes in, it just seems like everything clicks together. We don't really know why exactly that's the case, but RRQ, they need to be very, very careful. If they let their guard down, if they underestimate EVOS Legends, they will get taken out.
Let's see here though, RRQ Hoshi getting ready as well. The 5-man lineup, remember, with Clay, not Lemon, as they step up with Captain R7 leading the pack to the tunnel here, as you can see from the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders. Eterna, we took a look at Sutsujin for EVOS Legends. For RRQ Hoshi, it's none other than the baby alien, the man, the myth, the legend, Albert. One of the rookie monsters from Season 6 who is lethal, literally, with this play. Using lethal counter and the retribution, staying calm in a 3v5 against Onyx Esports. When it comes to Albert, he literally has shown every single time that he can play the different heroes. He can adapt to the different metas in the different situations, with the average goal per minute being significantly less than Sutsujin. He has played more of the utility jungle, but as you can see, with that utility comes kill participation, being active all across the map, but being less of a menace when it comes to the kills, as only average kill participation there, kill damage 3, and his KDA ratio being high, still considered to be one of the best, if not the best jungler in Indonesia. The team that brought Indonesia all the way to the grand finals, it's RRQ Hoshi.
Kings of kings in their own right. This is an all-star draft here coming in onto the stage, and they're looking confident right now. And it's gonna be insane match here going against EVOS Legends. RRQ Hoshi, the team that we know, against a unexpected EVOS Legends. What are we gonna be witnessing today?
We can either witness insane aggression coming from EVOS Legends, or just calculated shutdown from RRQ. We take a look at the team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders, and the stats, they're very much close together, but for RRQ Hoshi, that first total rate is so high, and actually it's quite similar across the board when it comes to the first objective rate. You can see in the previous match history, EVOS has been able to get an edge on RRQ before, but it is not the same EVOS. They can expect to either get more of an advantage against RRQ, or RRQ will show why they were so dominant. The past 2 times meeting against EVOS, they were able to come out on top.
Yeah, exactly. Their previous match histories, it seems like they keep trading things around. And now that RRQ Hoshi still undefeated this season, do you think it gives them better odds?
Ooh, I mean, early on in the season, we saw them lose a game to GeekFam, right? That was very, very surprising. But since then, they've shown that they're not to be taken lightly. We take a look at the keys to victory by Axe for RRQ. contest the Akai from Susujin. He's been very good at making plays happen, especially when he is the main playmaker on that hero. Beware of Dreams, especially with the Kadita. We saw he was able to use it to extremely good impact for his team. And let Skylar farm. In this meta, if the gold lane gets shut down, it's going to be very difficult. And of course, R7 rotating, R7 making the plays happen. That is what's so scary about this team. Every single player in the roster can make the plays happen on their own. But on the other side of the stage right now, for EVOS Legends, we'll take a look at the keys to victory by X as well. Beware with RRQ's objective gameplay, because if they want to match RRQ there, they're going to have a lot of deficit in the experience level for those setups. Respect Vince Franco, which is an absolute menace at this point. It is notorious and shut down Skylar's movement and farming pattern. Clover's 1-1 can absolutely be the key to victory, because we have seen this man, as Mirko mentioned, might just be the best 1-1 in MPL ID.
Oh, I mean, at this stage, I don't think that Clover is going to be an option if RRQ Hoshi are really serious about this. It's definitely going to be banned in that first phase, and justifiably so.
The thing is though, if we take a look at every single RRQ match before, every single game, the two bans that always come through, Fanny, Natalia, that's 2 ban slots out already up against EVOS Legends. If they ban out the 1-1-2, Coach Jace can just leave the Faramis, the Valentina up for grabs, and there you have it. That could be, again, the key, Arashi. Even though the 1-1 might not be picked, it still is one of the keys just in the bans alone, limiting the ban slots from the side of RRQ.
But RRQ is no stranger to surprises, so we'll see which team actually comes up and surprises us with the unusual bans and picks. Early on already, EVOS respecting that Franco and taking the Eve out of the table. It is one of the signature heroes for Clay. For RRQ though, the 1-1 has been denied, as well as that Fanny.
Ooh, okay, already respect bans coming through for both teams. The 1-1 as well as the Franco, like you mentioned there, Rashi. So, this leaves us with the Akai, the Faramis, the Valentina. Who is going where?
I wonder if we're going to see the Paquito, right? Because this Paquito, you can flex it to the jungle, you can flex it to the EXP lane, and in whoever's hands, in Albert or R7, that can be very deadly.
It is. It's very, very deadly on the hands of, honestly, every single one in this game. Especially, though, for the side of RRQ, because it can be flexed all around. EVOS Legends, though, they opt to go for the Bellman ban. Again, this is respect towards Albert, the man who was able to steal the Lord away from Onyx Esports in a 3v5. RRQ, final ban. Faramis, Valentina, Akai, all left open. EVOS Legends and RRQ, we've seen them go for that first pick Akai constantly. Will RRQ ban the Akai out and go for the trades with the Valentina Faramis?
They can go for the Beatrix as well, man. Beatrix, as we've mentioned, both the gold laners for this game are very, very adept at playing that lane. So having a Beatrix just makes your composition so much more flexible. You can dive in with your team, you can play from far away. The ban will be Akai, respecting it from Susujin, as we've discussed in the keys to victory. The first pick now for EVOS. This will hint at what kind of composition they want to use.
Faramis or Valentina? That's the question here. The thing is about the Valentina is that you automatically have the Cult Altar, plus you're able to be very flexible to whichever gameplay you deem fit in that particular situation. So when it goes in a Faramis versus Valentina, I think the Valentina might be the viable option here.
I agree. I think the Valentina should be picked up here by EVOS Legends, knowing that, again, they have an ex-jungler as well in that mid lane, Taz. He knows exactly when to use his instincts, going in for the kills, and he knows exactly what's ultimate to take at every single moment. Very similar to Lemon, and that's exactly what they go for. Valentina picked up RRQ Hoshi now with a response. Faramis, Beatrix, Paquito, the heroes that come up to mind instantly.
Esme, Ling maybe. There's so many possibilities right now, which is why it's so difficult to go against this team. Everyone has their signature picks and they have flex potential. Faramis and Natalia will be secured. We talked about Clay being more consistent, being less risky, but that's Faramis. We've seen Sway Low able to use it to great effect just by virtue of the wave clear alone.
Is this a flex Natalia?
It is.
Yeah, this Natalia there's a lot of potential here, and depending on where it goes, who plays it, it just has a completely different impact on the game. This is why it's so difficult when Natalia is available for teams to just mess around with.
Let's see though, the response now that RRQ have picked the Natalia and that Faramis. EVOS Legends can still go for a Julian pick for themselves. Julian was left open. They can also go for perhaps a mid laner, but they secured the Paquito and the Karina for Sutsujin. So another comfort hero coming through for EVOS Legends on that Karina. Sutsujin was able to beat Jana QT from Geek Fam. Now RRQ to wrap up their drafts. After seeing the Paquito, the Karina as well, the gold lane option is visible. Beatrix has been left open. It might be the bait, but they go for the Claude instead of the Beatrix.
Oh, but we have a comment here by Sutsujin himself. I am pretty confident to play Ling in front of Albert. Please don't be too frightening. I'm still a new kid.
Interesting approach by Sutsujin. Not the typical attitude you would expect from a man with his name, right? His name means assassin. You would expect him to be a bit more dominant in that exchange of comments. But Matilda will be banned out from RRQ. They have gone for the Claude, as we explained earlier. They have a lot of potential in this big team fight when everyone can combo their skills. But EVOS, they have possibilities to go and split push with the Karina as well as the Paquito.
Do you think that RRQ Hoshi, they're just going for a full dive comp? They don't want a quote-unquote valuable backline that can be penetrated by EVOS Legends?
I think they might. They might actually be going for that right now. RRQ Hoshi. Again, we have seen him go on the Lancelot, as we are going to take a look at, again, the head-to-head for both of the junglers. Signature hero pick still, Lancelot versus Akai. Arashi, Lancelot could definitely work in this composition, knowing that they have a full dive already, and they're setting up for it, but EVOS Legends actually ban out the Xavier. This is interesting. RRQ have picked up the Faramis and also the Natalia.
They might be expecting that the Faramis won't be going into the hands of Clay. We did mention how Clay doesn't usually go for those high-risk plays, and Faramis, you're going to be up close and personal, right? So maybe they expect that to be a roam Faramis, a jungle Natalia. We'll have to see. We have a comment here from Arcadia Eterna.
Yes, it is going to be a comment here by Arcadia that signifies what exactly his role is. My role in RRQ Hoshi is their technical coach. I will focus on rotation, gameplay, and strengthening their identity. So discipline, more discipline from Arcadia here, the new technical coach, analyst.
And we've definitely seen his impact, definitely visible here in the past RRQ matches. Whenever they lose the first game, they can still come back, even against the odds, Arashi. When the enemy team has a gold lead, we rarely see RRQ able to come back. But in the matches we've seen here with Coach Arcadia, it has really had an impact on this team. We will see what they do here in the draft, finalizing for EVOS Legends. But there is also another thing to note, Arashi. Except when they were facing BTR, RRQ consistently banned Fanny. So the moment they went up against BTR, that was the only time they let the Fanny go. Every other time, they always banned the Fanny out. And EVOS ending up the draft with the Atlas ban. RRQ with the first pick in the second phase. What do you think is going to come up?
The Beatrix is still available, and this is rare to see. Usually it's contested and it's picked out early on. So I guess EVOS has no urgency, knowing that RRQ has already picked their marksman. But the bans for the Rafaela as well the Atlas, it does seem like RRQ wants a bit more catch, right? And EVOS, they understand that. So they ban out the Atlas to avoid the catch, and RRQ ban the Rafaela to make sure they can't kite away and sustain away from that fight.
And in addition to that, it's also to deny the potential that Rafaela can have on the map to sniff out exactly where the Natalia is with her first ability. But you're right here, RRQ Hoshi have picked up a hero that we haven't seen too often. It's gonna be the glue.
It is the
first time.
We have seen that with the changes to the passive last time, when glue is moving forward aggressively, he does very well. So it makes sense that he will be picked in the dive comp. He is gonna be tanky as well, and he can grab onto someone, and that can be used to the advantage of RRQ. But for the side of EVOS Legends, they don't really have a vulnerable backline either. So I'm curious to see, are they going to try and match the team fight knowing that they can use the Cult Altar as well? Or are they going to find ways to disengage from RRQ and their aggressive composition?
Well, they go for
there you go.
and the Melissa. Melissa still standing at 100% win rate, and the Estes obviously here, first time picked in the MPL ID season number 10. Oh, this is a problem for RRQ. That go away presents itself as a massive threat towards RRQ's dive composition, and there you go. Even though EVOS have picked up that Melissa, they still pick up the Lancelot, a signature for Albert, and those are the two drafts for the game. We're gonna take a look at the talent prediction by Axe. For me, Eterna and Arashi all going for RRQ.
Yeah, but now with the draft set in place, this could be either one. I mean, RRQ Hoshi, I opted for this because of how strong they've been, how disciplined, how consistent they are, the experience they have, and their adaptability, 100% RRQ Hoshi. But EVOS Legends, huge question mark. A lot of things have been brought to surface that we, as even casters, did not expect.
And right now, EVOS has the option of going for the double sustain, right? They can go for the Cult Altar and then going with an Estes ultimate afterwards. And RRQ, they don't really have an answer just yet.
Well, the audience prediction by TikTok says that a lot of people agree going for RRQ, winning just by a little bit, 60% towards EVOS Legends. Now, with both of the drafts set in stone, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the El Clasico. As the portal opens up, we enter game number 1 of the series. And just like that, I don't know if this is something that they're doing on purpose, but Dreams has opted to go for the Blacklist skin. Maybe, you know, wanting to give RQ those M3 flashbacks.
M3 flashbacks is a possibility, or showing them that, oh man, this is just getting so spicy right now. We can see that RRQ Clay here already trying to open up the map, and it's actually going to be him on the Faramis. So different to the playstyle that we're accustomed to on the Faramis. We'll see how effective he can be with an aggressive type of playstyle.
Suzujin able to secure the Litho from Albert. Already a small victory without Retreat to boot. And now with the usual pattern we see is that mid lane pressure being contested, and then it spills out to other lanes. But EVOS Legends, they are focusing on the gold lane immensely.
You can see already rotations from Natalia as well, trying to give a little bit more space for Skylar, because so far he is being completely bullied with Dreams here. And look at this, Vin goes in only to dish a little bit amount of damage, but look at the sustain that Dreams can have.
It's too much sustain. Too much, honestly. Like, and Arashi, I do want to point out that in this matchup, it's extremely difficult for Claude. Can't really go for any of the farm right now because Dreams is just constantly being a threat, and Clover's range with a doll and just basically that additional range is so much to handle. Skylar, before he hits level 4, he can't really go for any of these trades. As you can see, even struggling under the turret to take the cannon there, as both teams, again, they do not want to go for any crazy fight just yet. Turtle, number 1, spawning up top.
There was a fun fact there by Grab that states that Albert has already been able to encounter all 3 generations of junglers that EVOS Legends has brought to the table. He's gone against Persik, he's gone against Sutsujin, and he's gone against
1 before Fairsick.
There you go. So it shows how consistent he is in that jungle position up until this day. Even after 3 generations of junglers have been utilized, RRQ Hoshi still opting with Albert in that jungle.
Early on though, we saw EVOS Legends, they tried to make a play for Skylar, but RRQ Hoshi, they all converge and deny that play from happening. So right now, Skylar is still actually getting targeted, but will he be able to escape with the Battle Mirror image as RRQ make a play for the Turtle against a Paquito? Will this be a good idea though?
Oh, brush into the Moon Goddess. Skylar taking low. Clover using Inspire, but Clay comes in. Albert up top wins the Retribution battle, and in the bottom side is a 3v2 as they engage onto the EVOS Legends bot side. But look who's winning in a 3v2. It's Clover and Dreams with the sustain.
Sustain and of course increased range from Clover as well. So that's going to be a hindrance into RRQ Hoshi's aggression in that gold lane, as now we can take a look at the emblems and talents.
So far the Demon Slayer used by both these assassins, who will most likely be building full damage. That seems to be a new trend we're seeing just because the objective gameplay has been more and more important. And of course Vin going with the high and dry as well, trying to make sure that he will get maximum damage when he makes those split push plays. That is the option RRQ has, right? They have two assassins. If they want to split EVOS Legends across the map and make sure that they can't go for the double save, the Cult Altar as well as the Spire, I think they have a chance of doing that.
Sutsujin's not backing down against RRQ Hoshi. So insane mental plays from EVOS Legends right now, even though they are quote-unquote less experienced than RRQ Hoshi, they're not playing like it at all. He was trying to contest the jungle from Albert as well, and Albert was able to use his skills to take it for himself, as now, once again, Clover will be babysitted at bot here by Green.
It's just really stressful, honestly, if you are the Claude Arashi. It's very, very tough to go up against this style of composition. And you can see already that RRQ, they are opting to go and rotate to the bottom side, but I don't think they will be able to deal out enough damage without either an NOD or a Dominance Ice. They need to secure that early on, and Vin already jumping on the Dreams, but again, sustainable. They can just heal up.
I think the mid game will be the point where RRQ, they can use the first few power spikes to make plays happen, because Lancelot and Claude, they are just a lot more aggressive and they have two assassins, so they have a chance to actually step on the pedal a lot earlier compared to EVOS Legends, who will be a menace for now and later on in the ultra late game where those team fights will happen, the 5v5s.
Okay, so far RRQ Hoshi, they don't have the laning pressure just yet. It feels like a stalemate in that top side between R7 as well as Pendragon. So both teams will maybe have an equal chance on this turtle, but Albert here is first to set up for it.
It does seem like they want to go for a 50-50. R7 with a split onto Sutsujin, and even Clay jumping. Even Albert's going to get taken down, but a Shadow Assault. Cold Ultra popped a bit too late as Tots comes in with a Cold Ultra of themselves, and he secures it for EVOS Legends. Turtles playing taken down. R7 taken very low, but still able to jump out. EVOS Legends with a 1,600 gold lead in the 5th minute of the game.
Ooh, Albert got taken down by Sutsujin. And my god, Taz in that mid lane. That role suits him really well.
Albert just fell a bit too early there, unfortunately. That seems like a very minute but costly blunder for the side of RRQ Hoshi. And right now, EVOS Legends, they are taking turrets across the map. They are going to try and go into the jungle and fight them in those enclosed spaces where RRQ, they have a chance to turn it around with big combos.
Oh, blazing duet there by Skylar to clear out the mid lane and even just dish out the damage onto Taz. But Taz has stolen that Cold Ultra away. EVOS Legends have a means to go for the team fight. They have a Blessing of the Moon Goddess combined with a Cold Altar. That is scary, man.
Yeah, look at the map control that EVOS Legends has as well. They've been pushing that bottom side, the top side as well. And right now, our defending champions have yet to even take one tower.
Not even a kill here as EVOS Legends live for the siege in the mid lane. R7 might be going for this. Skylar with the BMI, getting out. Clay taken very low. Oh my god, Taz! Almost takes it. One basic attack is there. Forcing the Cold Ultra. R7 jumps in with the split. Forcing the Cold Ultra from EVOS Legends. R7 taken down. No, he goes for the split just again inside of Pendragon, but he's gonna get taken down. Albert jumping in onto 4 members, but the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. And Sutsujin jumps in under the turret onto Albert. Still unable to take him down. It's a 1-for-0. EVOS Legends looking strong. 3.7k gold leaders. That's going to be Vin jumping onto Sutsujin. But there you go. He's going to be caught out. Pendragon jumps in with the jump, with the jab. Vin's still able to maneuver himself out of here. He needs to be careful. Clover spotted him. Oh, he's caught, but Vin gets out.
Oh my god, I thought Vin was gonna get taken down as well, and that would be 2 pickoffs on the board for EVOS Legends. Now, it's a good setup for EVOS Legends to take this next turtle, and it seems like that's exactly what they're trying to do. Vin and R7 already in the vicinity to give information as well, and Vin might be able to take down Clover, but we'll see what happens.
RRQ will need to bait abilities out before going in to commit to those big team fights, but EVOS Legends very patient on the trigger. Vin with the Mission Impossible style escape earlier. If he can do that a lot, that might play mind games with EVOS Legends, right? Get them concerned about what's behind them. But looking at the item builds right now, Bloodlust Axe already completed for Pendragon, so he's very sustainable in that lane. Only a DHS for Skylar on the Claw, so still a long way from his power spike.
Pendragon in the 1v2, winning it. Going on to Albert, who has the puncture to get out. Sutsujin coming in, knockout strike, gonna be popped. Not connecting onto Albert. And there you go, RRQ back away, 1-for-0. And this is why I actually didn't like the Natalia pick coming in for RRQ. EVOS Legends counter it instantly. Not only with the Valentina that can steal the Cold Ultra away, but the blessing of the Moon Goddess there. Oh my god,
Oh, no.
Sutsujin, yeah. Taking the orange buff away with the Retribution. Albert 2 levels down, gonna get caught in the doll. Gonna get poked down as well. EVOS Legends looking for the siege, and RRQ have no response. Albert jumps in, pops the goal away, and Albert is gonna get taken down. Now, taken very low, but look at the damage coming in. Sutsujin with a Shadow Assault under the turret. He goes in on the Skylar. He's baited in, and he will fall. R7 picking up the kill. Going for the split again onto Dreams, picking him back for Clay, but Dreams is still able to get out. Vin and Clay stalking them in the midst, in the back. Vin looking for the jump, doesn't go for it just yet, goes for the Lethos. Clay brings Dreams back for Skylar to pick up the Blazing Duet, taking that kill away as Albert jumps in with the Phantom Execution there. Not able to really go for anything more.
Yeah, Pendragon was able to read his movements very clearly and was able to dodge away from all of his skills. And that's insane. How close was that? RRQ Hoshi, they have a match on their hands against EVOS Legends as now they're leading with almost 4,000 gold. And we'll see who has the better setup in this next court, as it is going to already be spawned in the Land of Dawn.
It was very dangerous for Sutsujin, man, diving all the way under the base turret, and he paid the price for it. That was not ideal for EVOS Legends, but for the most part, they have taken almost every single turret, save for the one left on the top side. They have control right now in the Lord area. RRQ will have to try and approach from multiple angles, but Skylar is not even involved in this play.
I don't know about this. Again, they go for the trade down below. R7 taken getting poked a lot by Taz, and even, oh my god, it might be bursted down. Pops a split in time, and a cold altar comes in as well. R7 is gonna fall. Retribution battle, and Sutsujin wins it. Shadow Assault over to Albert, and Albert has nowhere to go. EVOS Legends take a 2-0, and the Lord Clover with a double kill.
This is smelling like a new era here. EVOS Legends able to win the Retribution battle against Albert himself. That's not something they were accustomed to seeing. And now Vin goes in for an aggressive play, and now they're a man down.
They're a man down. Albert spawning in. 23 seconds on Vin. Lord is still here. 10 minutes in. Skylar jumping in with a BMI, jumping out again. Clay taking low. Doesn't have to call Alter. He does now, but he is baited. He's going to have to back away. Skylar jumps in to save the game with a Blazing Duet and the Wind of Nature. Again, zoning the other members from EVOS out, but they go away again. Prevents R7 from coming in. Sutsujin takes the kill up. Cold Alter instantly destroyed by Clover, as RRQ are able to defend for now. Finn spawning in, no high ground defense for now. It's actually the Cold Alter popped by EVOS. Albert jumping in back and forth, but he will not fall. He's still here to end. He's still here to defend, but EVOS Legends, they do not care. They go straight for the base, ending it in 11 minutes.
Against all odds, against the defending champions, they're able to win the first game. Guys, this
insane.
What?
A statement.
Oh my god.
By EVOS Legends. A dominant first game as RRQ got absolutely slaughtered.
And it's not against any team. These are rookies going up against RRQ. 11 minutes. Is that the fastest RRQ defeat?
Yeah.
I haven't seen 11 minutes for a long time when RRQ is involved, man. Unless they're the winners. That is crazy.
All the seasons that I've casted, this has got to be the most unexpected. But okay, it's only the first game. Remember, best of 3. RRQ Hoshi like to do this. They like to experiment in the first game, and they're very quick to adapt. Now the question is, can EVOS Legends bring them a new set of gameplay? Because surely RRQ Hoshi, with all their coaches at their disposal, will be able to read onto it and to see and identify what exactly went wrong for them and to repair into game 2.
I think the Estes pick came out of nowhere. It's not a popular ban or pick in the MPL ID Season 10 so far. We've seen it in other regions, but you can see that against 2 assassins, having 2 save abilities, including the Cult Altar that Valentina can steal from the Faramis, it's just too much, man. EVOS completely abuse it, and at every moment, they never seem to be under threat.
It's, again, a very risky draft to try to pull off in game number 1. This is something we've seen from RRQ, again, against Onyx. Game number 1, assassin-heavy draft. One-dimensional, going on to the Ling. Here as well, we see that one-dimensional draft up against EVOS Legends. Now, this is where it becomes very scary. EVOS have the lead.
They do.
That's dangerous.
RRQ, they gotta be very careful.
Well, remember though, the pattern today is the first team that wins gets reverse swept, guys.
Do you want to take that risk though?
So EVOS, man, they need to be on their toes. They cannot let history repeat itself. They will want to take control of the game and continue with this kind of success, because RRQ, they're going to come in different in the second game for sure.
I mean, what we've seen from RRQ Hoshi is they have lost a few games and they have done a lot of reverse sweeps, which is why I mentioned the fact that they're really good at adapting to whatever gameplay is thrown at them. So it's not a good, no, it's not like a huge situation for EVOS Legends just yet, because there is that possibility. But we're gonna see what exactly happened in game number 1. Arashi, take it away.
It's just pure domination. Look at Pendragon with a Radiant armor as well. So he really does not care about how much damage is coming in, because he goes to the Bloodless Axe and he has physical and magical defense at this point. Clover as well, he has no issues at all in the laning phase. And with 4 items here, RRQ Hoshi, they dive towards him, and if they can't take him out before the Blessing of the Moon Goddess or the Cult Altar is popped, then he can just do a lot of DPS, not to one person, but to everyone. So it's like, it's a bit of a similar purpose as Claude, but a bit more flexible, because you're not locked into that action the moment you go for it. And of course, Sutsujin, man, this is a full tank Karina, so not the damage Karina we've been expecting, and he's able to go toe-to-toe against Albert and get the edge in those Retribution battles all the way since the beginning. Only 2 kills on RRQ Hoshi and 3 members with 100% kill participation. The only card on the side of RRQ Hoshi is the sandbag, and the stats speak for themselves.
Man, Taz, the carry as well as the Forgotten One. He's so underrated in that mid lane. It's insane.
Honestly, man, yeah, I don't know. He really played a huge factor. I think he might be the MVP here for game number 1. He was able to enable so many things to happen, but it's Sutsujin here who picks up the MVP, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. On point with Retribution, staying calm against Albert.
I think it's very smart of him to go tank as well, because he knows there are 2 assassins on the side of RRQ. They are very much burst reliant, so if he can deny that, it automatically forces RRQ into fights. And we might see some right here in the MVP highlight presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Look at that. At every moment, it's all about the Cult Altar. And all the way up here, Pendragon, left alone for so long, able to go for the 1v2s. And in this fight, you can see that both teams go really aggressive. Sutsujin goes all the way under the base turret to try and secure the kill on Albert. He pays the price, but overall, EVOS were just too ahead and has too much control. They can just pull back, and they continue on the same path. They go for the next objective. They force in this mistake from RRQ. Fighting without Skylar, they go all in. They lose 2 members. They lose the Lord as well. And afterwards, it's just smooth sailing from there. Despite the best efforts from RRQ going into the Blazing Duet, Vin here trying to buy a bit more time. It was just very difficult. Vin was almost invisible in this game. He didn't have a role to play at all. And with the Cult Altar conveniently stolen away from Clay, they can just pop it right here and go for that end. That is the power of the Cult Altar in the right hands.
It's difficult to see how RRQ Hoshi, with the composition that they brought to the table there in game number 1, would be able to win in those prolonged team fights.
That's the big question right now, right? The thing is,
there was no DPS source.
There you go. Mostly just bursts coming in, right? And even with the Claude, very ultimate oriented. Once you use that Blazing Duet, that's it. That's about it. The damage won't come through anymore. Albert as well. Phantom Execution, Thorn Rose. Boom. Once it's on cooldown, it's EVOS who have such a massive advantage with Clover just dishing out damage from the back constantly and also putting that go away around his teammates, so Albert can't even use the Phantom Execution properly. Whenever he jumps in, he's gonna get blocked by the go away. He's gonna get CC'd or knocked back for sure. And that was what created the victory for EVOS Legends. Was it a mistake in the draft? I do believe it was a mistake. Yeah. They weren't there playing their comfort heroes, but they were sitting on the most comfortable chairs in the world. The Secret Lab is the official gaming chair partner of MPL Season 10. The Secret Lab Tiny Evo 2022, the one we're sitting on right now, is designed for everyone, to let everyone sit in incredible comfort because it's fully adjustable. You can stay here for a long time. We've been sitting here for how long? Since the morning. So long. And it doesn't feel bad at all. It's amazing. I can sleep on this thing. I literally did.
with the matches going so excitingly, I think it makes sense that we wouldn't feel the passing of time, man. It's been so intense, and now we take a look at the game recap. The impact player, as Mirko was mentioning, was Clover, dishing out DPS to everyone and using that go away very, very effectively. Skylar was one of the only members that even has a chance of dealing damage towards EVOS Legends, and even that gets countered completely by the Blessing of the Moon Goddess or the Cult Altar. I think, as you mentioned, the draft was just so important for the side of RRQ, and they don't really have any answers to that strategy from EVOS Legends.
Estes Dreams, he didn't even build Oracle yet.
No.
So even without that, he was able to give so much impact on the game, and it was insane to see. And coming into the draft for RRQ Hoshi, I felt like in game number 1, it was too predictable, no? Like we already saw from the first 3 picks, okay, they're hinting on a dive comp, and what better way to, combat that? Use the Melissa in that gold lane, beautiful ultimate, as well as counter that with just really huge amounts of sustain.
And Natalia was picked in the first phase, I believe, right?
Yes.
So I think it was way too
First
early.
pick.
Exactly.
EVOS instantly strategized against it, even getting the assist for good measure and going for a marksman like a Melissa. So he had no role to play at all. And even Susujin went for the tank build, so even he was not a valid target for any burst whatsoever. I think you have to hide that kind of strategy. We've already mentioned this since week 1, right? If you want to go for assassins, it needs to be put up against a very specific composition. Otherwise, for the most part, with all these tanky junglers making maneuvers around the map, you essentially get shut down all the way from the drafting phase.
You do. It's just so tough again, right? When you leave that Valentina open, she dictates the draft, especially when you have coaches like Zace and Achil here, brilliant masterminds of the game who are using the JBL Quantum. So it just adds on to that brain, man. It's brain raised to the power of 2, brain squared.
There must be a reason, though. There must be a reason why the Natalia is always chosen in that first phase.
Trying to silence the Valentina before she actually pops an ultimate. That might be it.
That's a possibility. I think
Killing
that was,
gold lane.
But then, apparently, they have a second save, which is Estes. It was completely out of the blue. We have never seen that Estes, and it worked brilliantly. So now, the question is, which one's more troublesome for RRQ? Will it be Dreams on the Estes or Dreams on that Kadita, man? Because that is also an absolute menace.
Honestly, I haven't seen that much from Kadita, from Dream on Kadita. We did see him once yesterday.
Only once,
That's about it. Cho is mostly the hero that I've been most impressed with when it comes to this man. Atlas as well. That's why we did see the ban as well. But it was from EVOS Legends towards RRQ. Again, we're just going to have to see a lot of adjustments from both of the teams. And also, I don't know which teams are going to go for the blue side and red side. RRQ, are they going to stay in the red side? Or perhaps do they want to swap over to the blue side this time?
Because usually when we see the Atlas being banned away, it's like, okay, they might be hinting that they want to group up, maybe choose a Xavier in that mid lane. We didn't expect that an Estes of all heroes would be picked up.
And speaking of variety here, no win, no gain. We saw that dynamic content coming in, and it's Vin with 20 different unique heroes. So he's been well, you wouldn't say experimenting, but he's been doing a lot of different things. And I can't help but feel like he still shines the most when he is on that playmaking role. If he gets a Franco, if he gets maybe an Atlas, right? He just finds people all the way since Season 7. When he understands there's one guy he needs to get, he will go to like incredible lengths to ensure that his target does not get to play the game at all.
Yeah, he really just targets one member, actually, in a lot of these situations. But again, RRQ Hoshi, Franco was left open in game number 1. Remember, Franco was not banned, right?
I don't believe so.
He was banned.
Oh, he was banned in the first phase. Yeah. Final pick, final ban.
First ban.
First ban by EVOS Legends. So there you go. That's the respect. That's why he wasn't able to actually pick up the Franco, Rashi. Now, though, it's interesting. It's very interesting to see how the drafts will unfold. Because I mentioned this before the draft. RRQ, in all the games they have played, they always go for the Fanny and Natalia ban. Because they didn't ban Natalia, maybe they were forced to pick it up. They do not want that Natalia to go over to the hands of the enemy team. So that's what I said. 2 slots gone instantly for RRQ. Every single game. Fanny Natalia, not a single game have they left that out.
which is a bit difficult because now you're predictable. That's the problem, right? When you do the same thing again and again, people notice, right? Especially against EVOS Legends, with the brilliant minds behind them, you can't expect that not to be used against you. So now we can see back into the drafting phase for Game 2 by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Fanny taken out of the game, Franco and Yves as well.
To me.
Your team. So now we can see that the 1-1 is going to be the ban as well from the side of RRQ Hoshi. So still similar bans coming through, if not the same so far. So if EVOS Legends want to make the same plays, it's going to be the Balman being banned as well as the Akai ban from RRQ Hoshi. But I don't know, this time around, I think RRQ Hoshi, they're going to mix things up.
They have went for the 1-1 ban. That's still respect towards Clover. One more slot here. If it's Natalia, they leave a lot of room open for EVOS to play mind games. The final ban for the side of EVOS is that Faramis though, so they do acknowledge how difficult it is to deal with that.
They're aiming for that Akai again, you know, and they're forcing it onto RRQ right now, because if RRQ ban the Akai, free Valentina. If they ban the Valentina, free Akai. It's very, very tough. RRQ, we'll see what they go for right now, but oh, whoa.
Wait, what? Mirko, what did you say via an interview? Good luck for both of the teams.
This was Coach Yeb. This was Coach Yeb. This was
Wait,
not,
what?
That was just Coach Yeb.
Oh.
I asked Coach Yeb. This is Coach Yeb that commented.
Okay.
So this is Mirko echoing the sentiments from Coach Yeb.
Okay, well, what's the comment?
Good luck for both of the teams. RRQ have a consistent lineup, and EVO's new lineup also very good. But I think RRQ will win this match.
Well, there we go. The final ban for RRQ though, it will be the Valentina. No Valentina, no Faramis. The only real save available is that Estes, but will it be too defensive, too passive? Especially if RRQ opt for an aggressive playstyle.
Akai is definitely going to be the pick here for the side of EVOS Legends. And it's... the gamble, man. I guess they do have the opportunity to pick up someone like the Balman, perhaps?
The Beatrix as well.
And the Beatrix. And the Esme. Okay, there's still a lot of heroes on the table right now. But we've seen the fact that Albert is able to maneuver around the Akai with the Lancelot. So still a lot of options available for our Hoshi, even if EVOS Legends pick up the Akai.
Comfort hero though, Arashi. Very, very dangerous territories here. RRQ with the response. Beatrix. What else?
Beatrix?
Julian.
Esme.
Julian makes sense. Esme can work as well. We do take a look at Dreams though and his career, right? It spanned all the way from 2019 up till now. So this man has gone through a long journey to ensure that he is playing in the highest level possible. And look at him now, going up against RRQ.
I'm confused here. RRQ Hoshi, they sure are taking their sweet time here in the first phase. How are they going to adapt to the gameplay that they brought in game number 1? But look at this!
Diggy!
A Diggy has been picked up for Vin as well as a Paquito. We have seen Vin on the Diggy before. But what exactly is he countering? I guess he's countering
Akai.
the heavy spin from Akai.
Yeah, that's what the Diggy is meant for right now. But again, for EVOS Legends, they have the chance to pick up other picks that are very, very prio. Right, Arashi, the Julian is still up for grabs. They can pick it up here for the mid lane, or even the jungle for Sutsujin. Or if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They can just go kind of for the same. Okay, they don't. They go for Esmeralda and the Xavier here in game 2, opting to go for some high ground on the Xavier. Very, very interesting. But speaking of Taz, the man who was able to enable this team so much, he was the jungler back in MDL for EVOS Icon. In Season 4, he was the second. He was the second place team. In Season 5, capturing that title, and his first appearance in Season 10 was in the match against Bigetron.
Well, Balman will be the option RRQ goes for. We've seen this work, and they have a dive composition. EVOS has a heavy spin, and they have the crowd control and range coming in from that Savior as well. So EVOS, they have a bit more flexibility. RRQ, knowing that they want to go for these aggressive plays, will the Diggy be enough to catch people out of position, especially when they have saves of their own?
Remember, Balman and Albert, lethal counter retribution duo. I don't think he wants Sutsujin to win out on those retribution battles. He wants to retain his reputation, right? And now in the second phase, RRQ Hoshi respecting that Estes from game number 1, as it is going to be the choice of ban here in the second phase.
This is the advantage for RRQ, right? They excel when it comes to the chaotic kind of fights where everything is still somehow calculated and still very much in the favor of RRQ. So denying any kind of save potential from the Blessing of the Moon Goddess allows them to be a bit more aggressive and confuse the roster of EVOS, because what they have in advantage is the experience, right? RRQ is more experienced in different scenarios compared to the rookies in EVOS Legends.
As we're seeing Skylar and Clover on screen, both teams have not secured that gold lane position. They are going to be waiting it out because they don't want their gold lane to be countered, and they want that gold lane to be able to carry them through the game. And this is interesting because usually we see the Beatrix being picked up a lot earlier around, as RRQ Hoshi will close their bans here in the second phase with the Selena.
Very interesting ban by RRQ. They have a mobile XP laner, a Diggy with a time journey. I guess the Selena can bait those time journeys out with the Abyssal Arrow. That would be a shame if the time journey was used just for an Abyssal Arrow, right? So banning that out actually works out. And here, we are going to take a look at Albert and Sutsujin, who have the same pick rate. They pick rate and win rate 3 times and 67% win rate on both of these players. So very equally matched as of right now as EVOS Legends look to go for their final bans. Lunox and maybe another ban towards that mid lane. Oh, they are narrowing it down. 3 respect bans towards Clay, Yves, Lunox, and now Sicilian. RRQ Hoshi. Let's see what they go for. Mid lane, perhaps Diggy, or do they want to pick something up?
Barca is the only option that Clay has this season.
Against
they can go Lilia as well. It depends, right? If RRQ wants some range, right? If they want some range, the Farsa has a lot of roles, a lot of possibilities in this game. But the Lilia is quote-unquote a counter to the Savior, and it can do a lot of damage if Akai and Esmeralda just want to run at you.
You're right. More reliable as well, super safe with the ultimate
Claude
shoes as well. But now, RRQ Hoshi have secured their gold laner in Claude, which leaves the Beatrix open to use. If EVOS Legends pick this up, then RRQ Hoshi knows something. They know a way to be able to counter this Beatrix for sure.
Why go for the Beatrix when you can go for the same thing? The hero that literally just countered the Claude by just bullying him out of the lane. Melissa is up for grabs. The only thing that's different here, if they do go for the Melissa, is that they don't have that Estes. They don't have the same sustain, so they have to be very, very careful. Beatrix will be a more solid pick, but Clover has found more success on that Melissa. They go for Matilda though, however, and the Brody for EVOS Legends. This is very bursty, picky. RRQ, the team fight composition, it does seem like they will have more DPS this time, Marashi, compared to EVOS, and like you mentioned, the Farsa comes out. They will be relying heavily on that Diggy to provide the peel with the time journey. Clay, yeah, he's going to be very reliant on the Diggy.
Yeah, 100%. If he opens that ultimate, if he opens that Feather Airstrike before the heavy spin and the Diggy's not there, it's going to be a tough time. But now we're going to take a look at the talents prediction in terms of game duration. And okay, we have a little disparity. Arashi 18 minutes, Miracle 19 minutes, Eterna, myself 20 minutes. How many minutes was that first game?
11 minutes. Wait, what?
What's wrong?
Moba saying he had an RRQ shirt. Now he has an EVOS shirt. So
wow.
Glory Hunter. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, as we get ready to jump into the land of Dawn, spam it in the chats. Viva RRQ or EVOS Roar, because it's time to jump into game number 2. Both of the draft set portal opened up. Land of Dawn. Here we go.
Welcome
for EVOS versus RRQ.
Look, the system can't handle how hyped this game is, right? Because RRQ Hoshi, our defending champions, is literally on their last life here in game number 2. If they lose, it's gonna be a 2-0. So they cracked their egg with a 2-0.
They crack their egg. That is
Sorry, it's badly translated.
Well, that's a very local saying, but it applies absolutely. RRQ, I think they have a lot of potential here, but the roamer is still a diggy, right? You can go aggressive with the diggy, but everyone needs to contribute to that because you are not a tanky frontliner the same way we can expect Vin to do with, let's say, a Cho or something similar. So the info game, the pressure will be there from RRQ, but the actual catch though, we have to see if EVOS can maneuver around that.
I feel like it's all back down to timing because when we're talking about catch, let's say Farsa opens up the Feather Airstrike and it pans out the way that they expected. They still have the Matilda to use the Guiding Wind to get out of that Feather Airstrike and hence render that ultimate useless.
They do. You know, that's the thing coming into this matchup now. There's going to be a lot on the table, and it's all going to come down to those little differences, right? Those milliseconds when it comes to the engages. Who engages first? Who pops that time journey? The reaction time, the execution is going to come to play here in game number 2 very, very much. The impact of the reaction time and the execution. But Rashi, based on the drafts, who do you think got it?
I think RRQ has a lot more potential because the amount of crowd control they have in the early game, including the one from the Farsa, by the way, right? They have a lot more chances to make plays happen, and usually these not tanky caster supports in the roamer role.
You're a caster.
They don't do well, not like us. I mean like spell casting. Anyways, they don't do so well. Only if their jungler isn't tanky. But with the Balman in play, they can rely on Albert to be in the front, and then Vin can just play reactively. So I think there's a potential for that to happen. And there's also the combo between the Time Journey and the Blazing Duet.
Sorry, did the three of them literally change their clothes and swap seats?
They swap jerseys and seats.
You can expect RRQ, if they win this game, 3 of them will move on to the RRQ team again. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are going to be resuming into the game for game number 2. Vin, it's already moving up top. Yeah, so annoying. Reverse time, nope. Just goes in for the time bombs. Clover going to be zoned away from the minions for now.
That is what Biggie can do in your lane. He just stays there and spams those traps, and you can't really do much about it. You just kind of lose out on your advantage in the lane. But EVOS, they're making a play towards Albert here.
Oh, and Asuki Sutsujin winning the retry battle again. So lethal here, winning every single one so far.
Imagine being Albert right now. That must be so annoying, and like the reputation that he has against a rookie, the rookie monster, and losing all those retributions, and even now him being pressured in that regard. As now we're going to take a look at the emblems as well as talents here, Rashi.
Demon Slayer for both, so I think Albert's confidence is definitely shaken. But Clover, he went for the killing spree as Clay here gets very low. He gets taken out. First blood by Dreams on the Matilda.
Again, EVOS Legends, they strike first, and Sutsujin is ready to go for the gank up top. Skylar needs to be careful. Dreams has rotated again. EVOS, man, they are looking good. RRQ Hoshi trying to go for the turret gold here, but again, Claude doesn't really deal that much damage early on, so not that much gold going to the hands of him just yet.
Dreams already so active as well in those locations. He's able to be at the right place at the right time, and you can see here when it comes down to the 1v1 situation in that EXP, Pendragon is winning that lane currently, and so he will have the additional space to set up for this turtle.
I think that's what happens when you send your roamer to just babysit your gold lane. Dreams on the Matilda is free to do whatever he wants around the map, and that is exactly why I think Clover goes for the Brody pick. It's very independent. It can do well 1v2. This is going exactly according to the plan of EVOS Legends.
And all comes down to how fresh they are in the games with the new axe effect. Obviously, both teams are coming in here super fresh with the upgraded dual action Dio body spray. You guys can fight bad odor and smell fresh, because the better you smell, the better you play.
Once again here, EVOS getting very aggressive in a top lane, and they are going to be rotating towards this top side. But even with the aggression that they have displayed, they're still playing it really with discipline.
Yeah, and EVOS Legends, this is smart from them, right? They don't need to go for any of these crazy plays. It's RRQ who actually need to come back in this game. EVOS can just use this gold lead that they have to constantly put pressure on RRQ. And again, it feels like RRQ drafted 2-3 losing lanes. Paquito versus Esme, Skylar on the Claude versus a Brody, and Farsa versus Xavier.
That's not ideal, man. You want one lane to at least make plays with, but I think they thought that the gold lane would at least make a bit more sense. It can actually like be a bit more dominant with the Digi contributing so much time to it, but it is not according to plan right now. Clover is doing just fine. He is level 5. He is still pretty much on curve as R7 here. He is trying to make his plays as much as possible, but we will see a pause right now.
Another pause comes through. Ladies and gentlemen, please do be patient with us here. We are going to give them some time to fix the issues, as again, fair play is our #1 priority here in the MPL. Both teams obviously do not want a technical problem to be the reason they lose.
I mean, with how things are panning out, they're looking like equals, and once again, I'm at a loss for words.
There's not much to say. EVOS is just so calculative. Maybe, Mirko, this might be due to the contributions of your favorite coach, now an analyst on the side of EVOS. He's coming up with all these weird situations, these weird builds, and these weird compositions, and it's working out amazingly for the side of EVOS Legends.
Coach Age, yeah, he's, you know, I've said this before, back when he was in BTR, he is the mad genius. And here, as an analyst for EVOS Legends, you can actually see the impact too coming in. The drafts have looked solid, and I think it's all come down to not just Age, but also Zace, right? Because Zace, he was the one who wanted a second opinion. He wanted Age. He actually personally requested him to join EVOS Legends.
Oh.
Exactly. So he knows his student really well. Here, I Andika Pradistar. No one can beat Albert.
Retribution.
I mean, someone sort of did.
Exactly.
So, okay.
Didn't really age well.
Not
For
really.
now.
There's been plenty of comments that has not been aging well at
That's
all.
true.
That just shows to you how crazy this season
It's the
is.
comment curse.
The comment
Yeah,
curse. No
don't
way.
say anything.
Just don't
support.
say. Just support. Yeah. Go EVOS. Go RRQ.
This is support though.
But
He's
claiming
jinxing it. He's
statement.
jinxing it. He's jinxing it.
No claims, no statements.
No
Yeah,
claims.
exactly.
Oh,
Got
here
you.
you go. Ooh, Farhan. Uh-oh, we saw the comment curse on the last one.
no.
I hope Pa AP got punished by Dean KT. So if you guys don't know, Pa AP is the CEO of RRQ Hoshi, and Dean KT is the head of esports at EVOS Legends.
And there was a very spicy back and forth interview session early on. If you watched, unfortunately, on the Indonesian broadcast, I don't think we had it shown on the English broadcast, but you guys can check it out later on.
Yeah, they made a challenge for one another. So if RRQ Hoshi wins, Dean KT has to change his profile picture into Paape's photo,
Ooh.
right? And the other way around.
That's funny, man. Raising the stakes for both these CEOs. I guess that's one way to get more involved with the competitive scene. One more audience comment from Diki Charisma right here. RRQ Hoshi, show them what you got. This
the
is
comment.
exactly
There you
what
go.
you need to do.
Don't
Buddy,
curse it. Don't jinx it, man.
This guy has the right idea, man.
Hey, Dicky Charisma. Shout out, my guy.
Yeah, 100%. They need to make comments like this. You know, play safe, play safe. But we also have another comment here, but not just yet. I think he's a little bit shy, maybe retyping it so we can read it out to everyone watching right now. But look at the fans from EVOS Legends as well as RRQ Hoshi. I mean, it's a full house today for El Clasico Leg 1.
Very familiar faces in the front row here.
All the way.
That is funny, man. I know. I guess it's done as a meme, but that is hilarious.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, you know. Just a second ago, or not a second ago, just a few minutes ago before Game 1, we actually spoke to them outside, and they were wearing RRQ jerseys. Coming into the arena as well, RRQ jerseys, and all of a sudden after Game 1, after EVOS beat RRQ, they're blue. They're looking very blue. But yeah, the support here in the MPL arena is absolutely amazing. And I just can't wait to see, as we get into the game, the chants from both of these teams, from both of these supporters. And now we finally get to see the comments. Sapro_Jal, Galar or Pendragon, Krite or Taz. I believe in Zace's decision. I hope you can win 2-0 against RRQ. EVOS Roar. Ooh.
Is this a statement?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
Remember the Game 1 curse as well, ladies and gentlemen. Today,
oh no.
Every single team who has won Game number 1 has lost.
The
reverse swept by their opponents. It happened to Aura. It then happened to Bigetron Alpha. Will it happen to EVOS, or will they break the curse?
Man, we can't make any statements, bro. Now it's real. Now it's pretty scary. So we're gonna leave it there, and we'll just have to see and wait and anticipate what exactly is gonna go. Because for now, EVOS Legends, they're showing very much control in the early game, a lot of aggression as well. And for RRQ, they just seem a bit lost on where to make the plays on, because the gold lane 1v2 is still being relatively shut down.
What's happening? What's happening with RRQ?
Losing lanes, that's the main problem here. If you draft losing lanes coming into the matchup, you're not going to have any map control. Map control comes from actually winning your lane and getting turrets. In the matchups individually, I mentioned this earlier, but we'll mention it again. Claude versus Brody, early stage. Sure, late game, it's Claude. I'll give you that. With the Win of Nature, you're able to just take everything from Brody, and you will be able to dish out more damage. But in the early stage, it has to be Brody. From level 1 all the way to level 4, with his stun as well, he can actually just cancel you out. Brody wins in that lane. Sure, you add a Diggy, but they also have a Matilda. Yep. With the heals, with the same amount, not the same amount, but some poke as well. Mid lane then. Let's take a look at it. It's a Xavier up against a Pharsa. A Pharsa that can be considered not meta in this current patch.
Right.
Xavier, who hasn't been seen that much as well, but obviously with his CC, the Mystic Field, that's what creates the main issue for that Pharsa.
I think Xavier has a positive win rate.
He does. And even in the gold lane, I mean the XP lane, it's an Esmeralda up against a Paquito. Paquito will not win those trades in the early stage. Even in the late stage, he won't win those trades. It's Esmeralda who will win 1v1 in the lane, in the trades, and even clearing out the waves. No, actually, Paquito might be able to clear the waves faster, but
skill matchup.
It comes down to a skill matchup. But trades, nah, it's Esmeralda.
I think, again, as we were saying earlier, one of the critical moments is when they send the Diggy to actually equalize, but very smartly, Clover goes for the Brody. I kind of questioned it earlier, but it's great going 1v2. It's just very independent. So even let's say they were winning in the gold lane, Dreams is just going to be active around the map, enabling the team in ways that the Diggy cannot, right? The saves with the guiding wind, the shielding, and of course the ganks with the circling eagle. It's just a lot more dynamic. So you really wish that Vin was the one on a hero like this, and so we can see a lot more intense of a clash between these roamers. But thus far, Vin is just stuck babysitting, which is not a Vin thing to do.
Yeah, you're right.
There you go.
Usually we see Vin making the plays, but when he's babysitting, it doesn't feel like he has the same impact in the game that RRQ Hoshi might be mostly playing around. Very difficult to see that RRQ Hoshi in game number 1 as well as game number 2, they're not able to be as aggressive, and I guess EVOS Legends have picked up on the fact that when Albert isn't able to get his farm, if Albert isn't able to snowball, it's very difficult for RRQ Hoshi to contest the objectives, and that's exactly what they did. I mean, even at level 1, we saw how aggressive EVOS Legends, they went directly into the red buff of Albert, was able to take it away on top of it.
Full confidence from the rookie monster. Again, that mentality is my goodness. Arashi, the last time we saw something like this was Season 7, when Fersic was moved up from the MDL to the MPL, and he was the last piece in the puzzle. He was the last piece to finish that EVOS Legends All-Star lineup. They won every single match leading up to them getting the trophy. And again, it's happening here. EVOS Legends' new lineup, adding Sutsujin in the second week of the MPL, swapping him with the jungler that was in EVOS Legends. It was Juan before, now it's Fersic, Sutsujin Fersic. And the impact. Every single time they go for a roster revamp, every single time they put players who are actually hungry, who are actually determined to win the trophy, you get this. The championship mentality from EVOS Legends is absolutely amazing.
I think this is exactly what Dean KT, I think, was planning with this. He wants to see people with passion, right? People who have that hunger for victory, because it does make a difference, right? In how you play, in what you spend your time on, and how you think in the games as well. And so far for EVOS, you can't really argue with the results. They're looking a lot cleaner, a lot more united, and a lot of the problems we come to expect from EVOS Legends is no longer there. We have an audience comment from TikTok here, Zainal Sukhoi. Either Lemon play or not, EVOS will be winning tonight's El Clasico, #EVOS War. That is a statement.
Again.
That is a statement, guys.
Guys, no.
There's a lot of comments, yeah.
Say
So,
fans.
again, ladies and gentlemen, we are still troubleshooting the issue. Please be patient with us, as the players will need to, again, have their issues fixed here before we get into the game. Fair play, #1 priority here, but hey, turn on.
Yeah.
You can hear it, the support for both of these teams in the MPL arena, and you know, this is why I love offline events so much. We haven't had the opportunity to actually have this big of a crowd since the pandemic started, and now we're starting to go back to normal, and I can't wait for M4.
And in this match, it's fully packed, by the way. So this is, this is the maximum potential, at least in the arena right now, and the atmosphere is just crazy. It's been like so long since the audience is here. I think earlier on there were some very sentimental words from the staff involved, right? This is finally us back at full capacity, in full strength for season number 10. And what a season it has been, so it couldn't have came at a better time.
Yeah, and on that note, we also see LJ in the audience, and before the game started, he mentioned that RRQ Hoshi have the better chance, but so far,
Whoa!
What's happened?
We get straight into a team fight here. It's asking for the Circling Eagle, popped in by Dreams all the way, but a time journey there. R7 goes over the knockout strike, and Albert finally gets the Retribution win onto the Turtle, securing the objective for RRQ Hoshi. My goodness, we go straight into a fight.
Yeah, Feather Airstrike already opened up there in that mid side to be able to clear those lanes. So even though that perhaps the Danger has the upper hand, the Farsa is going to be able to still use that ultimate to help her out in that particular lane.
R7 now with the Bloodlust Axe, he has a chance to outplay, but we take a look at the items for the rest of the players as well. Clock of Destiny completed for both the mid laners. They're playing artillery, they will require burst from the Lightning Truncheon as well, but that will still be later on. Skylar has the Demon Hunter Sword, but Clover has the Heptasis. It's burst against a DPS burst, as both teams converge on the top side, but RRQ just looking a lot more dynamic. They're all over the map here.
Already 1-1 in terms of that turtle. One trade for EVOS Legends. EVOS is still leading in that economy. But so far, EVOS Legends, they haven't been able to look for a play, and now R7 here goes on to Sutsujin, deals a little pressure. He actually uses that retreat.
Yeah, the flicker as well there. Clover jumping in, and he might be caught here with a Feather Airstrike. Albert dishing out the damage here on towards Clover, but the lethal counter was not enough to take him down. RRQ slowly but surely regaining control of this game, as Skylar is going to be able to cut the waves up top, and Albert is zoning Pendragon and Dreams out of the lane.
RRQ with the damage advantage, with the healthier HP bars. They go for the power, but they get engaged on.
Oh, Pendragon with a Falling Star Moon was able to lock 3 members in place. No more follow-up there, just the Dawning Light as R7 goes in for the knockout strike onto Dreams, now with the jab.
Ooh.
Dreams able to get out of that one with the guiding win, and look in the bottom side. EVOS, they stay calm and composed. They use the pressure that RRQ created up top to look for a trade for themselves in the bottom side.
We can see now though, EVOS Legends already on their way towards this turtle. So Sutsujin already dealing half the damage onto the turtle. But Albert here coming.
No, not in range there. Retribution secured by Sutsujin. Not much of a contest by RRQ, but slowly but surely, it does seem like EVOS Legends are actually just gaining 1.6 now.
It was a bit too slow from RRQ. They sent R7 to the top side and tried to get a man advantage, but it wasn't working out. Play gets chance to half HP, but Sutsujin will be jumped on, but he is way too beefy to fall.
Look how confident Pendragon is. He's just able to go for a 1v3 situation with that Falling Star Moon, able to dish out the damage. He's now able to put pressure onto the next objective in that turret. And so far, it doesn't seem like R7 has anything to say about this just yet.
He is the sustainable fighter on that Esmeralda, just dancing away while chipping at your HP bars. Look at this poke though! Taz doing a lot of damage. RRQ Hoshi, they might want to urgently start something before they get poked down, because the Lightning Truncheon has just been completed for Taz.
Yeah, that was before the Lightning Truncheon.
Exactly.
He's already dealing that much damage. Wow.
Gonna be very, very scary as we enter the mid stage of the game. That mid power spike for EVOS Legends, remember, is when most of their members actually are the most dangerous. That's the most dangerous stage, with Clover on the Brody, but for the airstrike now comes in just to poke them down, but the Mystic Field actually locks Clay into place. No more follow-up just yet. And this is smart. EVOS Legends, they don't want to go for any fights unnecessarily. There are no objectives on the board, so just go for fights when there are objectives. If not, we just go for the farm. Clear as day, 1-0 in 8 minutes.
RRQ Hoshi, they have more fighters in their composition, so their mid-game power spike will come a lot earlier. And Skylar has the core items here. He goes for the Blazing Duet.
Oh, Taz gonna get caught, and Skylar picks up the kill with the Blazing Duet there. Going back with the BMI, Sutsujin with the Retribution onto the mini-wave there as Albert jumps in onto him. It's gonna defend the airstrike as well. The lethal counter to delete him. Very well chained. Again, onto an objective. RRQ did the same. They might be able to turn the tides here as they go for the Lord.
Beautifully timed and well executed by RRQ Hoshi. EVOS Legends with a 700 gold lead. That might just diminish by the fact that RRQ Hoshi were very quick and very responsive. But Spawning Light misses that, and Albert will still be able to secure that Lord.
Close result of the fight there. RRQ Hoshi has finally turned the tide. They used the mid-game power spike. We were just talking about more fighters, more beefy members, and Skylar getting the golden staff. And just like that, he goes in for the Blazing Duet, makes full advantage of it. So now EVOS Legends are on the back foot. They are the ones on survival mode.
Look at the economy just shift.
Yeah.
RRQ Hoshi 1,000 gold lead now, picking up the pace here in the mid-side as look. Another airstrike has been opened up. They will be able to use that to zone away EVOS Legends and take the start for themselves.
The pressure though from both these teams, right? RRQ in particular, now that they have the advantage, look at how much pressure they have. They are locking EVOS Legends essentially in their base by just by pressuring the second tower, because at any moment, any member from RRQ can go and flank them, and then Clay can just have a field day along with Skylar going into the Blazing Duet. So EVOS Legends, they are very wary of RRQ's high-tempo gameplay.
Oh, Clay is rotated to the top side for the airstrike onto Dream. Sutsujin trying to go for that heavy spin, but will be cancelled out. And here we get to see RRQ again, just playing it very, very slow, very disciplinedly, getting all the turrets outside of the base and falling back. They don't force anything, they don't overcommit as well. R7 though, he's waiting in that bush for someone, but it does not work out. RRQ notices that they are staying a little bit too long. Let's just back up, let's freeze the waves, and wait for the next objective.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing now as well in the top side, the mid, and even the bottom lane. RRQ Hoshi now picking up the pace with a 2,500 gold lead, Arashi.
And for everyone else, Skylar already with the Win of Nature, so Taz won't be able to actually pick him up as easily. But Sutsujin being as tanky as Albert essentially, so both of them are just gonna be duking it out, while the rest of the teams, they are the ones in charge of doing the actual damage. Right now, RRQ Hoshi, they're letting the waves freeze and they're making moves around the jungle of EVOS Legends. The bottom side though is uninfested by RRQ Hoshi, so EVOS Legends, they are still able to secure a bit more gold income, but overall, RRQ Hoshi is having control in this game.
EVOS Legends, they're not sitting idly by in their base. They're actually moving. They're looking for opportunities on the board. The initiation is there. The incentive is also there because they do want to win this. However, they kind of overlooked that mid side as now Pendragon is still able to get away and even put pressure in that bottom side.
Skylar, oh my god, with the conceal and the sprinting goes out to Taz!
No.
What an incredible play by Finn and Skylar as he now goes onto the base turret. Yeah, I mean, no one expected that, not even us.
Wow.
What?
He's an assassin, not a marksman.
That's exactly it. He played it like an assassin. Goes with the conceal provided by Vin, and he goes with the Blazing Duet knowing that Taz has no sprint. He can't do anything to actually avoid Skylar. If he sprints, Skylar has the sprint available as well. With that advantage right now, without Taz in the play, RRQ Hoshi get a free Lord by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
What a cheeky little pick there by RRQ, securing themselves a 4,000 gold lead. And was it a normal Lord or an enhanced Lord? I think it was
I think it was normal.
Yeah, they hit it a bit too fast perhaps, but again, the Taz was up very, very fast, so they had to go for that. As now, we are going to take a look at Arashi. The damage dealt by Axe. It's Taz actually who's at the top.
And Pendragon is following closely behind because Esmeralda, he just goes 1-1. And Skylar actually is number 3. And if you take a look at the player's gold by UBS Gold, Skylar actually has the highest income, followed by Albert. So for the most part, Clover is still the richest person on the side of EVOS Legends, but not nearly enough 2k gold difference between him and Skylar.
Yeah, it turns out it's an enhanced Lord there, Mirko, as well as Arashi marching down in that top side. RRQ Hoshi putting pressure on all three lanes. Will EVOS Legends be able to defend this?
They're dispersed. Base turret taken down. Bot and top as now they look towards that mid lane with the enhanced Lord still very healthy. Dawning Light not dealing as much damage as before. Look at the feather airstrike taking away a lot of HP. But Sutsujin comes in with the heavy spin, bringing Albert back away. But extended time journey popped in by RRQ as well to get him out. Pendragon jumps over to Skylar, but the BMI will ensure his safety as RRQ. They are able to capitalize on that siege, securing a 7,000 gold lead now.
Yeah, they have 2 inhibitor turrets, so they do have the initial vision of what they wanted to execute with the Lord. And now RRQ Hoshi, they don't want to overextend. They don't want to give space for EVOS Legends, neither give them the opportunity to take it back into their hands.
Well, RRQ, they have made great use of the mid-game power spike right now. Even if EVOS Legends catch up, they are severely down in objectives. They have only 1 tower taken in this game, and the control from RRQ is very scary because this Diggy, it's annoying, man. The traps expose you, and you can't come in carelessly because he can pull you back. So, EVOS Legends, they're still on survival mode, and with 2 turrets gone from the base, anywhere the Lord spawns, there will be a pushing lane for RRQ.
And this just shows again, ladies and gentlemen, that both RRQ and EVOS, they have improved so much from the last time they met against each other. That was a slugfest, just fights after fights after fights. Now, 3-1 in 14 minutes. I think this is so far the lowest kill game in MPL Indonesia, and it's all dictated by objective takes.
Well, the tower contest is what's important here. Usually in the late game, with a full fight, with a lot of fighters, a lot of beefier members in your team, the pressure is the problem, right? You just fall off if both teams are equal. But RRQ Hoshi now, they have a lot more objectives from tower, right? So half the map isn't even accessible for EVOS Legends. They have a lot more flexibility in how they want to control and corral EVOS Legends into dangerous spots in the map.
Ooh, the comment for the storm here, as both teams are going to be putting their focus, but Vin here might be caught. So the airstrike has opened up to zone him away, but EVOS Legends as well as RRQ Hoshi, they're going to contest this.
No BMI on the hands of Skylar. Reverse time, Brigand Dreams back. Sutsujin there in the front, trying to provide space for Clover and Taz as the Dawning Light comes through. Sutsujin gonna get chunked by Clay, brought back by the reverse time as well. Look at the bottom side. RRQ has it pushed up. They need to send Pendragon in, and R7 instantly just goes in for the engage. EVOS Legends able to back up for now. RRQ looking for the Lord. They are just baiting the time. They're baiting with the base, with the man advantage that they have. And look at this. RRQ with the setup as disciplined as ever. Lord Slain presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, secured by RRQ all through setup.
EVOS let that go.
Right. I mean, they were forced to send Pendragon all the way to the bottom side. This is why the base hearts are so important. The lane was pushing, and it's just way too risky. So without Esmeralda in the fight, it's just a bit too much going 4v5 against RRQ Hoshi. That is 8k gold ahead. EVOS Legends back away, but can they defend against this Lord though?
That's the big question here. RRQ Hoshi looking for the siege again in that mid lane with the Lord up top as well. R7 goes in for the knockout strike onto Sutsujin, just taking away the momentum from him to look for any sort of engage. Has the time journey. Finn is still left relatively untouched as R7 jumps into the backline. Sutsujin with the heavy spin there for the time journey again. By Finn comes in, circling eagle to the backside. Pendragon getting taken low, and Sutsujin finds Finn actually. RRQ losing in the fight here. It's a 1-0. Skylar able to dash away from Sutsujin, and man, oh man, we have a game on our hands. RRQ unable to end. They lose one man member for the price of a base turret in the mid lane.
3 lanes pushing an enhanced Lord in the hands of RRQ Hoshi, and yet EVOS Legends were still able to defend, still staying relevant in the game, even though they are at a 7,000 gold deficit. Now we're going to take a look at the instant replay here by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
The fight was going relatively well, but I guess the high ground, the damage potential from the side of EVOS was just a bit too much. Taz already has a Divine Glaive after all, so that damage is very much relevant. One other factor though is the fact that Clay's feather airstrike actually got cancelled by Sutsujin. So that actually played a big role in how the members of EVOS Legends are able to actually move into range, not zoned by the potential threat of Farsa's feather airstrike, who also already has the Divine Glaive.
Those little differences are going to play a huge factor, the biggest factor actually in these games. Those milliseconds as to when they go in, when the time journey is popped. Those are the little things that will come through and impact the game overall. Again, Eterna, 18 minutes, 3-2. But as we enter this 18-minute, that gold lead that RRQ has will significantly be less useful, less important as the game progresses. EVOS Legends will be able to catch up in terms of the items, gold lead becoming irrelevant.
18 minutes already, so we can expect a huge timer as well when it comes down to someone getting picked off. So at this stage, it just takes one moment, one mistake for both EVOS or even RRQ Hoshi for them to be able to win the game. But the difference is the pressure is definitely on EVOS Legends. They don't have any inhibitor turrets left, so all these lanes are going to be even pushing naturally for the side of RRQ Hoshi, and EVOS Legends. It's going to be more difficult for them to go for that one straight push meta.
In this situation as well, RRQ Hoshi, they have their hidden card, right? The time journey can allow them to actually deny any kind of engagement. Skylar gets taken very, very low. He pops the Wind of Nature already. The fight hasn't even begun yet.
There you go. That's the burst damage that Brody has on towards Skylar. Now Skylar's caught. Half HP, buys the immortality here. Maybe selling that Wind of Nature after using it. But again, those little victories coming in for EVOS Legends here to get more pressure onto the evolved Lord in the game. Dawning Light once again popped in by EVOS Legends, opening up the map here. But that's a huge resource. And RRQ, they forced their way in, forcing EVOS Legends to reset the Lord. R7, he's looking for the flanks. He gets spotted out by Taz. Amazing read by Taz to stop that flank from happening as Skylar is able to dodge away from the Dawning Light. Pendragon puts his focus again onto R7, and man, both teams just fighting for setup.
Ooh. Skylar gets a chance to halve HP. The wave on the top side is slowly pushing towards EVOS Legends, so RRQ Hoshi, they can be content just buying time here. Feather airstrike chunks Clover though. That is the long-range damage coming in from the side of RRQ as well.
Oh, there you go. R7 jumped in as well, wanting to go onto Clover, who still has the flicker. Both teams, again, this is going to be crazy, but look at RRQ. Like you mentioned, Rashi, that slow push up top is building up, and they have to send Pendragon. RRQ noticing this, they go straight for the Lord. It is going to be some time before Esmeralda jumps back in, as they have that mid lane cleared up as well. Sutsujin going to be caught there, brought back with reverse time, and Skylar puts some damage onto him. Torn apart memory, though, bringing Skylar to a quarter of his HP. Sutsujin getting chunked really low, as that's going to be the Strictly Eagle onto Finn, who doesn't have the immortality. Will pop the time journey just there, as R7 is going to get caught. Lethal counter, though, from Albert, was already popped onto Sutsujin, who's able to pin him down with the heavy spin, turning it around and taking Albert's immortality out. Albert going to take him down as Clover gets the kill. They might be able to go for this Lord now. RRQ, what can they do?
Oh, doesn't seem like RRQ want to let this go though. You can see Clay Vin as well as Skylar setting up.
Oh, this is a risky play for the airstrike. No, he gets sniped down by Taz. And look at Dream. He's able to buy some time, as Skylar now will be able to dish out the damage for the torn apart memory by Clover to seal the deal. R7 going to get taken low. Still able to run away with the time journey. 40 seconds on Clay and Skylar, but 20 seconds onto Albert. My goodness. The Dawning Light again by EVOS Legends as they turn the game around.
They're staying relevant once again in this game and even winning it out in this situation. EVOS Legends will be able to push all these lanes here for themselves, take the turret in that mid side, and now RRQ Hoshi with 3 men down. This can't be it.
Glowing one is available for Taz as well, so now this pokes, the harassment is going to hurt even more ever, and R7 gets picked off!
That's a catch again. EVOS Legends trying to go for the end right here. 5 seconds for Clay. Albert jumping with a time journey as well onto Finn, but the base will be targeted by the side of EVOS Legends. Albert with an interruption, and he's still going to be able to clear out the wave. Feather airstrike pop by Clay. He goes for a minute wave. He will be able to do it, but what is a king to a tiger who will just shred you to pieces? 2-0. The Kings have been dethroned.
Oh my god. RRQ Hoshi have been sitting at a match win streak. This is the day of upsets. EVOS Legends not taking it 2-1. This is a 2-0, Rashi and Mirko.
They broke the pattern, man, and they broke the comment curse. EVOS Legends has done it. The king has fallen, and EVOS Legends, they roar in triumph. What a performance! How did they make that happen?
The new era for EVOS, the determination of the players, the hunger coming in. They don't need the world roster anymore because they have a new era of EVOS.
That is insane, man.
Oh my god, guys. The defending champions, M3 representative, MSC grand finalists, taken down by a rookie roster that is EVOS Legends. You mentioned earlier about Blacklist and Onyx Philippines, and the same thing is happening here in MPL ID.
Basically, I mean, it's a very similar story, man. Who would have thought, of all people, to dethrone RRQ, it is the new EVOS Legends. It all came down to that one play, man. They caught Albert, and at that late stage of the game, that is too crucial. And our EVOS Legends, they capitalize, they turn it around.
And to seal the deal, ladies and gentlemen, I'm hearing news about what happened in MPL PH.
What's
the
up?
Kings of C have fallen. Omega taken down by Onyx PH. So it truly is the season of rookies in PH, in ID. It's the year of the rookies.
What is there even to say, man?
Wow.
1 week, EVOS beats 2 Kings.
Onyx as well as
Wow.
RRQ Hoshi, our top 2, our grand finalists of MPL ID Season 9, taken down by this new, fresh roster from EVOS Legends. I don't even... Bro,
There's just
Wow.
no words to explain this
No, there
moment, man.
isn't.
Full crowd in audience, close game, comeback victory. Expectations completely upset. You can't write a better story, man. This might as well be in a movie.
what is up with today?
Wow.
What is up with this season,
Wow.
Eterna?
What's up with the world, Arashi? Even in MMA and boxing, every single upset is happening in the world.
The world
and
is
it just
crazy.
shows that now that we are getting back to the normal levels in the world, everything's starting to go crazy all around it. This is the winning moment, Arashi. Eterna, take a look. The Kings, the roster that hasn't lost a single match from Season 9 all the way to Season 10, only losing in MSC in the Grand Finals, now finally taken out, no longer 100%.
I wonder how the standings will look, man, because if you were doubting it, you better believe it right now. Anything is possible.
I'm getting goosebumps. Like,
What a story.
when they were able to get that moment and go straight push into that base. And when you started yelling, oh man, the goosebumps is unreal. So unexpected. Seriously, what?
I love it. I wasn't ready. I
don't think any of us are ready.
I was completely caught off guard, man.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. From the start of the season, when I saw this EVOS roster, when I saw what Dean had to say in his live streams about why they farewelled all these experienced players, it made no sense at the time for a lot of the fans.
No.
But now you surely have been convinced, ladies and gentlemen. Let's throw it over to the hosts.
EVOS roar! Mereka mengaung di 2 game menutup match best of 3 series hanya dengan 2-0. Luar biasa banget. Ada Apis bersama Bude Clara Mongstar di sini buat ngobrol-ngobrol tentang match tadi El Clasico ditutup 2-0. Luar biasa, congratulations.
Terima kasih.
Puas?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah puas.
Alhamdulillah.
Tadi gimana? Itu sesuai skenario kalian banget apa gimana sih 2-0 loh? Nggak ada yang nyangka.
Mungkin kalau dibilang skenario enggak ya, kita kan cuma main sebisa kita, terbaik versi kita gitu. Kita nggak pernah expect apa-apa.
Oh, tidak hidup dengan ekspektasi ya?
Iya, udah bosan sama ekspektasi.
Yang ada aja gitu ya, yang di depan mata aja, habisin aja. Karena minggu ini tuh berat banget buat EVOS menurut banyak orang. Ngelawan Raja Langit dan Raja dari segala raja. Ini Raja Utan menang. Weh, rahasianya apa sih? Bentar, kamu kan jadi salah satu player yang mungkin terlama ya. Membawa player-player baru di EVOS Legends. Tantangannya pasti besar dong.
Ya, gue berasa jadi punya banyak adik tiba-tiba. Iya, kan mereka kan kayak banyak muka baru ya. Kayak 3 orang, Tas sama si Susujin.
Sujin.
Oh enggak, dua yang baru.
Tapi kan
Muncul
Dreams
di
juga
MPL.
maksudnya akhirnya bermain juga
Dia
lo
player lama.
semuanya.
Ya.
Tapi seneng jadi ya bisa ngerangkul lagi. Jadi kamu tugasnya di sini jadi bapak-bapak kah?
Iya kayaknya sih.
Iya ya.
Urusan kecil.
Jadi sekarang tadi kan kalau kata Mas Dean kalau menang ini udah nggak jadi adik-adik lagi. Hah?
Tetaplah umur ya udah umur. Gimana?
Jadi kakak-kakak sekarang ya kalian?
Iya.
EVOS Legends udah bukan adik-adik lagi, udah nggak bisa dipandang sebelah mata, udah serem banget.
Naik dikit.
Dikit doang,
Dikit.
serius.
Nggak boleh terlalu ke atas, nanti star syndrome.
Dingin ya di atas ya?
Enggak,
Nggak kepengen ke atas?
Emang kita di atas?
Nggak kepengen ke atas?
Insya Allah lah kalau rezeki kan.
Kalau rezekinya dingin nggak apa-apa?
Iya dingin nggak apa-apa lah.
Gak apa-apa. Tapi penasaran banget nih. Ini kan tadi Pak Ape juga dan Mas Dean ada challenge ganti profile picture. Berarti nggak ganti dong kalian ya?
Alhamdulillah.
Gak ganti ya? Udah panik belum kalau harus ganti?
Kita nggak tahu apa tentang itu.
Bentar, tapi ya kalian kan juga nggak punya sosmed. Mau ganti apanya ya EVOS ya?
Ada EVOS megang 5 sosmed ya.
Oh gitu?
Iya.
Jadi bener ya kalian tuh nggak pegang sosmed sama sekali untuk dari awal season?
Iya, karena emang untuk melindungi mereka yang baru. Karena lumayan jahat ya. Kalau aku kan udah biasa dijahatin nama negara gitu, dunia gitu, udah biasa gue dijahatin. Cuma kan kayak mereka masih inosen lah, masih polos, takutnya terpengaruh. Emang lumayan jahat sih netizen.
Jangan jahat-jahat makanya. Harus terus support, nggak boleh toksik-toksik, betul Pis?
Tuh.
Betul. Kalau misalnya kamu bisa minta gitu ya, ada foto apa nggak sih yang pengen ganti gitu?
Foto apa?
Kan RRQ kan ini harus ganti profile picture. Ada requestan nggak? Nggak ada request nggak apa-apa.
Kalau itu gue serahkan semua ke Mas Dean lah. Kan itu urusan Mas Dean.
Oh gitu ya? Iya. Jadi nanti akan dilanjutkan ke Mas Dean ya?
Iya, Mas Dean aja udah.
Oke. Dan ngelihat dari regenerasinya EVOS Icon ke Legends, ini kayak kelihatan banget mereka tuh punya potensi semua ya, dari emang pilihan dari coach atau dari siapa sebenarnya? Dari EVOS Icon ke EVOS Legend?
Kita untuk player sendiri semua ada ikut andil ya, dari manajemen, coach, player. Jadi kita emang siapapun yang main itu kita percaya adalah yang terbaik aja.
Oh gitu.
Yeah.
Dan El Clasico kemarin juga menang ya, yang pas MDL dari EVOS Icon dan juga RRQ Sena. Kalian punya rahasia yang sama atau gimana sih?
Lagi hoki aja.
Lagi hoki aja. Yang penting hoki.
Yang penting hoki.
Kuncinya hoki. Atau kamu nggak pakai ya sekarang ya?
Nggak
pakai ya? Clover pakai nggak?
Ya.
Ayo.
Budi aja lah yang.
Jangan. Tapi
bukan maksudnya.
Jangan.
Bener.
Salam-salam dulu dong.
Oh, ya. Terima kasih untuk EVOS Fans yang udah dukung kita dan gue. Oh salah kesini ya. Oh ya. Ya gue percaya mereka yang jahat jadi itu adalah bukan EVOS Fans. Karena EVOS Fans yang jadi itu nggak akan pernah menghujat kita. Mereka adalah yang selalu support kita. Terima kasih EVOS Fans.
Wow, itulah dia sobat untuk EVOS Fans. EVOS Legends akan masih beradu, masih panjang perjalanan mereka. Terus dukung semua tim yang beradu di MPL. Kita bakal breakdown lebih lanjut lagi di game yang kelas banget. Cuma berapa dead aja di 20 menit. Langsung aja caster, silahkan.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you not entertained? Oh my god, Rashi, take us through this item build. 22 minutes in, coming back from a 9,000 gold lead, yeah?
I think so, up to 9,000. And I think the key here is, of course, Taz with that long range, with the burst and with the glowing one itemization, able to actually shred through the max HP of the tankier members, the fighters of RRQ Hoshi, who are the main threats. And of course, in that last fight, Sutsujin, man, just catching Albert, he is so tanky as well. So there wasn't really an easy way for RRQ Hoshi to try and take out EVOS Legends. They were able to defend with these items the initial base push and afterwards win with the long range dominance with the poke before the Lord fight even begins. And then once RRQ are backing away, they find that moment. So it just comes down to a single moment, I think. And we look at the post-game stats here, and I think it is very even because this game, it is very, very close. Taz and Dreams though, as well as Vin, having 100% kill participation. The game was so long and yet we only have 11 kills. This is a top tier Mobile Legends.
All 4 categories are for EVOS. Clover the Rich Guy, Taz as the carry, Suzujin as a sandbag, and Dreams as the forgotten.
Well, you know, they said it yesterday up against Onyx when they won 2-1. Will tomorrow be harder? Will tomorrow be tougher? Yes, well, it's a 2-0, so is it really tougher for EVOS Legends here? My goodness, and I think, again, massive props, not just to the players, but Coach Zace and Age, who were able to orchestrate such an incredible draft. Focusing down on Clay's hero, and it worked out. Clay, definitely not comfortable on the Farsa. Well, maybe he is, but the Farsa in this game, not the meta. MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Taz, the man who rose up to the MPL after winning with EVOS Icon in the MDL Season 5 as a jungler, Arashi, role swapping to the mid lane and having I don't understand. How does a man do this? It's a Haji story.
Yeah, he absolutely rose to the occasion as well. As we take a look at the MVP highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A series. All this is an early game. If you look at the highlights, it's going to be so confusing because RRQ were the ones making the bulk of the plays happen. But you can see EVOS, they're just playing it calm, collected, and the damage, bit by bit, they catch up. And here is where, with the base on their backs, no flanks can happen. They know that. They go for the front to back, and look at that damage. The Dawning Light from Taz has been absolutely clean. And right here, with the catch on Albert, they just get all the advantage. They go for the Lord, and RRQ, they contested with 3 members on very low HP. They pay the price, and just like that, EVOS, they smell blood in the air. They go for the end. Right after this, they go for the straight push, and even then, Susujin is still making the plays happen again and again. You thought this guy was amazing on the Assassins, on the utility junglers as well. He knows exactly when to make the plays happen for his team. And with death timers being so long, EVOS Legends, they just get that end onto the base.
His positioning, man, it was insane. Did you see that? The way he's able to... how do you not get caught out? And even at the last moment, he knew his items so well. He sold his boots, doesn't need it. He's able to keep the range away and not receive damage. And he opted for that glowing wand in those last seconds. And man, it paid off.
There's just 2 words, honestly, to describe that entire series. Well played, because it was well played, even by RRQ in Game 2. Game 1, maybe we could say it was an outdraft, but Game 2, yes, good draft by EVOS Legends, forcing Clay onto something like a Farsa, but again, the execution. After falling so behind the early stage, coming back in that late stage, and again, making the right decisions. Again, Arashi, RRQ did everything right. They kept on pushing in the side lanes. EVOS had to respond, but they were able to do it. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the highlights by TikTok for the mic check. Listen in.
Pukulin, gak apa-apa, pukulin.
Balik dulu, tarik dulu. Dia mau maksa nih, aman bro.
Claudia tengah darah.
Bentar lagi, bro.
Glue dulu.
Gold defense. Sekarang fight. Nice banget.
Nice. Ratain.
Bisa. Try. Main aja nih. Fokus. Turun. Nice. Masuk. Claudia lo.
Tinggi ulti.
Dua detik. Kasarangin. Bisa mati. Rata.
Gua pegangin 3 orang.
Balmon dulu.
Gua pegang 3 orang. Nice.
Mid.
Tas boleh balik gak?
Atas satu.
Gua aja.
Oh iya dulu aja Ben.
Gua aja.
Ya, kita boleh lor.
Gua aja, wujud TPS.
Masih ada Pak Wito, masih ada Claudio ya. Iya.
Di kanan,
Mati gua. Nice. Gua ke Claudio.
Gasan.
Pak Wito gak ada flicker.
Nice.
Pak Wito.
Mati. Sekali lagi.
Terus sekali. Tolong
Ada ya.
Baik, Masih hidup. Bisa ya?
Gwen.
Nice.
With the mic checks that sealed the deal, ladies and gentlemen, you can hear that they were calm as well up until the very end. Then, when they were just focusing on the base, they started yelling, screaming, And what, again, a performance by EVOS Legends. Oh my goodness. Again, goosebumps here on the caster desk. But Rashi, tell us, what were the keys to success for this new era of EVOS?
Well, the patience of EVOS, right? Usually you see teams fall apart when they're in adversity, but EVOS, they stick to the plan, they played calm, collected, they were able to fend off RRQ, who are trying desperately to end the game before the goal difference becomes a non-factor. Aside from that, as well, you have to give credit to Sujin, man. He was one of the main enablers in this game. The catches he got, especially that final one onto Albert, that just sealed the deal for EVOS Legends. And of course, afterwards, RRQ overcommitting, you can say that that might be one of the key mistakes, but if EVOS got the Lord, right, it's also a very difficult situation for RRQ to try and fend off. So I think it's just a 50-50, it's a coin flip, and RRQ, they made their call. Unfortunately, it did not work out. EVOS, man, the mental game, we had doubts onto these rookies, but playing so consistently under pressure, I have no words, man. It's just amazing.
Does not feel like they were rookies at all. But ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in forever, EVOS are at the top of the standings after securing a 2-0 victory. And look at that. We have a lot of changes. Alter Ego moving up, Aura moving down, Onyx to 5th, Geek Fam to 6th, and Bigetron Alpha to 7th place.
Okay, surprises across the board here. Last season, we saw Rebellion Zion able to, put their position in that safe zone. But this time around, it's Geek Fam. So everything just got a little more complicated. Everything just got a little more competitive. And if that wasn't a crazy beginning to MPL ID Season 10, like, I don't know what the future holds for us here.
It's so strange that you say it's the beginning, because it really is. Week 3!
Week 3!
Exactly. It feels like it's week 8. It feels like we're just a day off from playoffs, Arashi.
We're 5 more weeks away.
It feels like a grand final sometimes. And again, 5 weeks away. It is still the beginning. You are absolutely right. And after that crazy performance, we are going to take a look at the Season 10 MVP ranking still, with Albert and Skylar in that top 2. But look who's creeping in 5th place. The man who's getting all the hate, Clover, proving the haters wrong and silencing the doubters.
He
had great words to say earlier. He believes that EVOS fans, the true fans, they're always supportive. And there's so much issue and concern with the younger players and the social media hate. They actually took measures to prevent that. So they've proven everybody wrong today. What an accomplishment. But speaking of accomplishments and investments like EVOS made here, that's a massive, risky investment that paid off in the end. But if you guys want to take it a little bit chill, go for the safe investments that will always go up in value. UBS Gold has got you right here. Invest in UBS Gold X MPL Season 10, starting from 100,000. You guys can get this one right here and get free MLBB skins right on the back. So, oh my god, you get good value that keeps on rising, and you get a skin. All you need to do is go and get yours right now from ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, and Blee UBS Lifestyle.
Wow.
Wow. It's just so good, and it's really cool, right? You expect something like this to look a bit dull, but the design, bro, it's
cool.
Fire.
It is fire.
Fire.
And it has the MPL logo on it. It's limited edition too, so go ahead and get yours today, ladies and gentlemen. I am still so mind blown. Without the LAR, without the world roster, with all the hate in the world, onto Pendragon, onto Clover. It's a movie storyline. I'm not even joking. This is crazy. And again, what's crazier is that it's happening in 2 regions at the same time. These rookie monsters absolutely dominating and securing first place. Because Onyx PH in PH right now, they're first. Here in Indonesia, it's EVOS Legends.
It shows that drive, perseverance, and ambition is going to get you further than experience and title.
Well, that seems to be the pattern, right? Young passion and hunger beats experience and knowledge.
So far.
I think if you're a veteran in the scene right now,
you're shaking.
You gotta be worried, man.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a look at what is in store for you guys back at home for tomorrow. Tomorrow's schedule is looking pretty intense as well, Eterna, to end off week number 3. Again, I still can't believe that we're only in week 3 and we've already seen all this, man. Oh my, the stakes are as high as ever here in Season 10. Even Bigetron falling all the way to 7th place. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, but before that, man, Eterna, Arashi, any final words, any final thoughts and statements you want to send over to the crowd and to the people watching at home?
You know, don't think that you know everything, because a lot of people, they question. We were questioning some of these teams, some of these players. This season is proof, man. Like, you gotta have an open mind, because like sometimes the impossible just happens.
Absolutely. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's a perfect closing for week 3, day number 2. After the El Clasico, ladies and gentlemen, Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi. We'll see you.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan